Yeah, okay, everything's good. Okay. We're doing the usual. It's a Wednesday. That means it's time to give some free advice out to the people to help y'all gain MMR. But Collector's Cash is out. There's a lot of sets, so I'm not going to spend too much time looking at it, but I kind of want to like click through quickly just to see what's in there, see any cool ones. I don't want to be too critical and harsh of stuff because I know people, put in the time and effort to make stuff. So even though some sets look better, I don't usually like being too harsh. So this isn't really a judgment stream. We'll praise the things we look cool, but I'm mostly just here to kind of zoom through quickly. And quickly is the word, because if we take too long, if we took a minute on each, I mean, that'd be the whole stream. Dude, we have some glance values issue though. I will say that I will complain a bit about that. The set itself looks nice, but for a brief moment, I was like, "Is this Queen of Pain?" I don't know. I got, oh, that's kind of cool. This one's Queen of Pain. All right. Although, actually, I don't have an issue with this as much, but there is a PA set that looks kind of like this. I get it. The game is old. It's hard to maintain. Oh, I did see this one. This one's pretty cool. I do like this one. We'll give that a vote. Oh, cute dog. I'm not going to vote on too many of them, honestly. Oh, it's a chest. That's pretty good, actually. I will vote for that. The game is old. I get that. There's going to be a lot of overlapping styles. Oh, is that like broodmother type wings? Insect wings? That's cool. Ah, Kez, he does need a set. Hello, everybody. Took me like an hour to go through them. Yeah, that's why I don't want to spend too much time. Oh, we don't have Ringmaster sets either. Yeah. We'll just click through real quick. Oh, I like Hammerhead Sharks. They're cute. Another Marcy set. Wait, what was the... Oh. This one's got a background with it. The Butcher Naga set. Fun. Well, that's cool. Oh, it's the little umbrella in the back to keep cool. Fun. Quick. Go quick. Didn't we have this one before? I mean, I guess if your set didn't make it in, you can just put it back in again. I feel like I've seen this one before. Maybe it was just someone posting on the Reddit that they're working on it. I saw someone make a chart of like the number of sets for each person and how Pudge and PA have the most. I get it, the artists make more money, I think, the more people buy the stuff. So you want to try to make the stuff that's like the most popular. Ooh, we got some monkey themes in here. But I also saw Treant Protector literally didn't have a set. Sad. A couple other heroes didn't. Oh, that's a cool mechanical horse. I do like that. Most Pudges on my team. Am I right, guys? Okay. Also, the Pudge is on my team. The shark head just... wait. Okay, actually, first, I really like the boat. You know what? I like this one. Mainly, wait, can I go back? Mainly because you could get the shark head, and then you could get the item on top. Double shark on this one. Let's keep adding more shark items. The ogres on my team. Am I right, guys? Midas rushing ogres. Dragon. Oh, he's drinking from a fish. That doesn't make much sense, but I like that. It took me a moment. I didn't recognize that animation ever since Drow got the new persona look. If anything, it's better to make a set for a hero without many sets, more likely to get in. I am kind of curious how it works with a cache, where, like, does every artist, even if everyone wanted this particular Arc Warden skin, does every artist get the same percentage for being in the cache, Or how's that work? I don't know. But then to that point, if that's the case, then you're right. Maybe making a set for a less popular hero is a better way to get in, or maybe there is some way to like individually do it, like, oh, more people wanted your set, so you're gonna get a higher percentage or something. I don't know. Oh, 2 Viper sets in a row. Oh, we're not even a third of the way through. I might give up, guys. This is... How long have we been looking already? 5 minutes? I guess that's not too bad. In like 15 minutes, we could look through the whole thing. 15 plus. You know what? I feel, despite having Zeus, Medusa, Mars, I feel we don't have very many, like, Roman, Greek-esque type sets. I like that. Ringmaster when I play him, am I right, guys? Oh, he's got a fish head. That's funny. How come there's no noise for any of these? Oh, the little floating heads. I kind of appreciate that. I have no idea how Valve uses these votes or not. I have no idea. Little Invoker. Oh, Clockwork. I was wondering what the theme was when it was just like from the front. What are you? I like that Ringmaster. We have to wait some extra time to see him because he's in the thing. He's got the little monkey on the back. That's funny. Steeler. Oh. Yo, this jug is thick thighs. Holy shit. But I kind of like this this front. This is cool. Thick thighs. Oh, like a what's the like Soul Calibur? What's the game? Street Fighter. Ricky sets iron. Ironic. I always laugh at Ricky sets just because it's the set you're least likely to see. Multiple arm Ringmaster coming in as a theme. Another Marcy set. Everyone loves the Marcy. Well, that's kind of fun. Oh, I like that. You probably did hear a cat. Jupiter's been extra meowy lately, I feel like. I even gave him a treat previously. Come on. Void Spirit and Ringmaster really like to make us wait. Wait, what's the egg look like? Oh, that's pretty good. Why does it show like this? As if you've ever seen the egg move like this. What's the snake look like? Oh, little scorpion. That's cute. Wait, I wanted to go back. I like that little scorpion. I'll give him a vote for that. Another one. What are you? I think I like the other one a little more. What's your egg? Damn. Yo, we got some cool eggs. Cool eggs this year. Whoop. I'll vote for you. Hey, sound. Very plain set. I kind of appreciate that, though. Nowadays, we're getting crazier and crazier. I feel like this is relatively clean. Should we vote for that? I don't actually... I'm not moved that strongly. I appreciate that it's a cleaner set. Maybe we should vote for it. Who cares? What do the votes mean anyways? Throw it out there. There's like always a bunch of million moving parts on the sets now, which I can... Wait, this is kind of funny. Imagine getting hooked and killed by that. The tilt factor. Ooh, Pirate Kez theme? Alright, I'll vote for that. I feel like there's some stuff I would vote for and then I skip, and then on a whim I vote for other stuff. It's just random here. Wait, what do your tombstone look like? Or what's your transform? Ooh, bulky. Don't we have a set like this? This is very familiar. Maybe I'm thinking of the Ember Spirit set. Maybe the same guy made it and then he just turned it purple. Getting a lot of Persona skins. I don't know how I feel about that. Glance value, but it's kind of cool. I like that he's got fake fish legs. Oh, yeah. I feel I've also seen this one before. How does this look in person? Kind of hard to see. I like the idea, though. Oh, nice sunglasses. That's good. Mortimer, you're a chameleon. Huh. I kind of like it. Different take on OD. Vote. Is that a flower? I'm all about plants now. Oh, this is a very chill PA. Oh, wait, that was kind of cute. Wait, I think I like this. My cultural roots call and require me to vote that one in. Does the same thing apply here? I think it worked better on the Pango. I voted against all the characters with too many skins on principle. I can appreciate that. Hoodwinks on my team, am I right, guys? I do think this bunny is super cute, though, on the top. The bunny sticking out of the hat is adorable. I kind of want to vote it in just for that. Real colorful here. Almost too much color. If I got this, I would only use it for the bunny. The rare Morphling set. Holy shit, we gotta vote it in. Okay, this one's egregious, guys. My friend sent me to this. This looks like Clockwork and Tidehunter. I can't... The set itself is great. You know, whoever made it, no offense. The set looks great, but the glance value is so dead. It's so dead on this one. I can't. He looks like Huskar. Was that the goal? Aw, little mud boy. He's so sad. Yeah, we're making good progress through this. This is the fastest we've ever gone through this. I'm barely looking at them, that's why. Whatever gets added, gets added. Ooh, another mechanical horse. What are the odds? Caudle with a mechanical horse. Oh, a little monkey with a coin. Shadow Fiend. Green Kez. I kind of like this, actually. I feel it's in theme with this character. Or, like, you know, going with the bird theme. I appreciate that. It's too spooky. It's too spooky. I mean, the rest is good. Rubik has a clown set, doesn't he? He has some kind of jester set. What is this? Bard Marcy? Can't sing, though. Does that make any sense lore-wise? Well, would you really confuse Lone Druid Bear, Red Panda Lone Druid Bear, with Red Panda Chen? What are the odds you ever see both in the same game? I kind of like this. I'm conflicted because of the Lone Druid set, though, of the glance value. Mainly because those two heroes will never be in the same game in my pubs. It's fine. Also, Chen rarely gets sets, so let's vote him in. Mushrooms. What are the Eidolons? Spooky boys. Enchantress actually has a couple sets, surprisingly. Popular at the pro level. Maybe that's the play. Forget the pub players. Get the pros to want to buy your stuff. Where's your wolf transformation, though? Where's your wolf transformation? Do you think it turns him into a human? He's already a wolf here. So when he transforms, it actually goes to human Lycan running on all four, bare-ass naked. Now that's a set we would pay for. We've all been thinking it. There needs to be more Lycan ass in the game. Give us what we want, Valve. Give us what we want. TA's on my team, lol. Oh, that's funny. Little poodle skin. I kind of like this. Like little snapping turtle. Snapping turtle Mortimer. I kind of want to do this just for Mortimer himself as a snapping turtle. I like how chunky he is in the front. I'll do it. That's cool. Very bone themed. Slark. You've got enough, don't you? All right, we're almost done. We're almost done. We're going to get into replays. Crab brood mother. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And little crab babies. All right, I got to vote this in. I got to vote that one in. We love crabs. A little fisherman. More fishing in Dota. I'll allow it. How many times can we make the same joke every time we see a clown set? Space Master. Oh, that's kind of fun. I feel like Clinks actually does not get very many sets. All right, we've done it. We've done it. We've looked through them all. Okay. Oh, hang on 1 second. Work email. Okay. Oh shit, I wasn't supposed to close that. Because I have one to start us out with, someone that sent this in. They actually sent it in a little while ago, and I forgot last time we were doing replay analyses. But I said I would cover this one. It's a bit older, so it was before the patch, but I think that's fine. It's not really going to Hopefully there's not like replay bugs. If there are, maybe we won't go as far into it. But in terms of the actual feedback, a lot of it will still be relevant. This guy is trying to make it into... He's been on the climb from Herald up to Divine when he sent this in. Looks like he's dropped a little bit. This is the Mars. So maybe down to the Ancient a little bit here, but that's not that big of a deal. The journey is a little bit up, a little bit down the whole time. And wait, let me do the timestamp. I gotta manually timestamp still. I was trying to figure out what was wrong with what I used last time. OBS updated and it just hasn't, the plugin I used did not get updated, so it's just been stuck not working for a bit. Okay, so Mars offlane, started in Herald, working his way up, trying to get to Immortal, getting stuck in Divine right before TI, and then he feels like there's been an influx of bad players, which actually happens in phases throughout Dota because of whatever. Either TI gets people hyped again, new sets, whatever. People do come back into Dota, and then there will be an influx of bad players. If you don't like that, you can stop. You know, it's whatever. But in theory, in the same reason, like account buyers, smurfs, bad players, ragers, toxic, griefing, all that stuff, technically, if you are the good player, then there's only a chance for 4 bad players on your team and 5 bad players on the enemy team. So if you don't want to stop, I actually think it's fine. You might just adapt the way you play a little bit. And I wouldn't sweat too much about it. Whether you have good or bad players on your team, you always just have to focus on improving yourself. But you can try to adapt to having like more bad players in a given game by trying to look for more solo carry potential. Anyways, he's struggling to win hard games. He felt he previously wasn't as much. And so he feels that maybe he's not understanding or has an incorrect mindset of how to like keep progressing, which I think could be true because the pace of the game and all that changes as you go, especially from Herald all the way up to Divine, Immortal, etc. It is changing and you have to keep adapting to it. Situational concepts and deeper macro reads could be my downfall. For example, in this game, I called for bot Roche at 19, Troll stayed top, pushing tier 1. Dragging the whole team through the river, taking a poor fight. This felt like a turning point in the game. So we'll definitely take a look at that moment. Won my gold by a good chunk of money, and decision making after the lane is maybe not as good. There's some bad ones, maybe some okay ones. Maybe post blink is why I'm losing. Okay. So let's take a look at this one to start, and then we'll start picking through people's replays from all of you. How can I keep accidentally maximizing this? Okay, I'm not too worried about their lane. If they're saying they won the lane by, I think he mentioned 700 gold. Ooh, but maybe we do need to look. This is sub 4,000 net worth, which does happen, but at the same time, how do I put this? Like, if you... I don't want to read too much into one given game if we're not going to break down the laning stage super far. But there is two benchmarks. There is theoretically what is the highest I could be, and then relatively how am I doing versus my opponents. So here we have a relative win where Mars is over the Faceless Void by, let's say, 700 gold, which is good. But in theory, a good lane for Mars could be anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 gold. So we are below that. That could be part of the issue. With that said, some lanes are real scrappy and there's a bunch of CS being missed due to like creep drag and all that stuff. I doubt it's the case in this particular game. But I don't want to read too far into one thing. So let's still skip through most of it, but maybe start around here, because this looks good. And then in the next 3 minutes, Mars apparently does not gain that much gold. Or like could gain more. So let's see what happens. Where do you take replays from? Both Twitch and YouTube. I will grab replays from randomly throughout this stream. And then sometimes on Discord, or people reach out to me in various other ways. Sometimes I use some of those for the opening replays and stuff as people tune into the stream rather than wait around too long. But also because not everyone is able to make it to the live streams in person. But they might still want some feedback. So I like to try to reach out to a couple, like, I can't get to everyone who requests one like that, but every now and then I like to pick one to start a stream with for the people that can't make it in. All right. So phase, double bracer, soul ring. I don't mind double bracer. I don't think it's something you have to do all the time. Like, I think just one is fine. Which, let me see. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of hit or miss of people who want to get 2 versus 1. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I think it's better when you have to fight in the lane a lot. I guess it would help tank you up versus this Crystal Maiden magic and all that. So we are getting involved in some early fights. Oh, speaking of the rare Chen. Okay, Chen, Earthshaker, they're all here. We're low, but we have 2 bracers. All right, so maybe because of some fighting and everyone showed up, maybe that's part of why we didn't get the most gold we could have. I don't want it to be the focus of this replay because it sounds like most of his questions were about the post lane movement, so I'd rather that be the focus. But anytime you're trying to climb a lot of MMR, I always recommend starting in the lane and then move forward from there. Where did you TP from? Moved into the trees and then came up here. I think you were kind of in sight, but the idea was there. Oh. Unfortunate. I still got him. Okay, we won't sweat that too much. That could have gone better with the spear connecting, obviously, but it happens. All right. Get Tinker. And then you should go back. Yeah, okay. Trying to drag it away. I would just start hitting the Faceless Void and clearing up creeps. Oh no! Oh well. A couple whiff spells this game, but that includes us. We got lots of rotations happening here. It's not ideal, but it does happen where there's a bunch of fighting and it doesn't perfectly work out our way, so let's just adapt from here. We do need to catch up at this point. I see some efficient farming with the spell usage, so that's good. I see a lot of... Hold on. Okay. Why are we backing off? To clear this, and maybe you're feeling scared. It's like, okay, I want to go back to the jungle, but they're all here. There's 3 heroes in the middle. Tinker is top. Of course, Tinker could be anywhere. But that means we need to force people down here if we're trying to punish them for all being here. If we're not going to TP in to like join this, which we can't, then we should capitalize on this, as well as then let me I assume you're walking back now. So you're going to walk back, you're going to farm this. It's 1404. You're going to finish clearing this at 1430, and then what are you going to do? You're either going to walk back out here, so 10-second loss, you're wasting 20 seconds, or after this, you're going to go here, which after your team fights mid, they lose, they fall back. They win, maybe they don't feel comfortable pushing, they want to farm because they're low after fighting. What are they going to do? They're either going to go this way or they're going to go this way. So then your farming pattern is then going to collide with this, and there's no reason to fall back here right now. Yeah, so this is hurting yourself here. This isn't making use of the team as a whole. I guess you wanted the Wisdom Shrine. I didn't pay attention. I kind of missed the timing. I would say you don't need to do that. The 7-minute one is way more important. Not that you don't want the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine, but in terms of who is stealing it, it's gone already. If Faceless Void is stealing it right now, you've already missed your Wisdom Shrine. If they are stealing it, they're not stealing it. They're here. So to me, there's a very little chance that Faceless Void is stealing the Wisdom Shrine at 14 minutes. And especially for you, we need to get to the Blink Dagger really quickly. We also need to like be useful to our team in this time period. So I'd rather not fall back for the Wisdom Shrine here and just kind of like hedge my bets that Faceless Void did not go to steal it. Because it's too late. Like, if he stole it, he stole it. If he didn't, he didn't. So we could get some tower damage in here. You could be hitting this, cut the next wave, bring it in here, clear both of these. And then this would be at like half health tower. You'd still be farming. We're coming mid now. A little late at this point, but we'll still get the Doom kill. But now Faceless is here. Get the Crystal Maiden. Yeah, Faceless? The rotation itself, I'm not as worried about. I think this movement backwards is the bigger focus of what I would avoid doing there. Alright, Troll farming up. What are his items? He's working on the Battle Fury. That's fine with me. Back here. Ends up being a pretty late Blink Dagger, which will just happen. So let's just keep moving forward from here. So we need to be the ones directing the fight now. We need to request Chen and Jakiro to play with us. Maybe Earthshaker and his Blink when we have abilities together. Like 3 to 4 of us should do stuff. And we need to start trying to take these tier 1s. We've actually... Ideally, we would have pushed harder versus a Tinker. It's very tough into the Venomancer, and we also skipped the early game, so I don't know exactly how it went. But Tinker now has pretty free reign. Like, he's made it to level 2 ultimate, and he still has all his tier 1 towers. So now it's really hard to play the map versus Tinker. Ideally, you get a lot of tower damage early before he has his ultimate, and before, which is harder to do versus mid-Tinker. But before he has level 2, you want to start trying to take this. Take some tier 1 towers to open up the map for yourself. I mean, that's true anyways, but especially versus Tinker. Now he has the ability to teleport to creep, so it kind of matters a little less, but it'll still help a lot to have the towers, of course. Okay, currently your team is playing on the wrong side of the map. You guys are huddled around Troll instead of leaving him alone and playing elsewhere. That's not fully, like, on you. And I see several heroes top, so this is probably why your team is thinking about coming up here and doing this. But preferably your team would actually be pushing tier 1 towers. Let me, to explain this, let's go to a free cam here. So if we engage them top on our half of the map, there's no objective pressure from our team. It's not possible because we're in our own jungle. And then because of Tinker, what they're doing is they're able to farm up a lot of the other lanes and the jungle and then fight here. Even if they lose the fight, they're probably not going to lose any towers off of this. If you guys avoid this area and you lose access to this part of the jungle, but you take this tower, you'll gain access to more, and you'll still have these areas for like Troll Warlord if he doesn't feel comfortable being up here, and the rest of you can be up here. So we can actually take an objective, and we'll kind of be matching the amount of farm we have access to. If your team wants to go top and like take a defensive fight, it's okay to do every now and then immediately scatter out. And as an offlaner, let's say our team is doing this, how do we adjust? I would say you ask them to play with you, and if they don't, then yeah, we push the lane as much as we can, and then occasionally go more aggressive. Like we TP back to make a play and then come back out. Okay, so 3 of them got the Tinker. That's good. We killed the wave, and then maybe our teammates are coming over, so you're gonna wait.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Radiant's gone.
Yeah, okay, maybe you guys decide to just like go for it. Okay, let's be a little careful of this. All right, so first we bait because we think Faceless Void is in the area, and then you guys decide, okay, we're gonna stop baiting. We're just gonna go for it and take this tower. We attempt to get Tinker, we miss. We take the tower. Okay, pretty good. But I still haven't seen the other heroes, and if we were trying to bait Faceless Void, it's because we think he's in the area. So after you take the tower, and then the machines come out, I feel you should be a little bit more careful of going for this creep wave, essentially. I think you should actually be backing up right now. Kind of mess up the arena spear a little bit there. I think you're just trying to stay alive more than get a kill with your team. Actually worked out. Faceless went too hard. Okay, we're healing up. We have a minute till arena. So as a team, if we could move out and push us up, that'd be good. Looks like you're gonna fall back here, but I don't know if I like this. I think you should stay with them here. Troll did TP here. Or he at least doesn't have one.
Someone's having technical difficulties.
I guess it's kind of okay because we don't have arena.
Oh yeah, bandido.
Earthshaker's coming up here. The core farming patterns this game are very... It's not like any individual one person's mistake. It's like the 3 of you are doing things that are very inefficient together. Like you and Troll both started bottom and then both ended up top. It doesn't make any sense. Troll's not the guy you want to play with, by the way. Once he's up here, you should just leave. It might actually work, and I'll eat my words if you guys kill Tinker. But this is the risk of why we don't do this right now. Troll still needs to farm up. This isn't Troll strength, right? He needs more time. Once he comes up to like here, you just have to bite the bullet. Even though I'm saying like it's not individually your mistake, it's like a combination of like who's here and all that. Once you see Troll Warlord come up here, I would just leave. My supports and Earthshaker are over here. There's bottom, so like you just go through the twin gate again, or you like walk away and like come play with these guys. But so far we're 20 minutes in, and I feel there's very few plays of you and the supports together. Who we want to blame on that doesn't really matter to me. We can only control ourselves though, so then like we're gonna have to go over sooner rather than play with Troll Warlord, who is not what I want to do right now. In case stuff like this happens. Like, best case, we get Troll a kill. Worst case, Troll dies. And it's just kind of not worth the risk. I'm not going to say never, but in general, you should be trying to play with the others before, like, until Troll is ready. Okay, if you want to shove mid, you have your TP available. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. Okay, okay. Oh, damn. Overall, a pretty good fight.
Oh, who's that? Thank you.
I see by you checking in on the troll, you're thinking he should have been there. I kind of agree. I think with a fight that deep, he probably could have come in. He probably should have. Fido, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. What's happening here? Hold on. You shouldn't TP top. Or did you walk here? What happened? I was looking away. Okay, this is a really bad teleport. A couple of reasons. One, there's a troll warlord right here who's clearly going to farm. And I get that maybe you're tilted at him. You're gonna lose if you grief him, so it doesn't matter. I'm not saying you're intentionally trying to grief him, you know, but I have seen cases of this, right? I think we're all familiar where it's like, screw this guy, like I don't care, like I'm gonna do it myself. You know, I TP in like this. It'll feel good short term, but like, okay, you know, if we're both under farmed because we're stealing each other's farms, you're still gonna lose. It doesn't feel very good. So I'm not saying that's the case for you, but that's why this is a mistake. Tilt or not, why are we using a teleport, which is an ultimate level ability? We're using a teleport to take a single creep wave from a core that is already coming here. It doesn't make any sense. When we look at the rest of the map and there's like so much else to be doing, we could be invading bottom. There's like jungle camps over here. These are the guys I keep wanting us to play with, right? The Jakiro, Chen, Earthshaker, and we're gonna teleport away from all of them towards the Troll Warlord, who, as much as possible, should be left alone, and he does make a mistake when he doesn't come back defensively to help in this fight like that we just saw. But then this, to me, is an equivalent mistake of Troll Warlord pushing this and not coming back, which he at least took the tier 2 tower, so I understand it's like, oh, okay, there was something there, right? But you teleporting directly to the troll is an equal mistake in my eyes. And then we're gonna like run next to each other. So you and Earthshaker are the playmakers. If the enemy team doesn't see one of you, they'll feel a little nervous, right? Like, okay, Earthshaker's farming mid, but I could still be blink arena'd by a Mars, and if there's like Jakiro Macropyre and like some Chen creeps, like I'm still kind of scared. Oh, okay, like Mars is top and Earthshaker's mid. So they're not scared anymore. They're going to start pushing out like in more aggressive manners. They're not going to be scared of being jumped because now both of you are showing and you're showing like next to the troll. Which is part of why Faceless Void... Actually, this is not that big of a difference, actually. I was going to say if Faceless Void starts pulling ahead further, I wouldn't be too surprised. Okay, we did eventually, we left.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you.
We moved over this
Joy
way.
K gifted a tier 1 sub
And
to
you guys are
Quadmania.
pretty close to BKB. So we're mostly just trying to finish that. Okay, we got the BKB. Let's group up together. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening, so that's good. In fact, we're all here. I'm pretty happy with this. Okay, we take that. Oh, sorry. Earlier you mentioned a 19-minute fight around Roche. Hold on, let me... Okay, we did this. Roshan would be doable, but it is a little hard. You would need the Troll and the Chen both to do it. Okay, we're around here and maybe thinking about it. I would actually say Tormentor is technically the correct call. I don't expect that to happen in, like, you know, a pub game. I would say, like, waiting for that would be better. Calling for Roche right now is a pretty high-level call, especially when you don't actually have a kill right now. Chrono is down, so maybe, but it's like, it's so early in the game, you guys would have a tough time doing it, and even without Chrono, they could contest, especially because this is like Tinker and then Machines. So I actually don't, I am all for early Roches, to be clear, but I actually, to me, I don't see a clear opportunity at 19 minutes to go for it. Okay, anyways, let's jump back to where we were. Okay, so we had the BKB, we didn't quite find anything, got the mid tower. It looks like there's some scattering. Okay, we should be a little careful of this kind of thing though. So we grouped up and we took a tower and no one has shown yet. So what are they doing? I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. They could be bad. They could be grouped up as well, trying to find a fight. The fact that 5 heroes are missing is very suspicious. Tinker can still be pushing lane. So even if Tinker is showing, but everyone else is missing, I'm still very scared. So off of that, with that in mind, right, we take the tower. And if we're still in this mindset of like, okay, I'm kind of scared. I don't know where they are. We could fall back. We could stay as a group. Either works. I see you highlighting the Tinker. I'm up for that. We move through. But then we're going to like spend some time using abilities to farm a jungle camp. But what if the enemy team is on the way right now and now they're going to catch you without 2 of your abilities because you're using them to farm, or I guess just 1. We do need to be a bit careful of that. Okay, we might find Tinker. Fantastic. You guys want to do Roche off of this? I'd be up for that. Roche is on the opposite half of the map, though, so I kind of feel like you guys will never make that happen. Attempt mid. I don't know how I feel about you being here. I'm a little conflicted about this. I either wish Troll had stayed here on his own or the 4 of you had stayed here together. The fact that it's you and Troll down here and the other 3 moving away is like...
ZQ_Big Daddy gifted a tier
neither
1
is
sub
right.
to Cyclonaut 96.
They're both weird. Hey, Joy K and Zuki Big Daddy, thank you so much for gifting subs. I think you get Duolingo. Is that still happening right now? You guys can Duolingo the other languages to rage and flame in everyone's home tongue. Hey Ricky, what's up? See, we're kind of scattering again. Although I looked away and you guys actually got some kills. Hold on, wait. Let me refocus. Tinker kill. This is pretty good. They got our Doom, or sorry, they doomed our Earthshaker to get him. Okay. All right. This is really good up to this point, right? Pretty happy with how this fight went. How do we capitalize on it? Any objectives nearby would be great. Roche, this is the clearest Roche opportunity to me. If you guys all just run to Roche, that sounds great. If you just at least push out lanes versus a Tinker is always good too. Maybe you can take a tier 2, or maybe you have time to like go through here, take a tier 1. Those are all good objectives. Also Tormentor, but are down here. Technically good, kind of far from you guys, so I wouldn't worry that much about it. But if Roche was dead and this was like a pro team, wouldn't be that surprised to see like a push top, tier 1, like Tormentor type stuff. Support players, any deep warding now, pretty good. Hitting mid as a group, which you would need. You need to like shove the wave if you want to go do Roche, so that part's fine. But I see us splitting a little bit. I see Jakiro dealing with bottom. This is not important. Support players, you don't need to deal with this. This is, okay. I know this isn't for the Mars. For support players, though, there was a long time where any MMR climbing advice was split push, push every lane, don't care about, like, your team, get gold, push in lanes. That's how you gain MMR. There is truth to that, but there is too much of that. And I've actually done a lot of coachings where I have to tell people, like, you have to give up on this mentality. Every time you refuse to give up a creep wave, every time you refuse to give up like any amount of tower damage, you give up your opportunity to do something. So for Jakiro, because he is choosing, he's like, oh, I can't possibly let this creep wave go to waste. You know, I can't let it come to this tower. Like, oh God, we might lose our full health tier 2 tower, right? It prevents Jakiro from deep warding. It prevents you guys from having an advantage of 4 versus 3 and chain stun with ice path and all that stuff. It prevents him from like helping you secure this tower, from doing Roche, because it's like, oh, I have to go push in another wave and I have to get farm for myself. So you do have to be careful of that mentality. There are times that you are hurting yourself by trying to push every wave. And right now, frankly, if you lost this entire creep wave, it wouldn't matter that much. And someone is dead, Earthshaker. So Earthshaker is likely to respawn and go, where do I need to go? And he's either going to go up here or here. So we really don't need to do this as the Jakiro right now. We could stay up here, help take this tier 2. At that point, the whole team might retreat back, and this creep wave will probably still be here. It's a fairly balanced creep wave. There are more enemy creeps, but currently we won a big fight and everyone just came into the enemy's jungle to farm. So we didn't really do much. Oh, maybe you're gonna find a Venomancer. I don't know what Venomancer's doing here. We'll take that for free. But as a team, you do see we just kind of lost an opportunity there. Maybe we're gonna find a Faceless Void though. Okay, we'll take that. Sure, why not? Can't really guarantee that's gonna happen. Are we gonna push together? Are we gonna try a high ground push? I kind of don't hate it because there's no chrono, but Roche and other objectives is probably easier. Rather than run all the way across like this, going for the twin gate play top probably would have been better. Yeah, I think in theory the better play there is, if you guys want to make another follow-up after Faceless, is to go through the twin gate and look for something top. There's always inefficiencies in this bracket though, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. This fight's kind of awkward. They kind of got a good doom on the Earthshaker to start this fight. And then they got 2 of us in the chrono. I mean, fair play. They have their own strong team fight abilities. Will they do Roche? Fido, so you're super new to Dota. Appreciate the, oh, thank you. Thank you for watching the stuff. I'm glad you like it. I totally understand. Whether it's Dota or another game, once you get into something and it's like, man, I just want to play that game. That's a great time. I'm glad. If you can't play Dota, you know, hopefully you got the stream content, you got videos you can enjoy and watch. Improve Dota passively. We need more. I know the new player experience is not amazing, but we could always use new players in Dota. Welcome. Yeah, we could group up and do something here. Bottom is a weird place to play, though, except for Roche. Like, once Roche is done, there's not much down here. But if that's what you guys are looking for, I mean, that's fine. Okay, let's come back. Alright, so I see several heroes bottom. Troll comes over. We're as a group. Jakiro is top, though. And I don't see the enemy heroes. So we do need to be a little careful about what we're getting involved in. So they get a good Doom onto Troll. Counter initiate. Unfortunately, he didn't get the Tinker. I think he'd be the better choice over the Doom, seeing as Doom already used his ultimate. But Tinker got out of there, and then you're just following up. So, like, I think that part's okay. Okay, so what are we doing to Tinker at this point? Right, let's refocus. Can you kill Tinker as Mars on your own? Like, where's the rest of your team? What's the follow-up damage here? What's happening? Right, Troll is doomed and he's low, so he wants to run away, and we're going in. This is very unlikely to lead to anything. And all things considered, if we actually just completely get out of the fight right now, it's actually quite good, considering they jumped our Troll and they didn't get anything. So I feel here you should maybe be backing up more than running in. Especially because we haven't seen faces yet, so he's on the way. Here he is. And that's kind of what leads to this. I think next time, after you get that first kill, you have to remember that Troll Warlord is most of your team's damage. So if he is not actually involved in the fight, you're probably not actually going to kill anybody. That's why you're able to kill Doom, but not really able to kill the others. God, that's so sad. E-bladed as the Troll.
Guess what's happening?
You got back into Deadlock, and it's the same, please help. I mean, Deadlock has so many big changes going on, all the new heroes, right? I'm sure that's also a fun time to be. Okay, to kind of summarize this game, because we've been on here for a while now, we mostly skipped over the lane, but I would look back at that, because although I don't want to read too much into one single game, where this one had some like early fighting that we happen to see, but anytime you're working on gaining MMR, always start with the laning stage. And if your winning lanes still are you being less than 4,000 gold, you're beating your opponent, but you are actually further behind than you need to be, which means we're maybe missing some CS or moving around too much rather than just farming. So we didn't really focus on that this one, but that can be something you look in your own games. Or if you know, like, oh, this one just happened to work that way, most of my other games, it's much better, then that's fine. That's why I don't want to, like, focus on it too much, and I'll leave it up to you for your own self-homework. And then some of the play moving, this one was very messy. As a whole, there's been a lot, it's 29 to 25, right? But I do see a couple examples of the Mars not being in the right area, / the team not being with him. And someone's got to make the adjustment. And if Mars thinks, like, bottom is the right place to be, team, please come to me, and they don't do it, I mean, then that's where individually you have to adjust. You either have to say, like, I can do stuff down here by myself, so I'm just going to do it, or I'm just going to have to be, like, inefficient top, or, like, not inefficient, but I'm going to play with my team top, even though I think that's not as good, but I'm with the team so we can actually do stuff, and, you know, sometimes that's just how it goes in pub games. And especially avoid, there are multiple times in this game we highlighted where, like, you and Troll end up on the same half of the map. And we can't say that's 100% Troll Warlord's fault, even as they have their own mistakes. Like, there are definitely cases, like, for example, when you TP'd top to the Troll, right? There are stuff that you individually did to help to do that you can limit. So I'd at least start with that stuff. Being efficient on the map and not overlapping in farm maybe doesn't matter so much in lower brackets, but since you're pushing into Divine, or like you got there, dropped a little bit, you'll get back. But thinking about pushing into Immortal, that stuff does matter more. Where the actual item timings, because one guy finishes an item, 30 seconds faster, 1 minute faster, that's actually a big deal at this rank. Whereas before, it's like, oh, he got his blink, but he doesn't do anything anyway, so what's it matter that he got a 12-minute blink? He kept playing the lane, so he used it at 15 minutes, stuff like that. You'll see it a little bit more here in Divine and Immortal compared to earlier brackets. Okay, that's this one. Let's move on. Let's
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
3 years of hardcore
I feel like
lurking.
promise someone something. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. Hey, real mad ferret. Yo, lurkers are the real ones. Commenters, also real ones. Everyone in ZQuixotix stream, the realest ones out there. Lurking or commenting. Thank you, guys. I'm mostly a lurker, honestly. I like be in other people's streams, but not even comment. Been watching from YouTube, just found out you're on Twitch. Yeah, it's always been like YouTube videos, Twitch streaming, but now that we can multi-stream, yeah, whether you prefer YouTube or Twitch, either one. I'm trying to remember who I feel like I said I was going to look at something, but now I can't quite recall. So whimsical streamer, I guess. If I remember, we'll come back to it. So anyways, if you guys want to type in your match IDs, who you're playing, any questions on that game, feel free to put them in now, and we can, we'll just pick someone random to go with. Oh wait, actually before I do, let me, I think we addressed some of the questions. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but we at least addressed some of the questions. So, okay, that's good enough. Okay, yeah. So put in your stuff, guys. I have to go check on, I am reheating some soup in a pot. I'm just going to make sure I'm not like burning stuff, but I'll be right back. Oh, hi, Jupiter. I thought you were eating your lunch. Let's see. Shall we? Oh yeah, the co-op support from earlier. I mean, what else? I didn't we. How far did we get in that one? We moved into it a minute, and then we moved on from there, right? Because I think we got into a game. Oh, Dota just froze. We could continue this one. I also see several offlane games come in. It'd be kind of nice to like chunk them together, perhaps, because we could look for similar concepts between offlane games. I also don't mind like going a little further in this one, even though co-op support's kind of weird. I have until Dota finishes freezing and crashing to decide. Channel your inner Schofield. That's what I was about to say. I was like, even if you play weird supports, really all we would focus on is how to have a good lane. Especially for Herald, I feel like that's the biggest thing to emphasize. Okay, I'm just gonna like end task. Okay, 1 second. Is co-op support good? Not really. There's worse supports out there. Like worse cores to play as a support. I would put Queen of Pain within that like D tier realm, which sounds bad, but it's like at least there is some value there. Strong laning with the Q harass, mobility, Sonic Wave is good. You're essentially playing like a range damage dealer 4 with less utility. So it's like there is some potential there that can work. And then there's obviously the scaling value as the, usually a core. For Herald, you could definitely make it work. I know someone in Immortal that makes it work. So it's not that you couldn't, but it's pretty specialized. Like you'd really be spending a lot of time really hammering it home and doing strong fundamentals versus other stuff. You want to continue the conversations on Zeus support? Have you given it more thought? Didn't we like... I don't remember what other more thought there is. I think it's a good support. I think it's doable. I think we talked about like the vision, the burst potential. What else was there? Okay, I want to start with this one. Oh, I actually just see... Okay, hold on. We're going to look at this real quick. I see Olivia's here just donated, so we're going to do Olivia's next. But I just pulled up this offlane Lycan game because I wanted to quickly look at what can I do with the Wolves and the Helm of the Dom creep. You mentioned I mostly just send them to the side lanes to push, which is actually fantastic. That's all you really need to do. That's like a great starting point. I just wanted to look for a couple quick examples of what to do with the creeps. What's the time? 09, I'm gonna say. Okay, so a second offlane game. Real quick, let's just find a couple micro examples. What order? What does the Zeus support lane look like? WEW, QW, Max W, Max Q. Casual right click harass and denies. Bolt. Never unblock your camp with a sentry. Pretty much use Bolt for it. Use sentries to block their camps. When someone steps up too far, when a support goes to pull, to stack, to unblock your camp, attack whoever's left. Bolt, jump, bolt is a huge nuke. It's a very powerful slow. You just harass and you just kind of repeat that. Trying to think what else. Oh, Ricky loves this. He loves anti-mage versus Lycan. For your wolves in the lane, you either just use them to help you secure CS or send them at supports. Like, Lycan mostly just wants to farm and maintain equilibrium. So, goal number 1 for Lycan in the lane, pull the lane back and hold it here. To hold it here, you don't really need the wolves to do much. So at the start, use the wolves to help you deny creeps faster to get it to come back. You can also send them to body block the camp for your support. If you know the lane, so step 1 is like getting it to come back, which involves the wolves helping you deny or blocking. Then step 2 is we maintain this. So at that point, you don't really need the wolves to help you. If you see your support fighting the other support, you can send your wolves over to help with that. Again, you can continue to block camps. If you feel like, okay, I'm losing control of this, it's about to come back here, you can send the wolves over to go mess with the next wave. Either body block them so that it goes under tower, or aggro them out, bring them away to pull over to you. There's all sorts of little things you can do with the wolves. Here we just need to be a bit more careful. Okay, so our guy did a pull. So thinking long term, and I just said our goal is to get the equilibrium back and then farm. So in a moment, we have one more creep here, and then we're good to go. It'll push in. So we don't actually need to do anything here. You see how you're like trying to harass anti-mage, but why are you trying to harass anti-mage? We don't want to just do stuff out of habit. We gotta like, what's the purpose? In general, it's good to harass when you have a moment, and you might be thinking like, oh, I don't need to go any elastis right now. I can go for, you know, some harass. But then we think of the greater purpose. My goal as Lycan is to get the lane to come back and sit here and focus on farming until I get Helm of the Dominator. So any harass I do is mostly just to keep the enemy low so that they can't stop me from farming. I don't actually care about kills. I don't care about chasing people. I'm just doing whatever it takes to get farm back here. So in this case, that objective is complete in 5 seconds. When this creep dies, it will push up to here and you're good. I'm actually going to recommend you connect it in most likely, but separate thought. So you actually don't need to chase for the purpose of your goal in the lane. But then also the danger of this situation is they have more creeps than we do, and you have no mobility as a Lycan. So when you chase up far, you're never going to kill Anti-Mage because he has a blink, but can you be killed? That is possible, especially as the other support comes in. So that's actually what happens to you, right? They run in. Shadow Demon does not quite have the mana for Disruption to help you out there, so then they just run you down. And now the wave that we were going to be very happy with pushing in might actually end up under the tower and gone while we're dead. So now with the power of hindsight, we can say, okay, I harassed Anti-Mage for 100. What was the risk of it? The risk was dying and losing the creep equilibrium that we had just secured in a moment. And now we're going to end up back here, and we're going to have to start over from scratch, but also Anti-Mage is going to have a kill and a level advantage over me. So when you see yourself in this situation, now that you've experienced it, you kind of know, okay, that's not worth it. You know, maybe I hit him a couple times and I don't die. What does that really do? Maybe I die and lose everything. That's really bad. So that's why it's okay when you find yourself in that situation next time, you actually just back off. Like, here, I would even say here, you don't even go for this range creep. Like, let Anti-Mage have it. Let him have this creep. Maybe he gets a deny or two on you. It won't stop the lane from pushing up. And that's going to be worth more because you're going to be able to hold it here. And then I mentioned, like, connecting it into this just because this is actually a lot of stuff here. But actually, this is a stacked camp, so it doesn't matter that much. You see these creeps are dying really quick because it's a stacked camp. So you wouldn't have had to connect it in. If it was one camp, you might have had to, because otherwise Anti-Mage will come farm a creep wave and a camp, and then technically we're happy, but we also gave him a lot of gold. So I think I'd rather pull it over here and farm this, And that would still kind of accomplish the goal of pulling the lane back, but you can fight for some of this stuff. So not really a wolf question, just like a laning as Lycan question. But also any off laner who is weak at the start and has a future timing, that should be your mindset of, I don't need to go crazy. I'm just looking to get what I need. And what I need is to sit here for 5 minutes farming. That's pretty much any Helm Dom rusher. But especially Lycan, who is really not strong of a laner. You have good animations and good damage, but you have no tools to like really chase someone down and get kills. Outside of like weak supports when your support is strong and you can just like send the wolves at people, you can kind of get kills that way. But generally, you're just looking to farm back here. Okay, here. So here we're kind of losing. So let's come back to this. All right, so goal, get the lane, come back here, right? This is already under the tower. You could use the wolves to help you secure some creeps, but we also don't want to feed away the wolves. So rather than have them go for the range creep, which anti-mage should just turn and deny the range creep, I would use them to help you farm these creeps or to scout to make sure, because I see Shadow Demon heading back for the Wisdom Shrine. I need to make sure I don't die again in a very similar way we saw last time. So keeping the wolves like here, and you can even split them apart, you know, to see more. Make sure a pull isn't happening or like the support isn't getting ready to do it, and make sure he's not looking to wrap around you to kill you. So like put a wolf, like one where it's standing is actually pretty good, and one like further back here or here is good to see Shadow Shaman coming around, and then you stand on this lower half so that if he was coming around this way, you're like over here and you would see him crossing the lane, and if he's coming this way, he'll run into a wolf first and then you'll go this way. This range creep should actually be done. In fact, anti-mage should just walk over here and like deny, farm the wolves. Okay, I'm gonna skip past this. Let's look post lane. We have the Helm of the Dominator. You mostly use it to help you farm. By the way, a lot of Lycans skip power treads. Because once you use the ultimate, you don't need the boot move speed. A lot of people just go straight for the Helm of the Dominator. Your build's actually a little bit older. You're going for like the Vlads. Try just straight Helm Dominator into Overlord. I mean, you can buy some of these smaller items, like the Casual Sage's Mask and the Quelling, the Wand, stuff like that. But you might find some success with the Overlord. You'll see pros finish the Overlord around now. If you take away your Vlads and your Treads, you'd have the Overlord. And a lot of these guys, like, what are they going to do to the Ancient Creep running at you? Oh, poor Lycan. He's having a hard time. Look at him here. If possible. So you're really good at ratting. So I think you got involved in a fight. You ended up down here. Try to make your way back up here. Because what's going to happen is anti-mage is going to feel comfortable farming up here now. And someone else is going to have to come up here. But I'm still in farm mode as Lycan. Because your ultimate is down, essentially. And maybe you're still waiting for a certain item timing, which I would say like Helm of the Overlord's good, but whatever. Whatever build you're going for. You want to be up here constantly pushing things in, and anytime you're scared, the wolves and the ancient creep do it while you jungle. And you can mix and match a little. Wolves can push, you and the creep farm, like whatever. And when you see someone walk up too far in your own lane, then you run at them with your ultimate. Until you finish a big item, and then you can like group up to make plays. You want to avoid jungling on your own half of the map as much as possible. That's generally true. But one of the strengths of having summons is that they can push waves without risk of dying, or without like you dying. You as a hero dying is worse than some summons and wolves dying. And if we're on our own half of the map, we can't really make use of that strength. Now you're trying with the Helm of the Dominator, so that part's good. But if we were top, it would be like a little better because then we're stealing farm from the enemy while split pushing, as opposed to farming our own safe farm while then also split pushing somewhere else. Ultimate did come up though, and now we're here, so this part's actually fine. Try to focus the same people as your team. We're getting a little split up. And notice without Storm Spirit, it's actually super hard to fight. So make sure if you are going to group up, have him involved so that he can zoom in and grab someone. Otherwise, you're going to get kited by Astral. Anti-Mage is going to blink away. It's going to be a problem. Okay, no ultimate, so we don't really want to group up. Try to go split push. As Lycan, try to just follow a cycle where if your ultimate's available, you can look to do stuff. And if not, just be like split pushing as much as possible. I got boots because Lycan, not as a wolf, feels so slow. So that's exactly it. If you're using your ultimate, you're doing stuff and you don't need the boots. If you don't have your ultimate, you don't need to do stuff. So the fact that you're slow is actually not that bad. Because if your ult is not available, all you're doing is like farming here, farming like jungle while your creeps are pushing, and you're out of sight, so they don't know where you are, so you don't have to be running away from heroes. That's why people will skip it, so that they can get the Helm of the Overlord faster. Casual Sage's Mask is perfectly fine, by the way. Vlad's is a good item on Lycan if your team needs it, and I would actually say this game is not too bad. If we just look at like, okay, Wraith King, you know, will benefit. Storm Spirit right-clicks a decent amount. But get the Overlord first. And this game, Vlad's, although it is good for you guys, I kind of mentioned earlier, without Storm, you guys can't right-click. So kind of ask yourself that. For Vlad's to have value, you need to right-click a lot. You need to get the bonus damage and the lifesteal from frequent right-clicks surrounded by your team. Now, how often are we going to be able to right-click when Anti-Mage is blinking away, when people are getting astraled? The extended fight is actually a little hard for us. So I would argue what you need is a little bit more utility to lock people down, to get kills, or you need something that will help you. Okay, they're avoiding us, so let's punish them for avoiding us. So Assault Cuirass is actually a really common second item for Lycan, either because you're only pushing, like you're pushing a separate lane, so it'll help you get buildings, and they were trying to avoid you, but now they have to fight you because they want to defend their buildings, and if not, you're going to take it faster. Or in the same fights, the same reason Vlad would be good, like the AC would be good, of where it helps you in the longer term fights. Now, I know Vlad's a lot cheaper than AC, but I don't know. It's like split push value of the AC makes it worth saving up for. It's not that you have to do it every game, but for consideration, I suppose. Be careful of this. Usually, haste movement speed is really good in terms of, am I free to make a really aggressive movement and they won't be able to do anything about it? Usually. In this case, if you ran into any number of heroes, you won't get away, even with hasted move speed, because you'll be dueled.
Vlad, this is also
you'll be hexed and stunned. You'll be shackled. You'll be astraled. And then in that time, the others can show up to chain stun. So hasted move speed does not keep you super safe this game, so I'd be very careful of blindly running in like you just did. In this case, it actually is kind of safe because apparently they're making an aggressive move on our half of the map. Vlad's is also for the lads, and you gotta help the lads. Can't argue with that. Wouldn't Vlad's be better when hyper carries are on your team rather than Wraith King? It's not that Wraith King is... Wraith King's actually a great hero to have the Vlads for, but...
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Let me think about this.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
Okay. First, Vlad's, despite being a relatively cheap item, ironically, is better the later the game goes rather than early. That's not to say you can't buy it early, but because it is percentage based in terms of lifesteal and damage, the longer the game has gone and the more levels and items your teammates have, the more value Vlad's has. So as an offlaner rushing Vlad's, and it's like, okay, time to go play with my carry, you finish this as your second item. So let's go back. 16 minutes. So let's look at Wraith King. Does Wraith King actually want to group up with you nonstop at 16 minutes? He finished his Radiance pretty soon after, and he actually doesn't mind grouping a little bit after that. So, like, okay, sure. But really, isn't it like over here where Vlad's, or like the Wraith King actually wants to join you more often because we start doing a lot more team fights as the game goes on, and that's where the Vlad's would have value? Yes. So in the early game, Lycan's actually still doing a lot on his own or with his supports and maybe his mid, where there's less value of the Vlad's. Like, Vlad's rarely actually benefits the supports all that much. Compare that to the Assault Cuirass, which is mostly flat values. And because armor is actually easier to build over time goes on, the sooner you have the negative armor, actually the better value the AC is, even though it's also a good like mid to late game item. But it also benefits you more individually. One, because your armor's not that great on Lycan. But two, as you split push a lot, it helps you with the buildings in a way that is better than the Vlad's. I know Vlad's will give you like a little bit more damage, but the negative armor from AC is more threatening on towers, and also Tormentor and Roche, which by the way is something Lycan can look to do with the Overlord. You can solo Tormentor as Lycan. Would definitely recommend. Check out Saberlight, by the way. Look at his old replays. He's a really good Lycan player. That's kind of why like the AC works a lot as your second item. You don't always have to do it, for the record, but like I'd say it's probably safer in a lot of pub games that you're currently in, where split pushing should have some pretty good value. I would say like Overlord into AC is the safer default build. Funny enough, if there is going to be like a really early Vlad's, it's often on a support to buff the cores. For the record, I do think offlaners can build an early Vlad's, despite everything I just said. I do think an early Vlad's on offlaners is not that strange if you think it fits the game. But there's other items currently in the patch that are a little bit better than Vlad's. That you'll see more often. And for Lycan, I just think the AC functions a little better with his current team and what he is playing against than the Vlad's. But you could probably find another Lycan game where a second item Vlad's would be good. Also, as a Lycan, by the way, some of these cases I see you running at the cores, but usually what's really annoying about Lycan is that supports have no answers to you and your summons. So in team fights, you actually want to take a more roundabout path, and you just want to like A-click supports, and it doesn't even need to be you. You can just send your creeps at a support. There's nothing a lion and a shadow shaman can do about an ancient creep chasing them which if you finish the Overlord earlier, you know, like between 15 to 30 minutes in the game, there's really not an answer to those creeps running at you besides to run away. Like, they'll actually just kill you. So rather than chase the Legion and the OD and the anti-mage, who will all have better answers to what you do, just send your stuff at supports and keep them out of the fight. That will typically... That's one of the better ways to have impact as Lycan. And then Invis scouting with the wolves is also good. Like, at this phase of the game, especially as you have the Overlord, your farming with just your creeps is pretty good. At this point, I would use your wolves to either split push lanes or to just scout them out. Like, just go put an invisible wolf over here and one, like... I actually don't even care. It doesn't even matter where you send them. Just send them out somewhere. And there's a little boost to your farming speed with them, but it's not that much. At this point of the game, you're pretty high level. So the chance to see a gank coming in is going to be more value than like 1 second extra farming speed per camp. The chance to find a good target somewhere else, to scout the rune, to force rotations because you push another lane, all of that's a little better at this point. And that's how I would recommend you use the wolves. You are using your ancient creep this way, which is also good. The creep is better for pushing and farming. The wolves are better for scouting, if I could put it that way. All right, we're gonna do Olivia is Here's replay. This is a Shadow Demon game. Soft support, it looks like. I didn't see if you posted specific questions on this, so let me know if you have any. Otherwise, I'm just gonna start it and look around. I've been saying a lot for these, for like Herald Guardian, starting in the lane is really good. Just work on having a good lane. That might be our focus. Looks like we did okay in the lane. Relatively. No specifics. Okay. Let's just start earlier in the game and then move forward. For this game, you are... this is a weird one. Enchantress safe lane. But sure. It'll work. You are mostly going to act as a save hero. So Night Stalker should look for you with the AoE silence and prevent you from doing anything. If he goes for someone else, it could also prevent them from doing stuff. For example, the Storm Spirit. So your main job is to help people in that situation outlast the AoE silence. So you mostly disruption as a save. And then to do so, we either need a blink or a glimmer to deal with the AoE silence when he chooses us, or you need a blink dagger to be super far back. But the thing is, when he pops ult, he can actually see really far back, so he can also find you. So I would probably do, if you have a great start, you could go straight blink dagger. Otherwise, Force Staff or Glimmer into the blink dagger will also be good. This particular game, either one works. I wouldn't really care. It might depend on what my teammates are building. They are more likely to build Force Staff than Glimmer, so if I saw anyone building Force Staff, I would go Glimmer. If no one else is doing either, it would depend on who is doing the best. Glimmer has a lot of value because of there's a lot of early magic damage versus these guys, and the Invis will help you versus the Night Stalker to at least force him to buy Dust. The Force Staff could get you out of the AoE silence long enough to disrupt yourself. It could get you away from the cask bounces. Viper just needs to chase people down, so it could build you enough distance to get away from him. Wraith King, you could kite him a little bit. Zeus, he's going to like jump to chase, jump away, chase him with the Force Staff, keep out of range of his spells. What do we think of Shard on Lycan? I would definitely buy it for pub games, for your rank. Super value to constantly have lanes pushed out. Even at pro matches, it will be bought, though not as common. Oh, look, someone doing Zeus support. Not the build for this, but Maybe this is Zeus support. Maybe it's mid Zeus, actually. Who knows? We'll find out in a moment. I do think the shard's worth it. Try to work in... So I mentioned some item builds. If you want to do your own homework, Saberlight replays to see how he plays Lycan could be great. Try the build I mentioned where you just like go for Helm of the Dominator, go straight into Overlord, and recognize my first timing is very passive until Helm of the Dominator, and then I do stuff. With that Helm of the Dominator, I try to take over my part of the map, and I mostly continue to play on my own, pushing out as much as possible, as safely as possible, till I have the Helm of the Overlord, and then I am willing to do stuff with my team as I have the ultimate. Once you have that, you should also be able to solo the Tormentor. To be honest, I see it happen. I don't know if there's a strict thing he needs to do it. I would have to go watch the replay. I would pull up a couple Lycan games and see when they solo Tormentor, like what the common trend is, if they need like a certain creep, need certain stuff. I don't think they really do, but I can't say that 100% sure. So that's what I would check with the replays. Shadow Demon. Null Talisman first item is a bit greedy. I would say like a more usual Tango, Iron Branches, Magic Wand, stuff like that is pretty good. If you get First Blood, you can go straight Null Talisman after that, but I don't think you even need a Null Talisman on Shadow Demon. I don't mind it. It's nice to have. That's why, again, like if you get an influx of gold early, you could do it, but I would plan to build the more usual stuff like the Iron Branches and the Magic Stick. You might be doing some item shopping here, but you should help harass or go for creeps there. A little bit min-maxing, but if you think about when to use Disruption, you either want to fight with the illusions, so you want to be further up in the lane, so you have an easier time running them down with the illusions. When you use it here, Wraith King is going to go under tower, and then your illusions will just die to the tower, and nothing will happen. It is, in a way, a stun, right? Because it removes them from the world for 2.75 seconds. So if you wait for a valuable creep to come up for last hit, like the range creep or a banner creep, and then you disrupt them, you can get an easy deny in front of their face. That's another good way to use Disruption. To set up for a strong lane partner, like Mars is here, your target's here, you disrupt, Mars walks in, spears them back. You can use it as an initiation tool that way. And then Shadow Poison. When you get to 3 Shadow Poison stacks, if you commit the Disruption and then keep using Shadow Poison, they'll pop out. They'll have the 4th one because you use it in the middle of it, and then you just need to hit 1 more, and then you'll be at the 5 stacks for max Shadow Poison. Those are all good ways to use it. Since you're sitting at full mana, I don't mind a less efficient use of it, but notice this, right? Where like these will die really quickly now, and then we didn't really make him miss a last hit at that time. So we could be a little bit more nitpicky with it, either using it sooner or a little later to mess with the creeps. There's also games where you just don't use it. It's more of a save than anything, so you have to just keep sitting on it. Usually level 1, that's not quite the case, so you can just use it to mess with people a little bit. Here. All right, this is fine-ish. Like, this equilibrium is still relatively even. So coming up, 147 will be a good time to do a pull this wave into here. We're mainly looking to get the lane back. Viper, this is a weird matchup, but I mean, that's just the rank. Like, you'll see weird lane combos all the time. Viper, to kill people, will need to run them down with poison attack. So the sooner you pull it back, the better. But also, you want to do this as the off lane anyways. So a pull is always great to consider if things are sitting here. And there's not much going on right here that you are needed for. You could use Disruption early to try to harass him so that Axe will be a little bit more K on his own. You can try to push in the wave so that Axe is not tempted to go for creeps when you're not needed. But notice you're just kind of like here, you're hitting a couple creeps, but it wasn't like that impactful. So you could have just backed out and done the pull instead, and I would say that's better. It's like another disruption where, well, we got like 1 uncontested CS in that time, but we didn't deny anything. Now, for example, as that last range creep and you see someone going for the deny, you could do it. Or when they're under tower and the tower is doing a lot, you could disrupt them, and sometimes the tower will kill off a couple creeps while they're gone. Are we gonna make this? It's kind of close. Good idea, just needed to identify it a few seconds sooner and you would have had that. Shadow Demon's good at harassing, by the way. Your passive is very underrated. So just constant right click is actually quite good. Okay, you have the idea to pull. You're missing the timing just a little bit. I think you're kind of forgetting. Or you're just going a little late. But if you hit it at 47 is pretty good. So like, if you walk over right now and do it, 47, and then just like walk to the right. Maybe you're trying to combo the pull and the stack. If you want to do that, hit it at... it gets really messy. The safest is to do like 55 and pull diagonally, but it's really hard because when you meet here, a lot of times the creeps are here and then they won't pull. So the timing needs to work out really well with the way the wave has pushed to do a stack and a pull. Usually it's safer to just do a pull and not worry about the stack, or stack and just understand you're going to miss the pull. If you try to hit both without doing it diagonally, it's very, very iffy. Sometimes it can work. If like one guy body blocks a little bit and you like, you know, go for the timing, it can work. I think that's actually traded for a kill. I'd say you want to stand a little bit more carefully. I think we could work on our right click harass. I think that's what I would focus on for your laning stage. Any ranged hero can do like solid right click harass. Trying to do a half pull. I wouldn't worry as much about the half pull for the hard camp. It's not that you can't, but it's less necessary because the hard camp is stronger than the small camp. Ooh, disseminate for a kill. Oh, you actually also went, I didn't notice you did this. So I would actually recommend a 102 build and then 113, taking disseminate at level 4. That's probably your best bet. Sometimes people will skip disseminate for more points in disruption, but I don't think it's really worth it. I think 113 really solid. Shadow poison does a surprising amount of damage, especially once you combo it with auto attacks. Let me try to, okay, I'm not gonna, I said like we can think more about right clicks. Let me show you a couple examples. So, forget that. Let's okay, so this is good, right? Poke, poke, poke. That part was all pretty good. Okay, we're gonna go meet in the lane again. So he's standing far back, and I don't want to walk all the way up here to hit him because I could get stunned, and Viper might be somewhere here to start poisoning me. So because I'm a little scared, I'm going to move this way, and I'm going to hit this creep right now. I'm going to start going, get it low, go for the deny. So I can go for this deny right now if you were standing a little bit closer. I see Viper back here, so I'm not so worried about the wraparounds now. I can alternatively choose to hit Wraith King here if I want. But notice, because you stepped a little too far back, none of these are actually options, and you're having to walk in right now. You actually started the wind-up. I think you canceled it a little bit. So that part, you did harass, you backed up. We could have turned around a little bit sooner. I'm not going to worry about that. That's a little nitpicky. Okay, so here, we're in a good spot. You can hit this creep. You can also step in a little bit more, and as Wraith King, I know he is tempted to start looking at these. This is where you can start hitting the Wraith King. Okay, he backed away. So now I hit this creep. We did try there. We try again. Good. So this part's solid. Next wave. So we're moving all the way back. So why are we moving this far back? Because notice Wraith King is within range to do stuff, and we're all the way here. So we got to stay a little bit closer. If you want to do the attack, like, oh, I'm going to attack him without drawing aggro, that's a good idea. We're just a little far back. Like, behind this range creep is good. Like, right behind this range creep, A-click, and then run in, and then attack once or twice, and then step back. So we're just a little too far right now, which means we don't get to go for... there was a chance to, like, right-click, harass him there. There's a chance to go for that creep right there. We're kind of, like, moving still. You don't actually need to do this disruption. I think I mentioned that earlier. And then you might be thinking about pull here. So if you are thinking about a pull, then that's fine. We'll head over. We'll do a 217 pull. If the camp is blocked for whatever reason, we're not doing a pull, then we're sitting here. We're hitting this melee creep right now. This is where, by the way, if you go level 2 Shadow Poison instead of Disseminate, if you do end up trying to do a bit of both, like, I want to get this deny and then I do a pull, right? You can use Shadow Poison to hit the camp and then, like, move over to the right. Let's go back again. So ignoring the pulls and all that. Okay, so I see Viper here and Wraith King here. So right now I'm going to move a little bit to the right like you are, so this is good. He's stunning me. That's not a huge deal. You could just fight here, I think. He already stunned you. Let me go back. All right, he is stunning you as the gap closer, which means his actual follow-up is not very strong, and you are fairly healthy with a Null Talisman. Even if you do the other items, like Iron Branches, Blood Grenade, all that stuff, you'll still be pretty tanky. Viper, I also know, is over here. So when he is running in, look at the situation. 2 heroes versus 1, and Viper will have to come in, and then 4 creeps versus 4 creeps. But if the fight is happening here, these 4 creeps, our 4 creeps, are going to go on the Wraith King very easily. And these 4 creeps, which are going to look for either Axe, which is great because then Axe is going to spin more, or they're going to look for me, they're going to get body blocked by our own melee creeps. So they're going to have to, like, cycle around to me, whereas Wraith King is instantly surrounded by these creeps. So, like, right here, right? He's walking in, and because he's actually attacking you, you see them starting to shift over, right? So we can see how, like, everything is closing on Wraith King right now. And these creeps, if they are going to help out, are going to have to move around everything. So now is actually a really good time to just fight the Wraith King. Throw Disseminate since you took it. Throw it on him, and then save the Disruption. Or... if you had the Shadow Poison instead, which would be more normal, you would start using Shadow Poison here to fight. Instead, you disrupt him, which kind of breaks this. Like, everything just goes back after that point. So this is a little bit of panic, where I got stunned, so, like, I need to retaliate, but you just need to actually save your ability for... You don't even have to save. It's not like strictly we're saving it. Like, you just don't need it. You can just right-click him, and then as he runs away, maybe we use it if we think we want, like, more follow-up. But also, if not, it's like, whatever, I'll just save the mana. Oh, yeah, I see the answer has already been given a little bit, but welcome to Dota, coming from League. You can sometimes back, but generally you try to bring more health on the courier. But there's a limit. I would say most games you'll see a range of 1 salve to 2 or 3 sets of tangos, and that would be considered a good amount of regen. Beyond that, it's because the lane is extremely fight heavy, or you are buying too many. Now, if you're new to Dota, you're probably messing up positioning. You're going to take more damage, so it's fine to go overboard on regen. But eventually, you'll see, like, you know, the high-level gameplay is to be very careful with your positioning so that you don't take more damage, and you can buy as little regen as possible. Is This is Viper 5. Yeah, we're in a... Oh, I forgot to change the rank. This is actually a... Herald. So, yeah. In this rank, there's all sorts of funny combos. Hi, Jupiter. All right, so that's kind of a deep dive into laning, or like some right-click stuff and positioning. Let's maybe move on from there. Shadow Demon, really good at stacking. Your team really likes stacks, so anytime you're in good equilibrium, like where Axe is now is pretty good. And if you hadn't killed the creep so quickly, it would actually maintain here. The wave is likely to meet like somewhere up here. Axe is at the point where he'd be mostly okay on his own if he knows what he's doing, and we can think about coming to double stack every time. You don't have to do that because this is Herald to Guardian. People will mess up a lot when you leave them alone. So if you choose to stay in the lane more, I wouldn't blame you. I think that's perfectly fine. That's where a Shadow Poison would have killed the Viper, by the way. A situation like this. All right. Right here, we kill Viper. If we have a different build, we don't kill him in this case, but he's super low. So now the wave has pushed in. Axe is going to be fine on his own. So we are free to do something else as the support. This particular timing, 446, good time for a hard pull. So you would step back. Because it's kind of close, you'd have to use Shadow Poison. If you had it, Shadow Poison, walk this way, you would do a hard pull. If the timing is earlier, you might have time to walk over here and do a double stack. If it's too late, let's say it's 450, okay, the pull timing, maybe I can't make it, especially if I'm not Shadow Demon, but maybe I can stack this instead, so now I have a stacked hard camp to use, which is always nice to have because you can like kill a full creep wave. Power runes, bounty runes, stuff like that you could consider moving to. I take that back. I wouldn't really recommend purposely going for a bounty rune. For power runes and water runes, it can be worth doing. For Guardian, Herald, not as important, to be honest. But I at least want you to start recognizing, okay, because we killed Viper, or at least got him really low, this is my chance to think about doing other stuff as a support, rather than needing to sit in the lane. Which, by the way, we kind of just watched Wraith King farm this. Okay. So I'm going to do another deep dive after that Viper attempt. Let's talk about what we can do as Shadow Demon. If we're not doing everything I just talked about and we want to min-max our right-click harass, Viper is low. If Viper comes back in, I will kill Viper. So he's not a huge consideration for me. Can Wraith King just one-on-one me? Maybe, but we have creep here. And also, I'm a full health support, and this guy's level 3. So we're not talking like a 20-minute carry who comes and solo kills me. We're the same. I'm the same as this Wraith King right now. So I'm not afraid to fight him. Even though he's under tower, I can take this moment to fight. So I would just A-click this Wraith King and not move from the edge of this tower. I'm not going to dive under the tower, but see how you're stepping back? Stepping back is like, whoa, I got to be careful. You know, like Wraith King could get me. He's not going to get me. I don't need to move back. So you can just sit here and auto-attack Wraith King nonstop. If you want to go for the denies when it gets close, sure. But otherwise, just like keep whack, 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 whack. You have 65 damage. You gain 2.5 amplify damage every time you hit someone. So as you hit this guy, let me actually go back. As soon as I said you could start doing this. Okay, so right here, all I'm doing is attacking Wraith King. I don't care if he sits and fights me. I don't need to move from this spot. Wraith King needs to run away from this spot. And we're not going to worry about diving under tower and like all that stuff. Okay, let's skip that. If he sits here and until he gets too far that I would have to tower dive, I'm just going to right click. So it's 447. Let's just roughly estimate 1 auto attack per second. 450, 450. He's still in this area. If all you did is sit here and auto attack that whole time, we probably get in 6 auto attacks at least. And with 65 damage, you know, some damage reduction, damage block, math kind of iffy. But let's just say it was like 50 damage for easy math. 50 damage per auto attack, 6 auto attacks, right? I just did 5 million damage to him. And that's great. Okay, serious talk though, you know, he's somewhere down here after sustaining like 300 damage, somewhere in this realm with like a bit of regen, bit of armor, especially if we're being conservative, like maybe he took less than 50 damage, right? We just chunked him down to here with just free auto attacks, just sitting here, just because I recognize he can't fight me, he doesn't have the Viper, and I have these creeps helping me, which is something I didn't even mention. If the creeps are attacking him and he fights me, then they're also going to add in damage, and it's fantastic. So for free, we could just have removed half of Wraith King's health. This is the thing with, for people who smurf, frowned upon here on this channel. Don't do it, guys. But for people wondering, like, how can smurfs just win their lanes, like, all the time? It's stuff like this, where you might see what a smurf is doing, but it's difficult to identify in the moment. Where I can see this and I say, like, just stand there and fight, and this Shadow Demon is like, do I do it? Do I not? Right? It's those small moments of hesitation that the smurf player has just taken off half of Wraith King's health, and this player can do the same stuff. The difficult thing is identifying that you can do it, and then the actual execution of it's real easy. It's like, click once, stand here, easy peasy. But seeing it, seeing like all the calculations come in, that's what kind of makes a difference between the ranks. So that's why it's like easier said than done to just copy a smurf. Especially people who are like, oh, smurfs say always play like, you know, play mid and you can win all your lanes if you're really good. Like, it's way easier said than done. The smurf player who's like, who sees the way the creeps move and can instantly go like, I can stand here and auto attack and I'll come out 50 damage ahead. That is so much easier said than done. Viper also bad at math here. He's like, I'm gonna chase through, get that axe. The math did not math. Here's actually a great time, by the way. Axe is a little low, so it's a little dicey. I would probably give him like 2 tangos and leave. This is actually a good time to leave. 6 minutes, you could do the double stack, you could do the power runes. Axe is low, but if we look at the creeps, they're pushing up. For Herald, I would take the bet that Wraith King will not dive this tower to kill Axe. He might, who knows? But in most games, this would be fine to leave Axe here. If Axe was going to call, you could do this, but let's go back. This replay will be focused about when we can auto attack, I guess. All right, Viper died. Viper is maybe teleporting back to the lane right now. So I gotta be a little careful about how much I get involved right now. But I am free for a moment to attack Wraith King and know it's a 1v2. I know Axe is low, but still, 2v1 is generally bad to fight into. I am fairly happy with where creep equilibrium is. I don't need to kill Wraith King here. I don't need to go crazy. I'm just taking this window to do a little bit of harass. Let's ignore the timing if I like wanted to do other stuff. I'm just taking this particular lane equilibrium moment and the fact that Viper died and is coming back. It will take him 3 seconds. Let's say he just respawned. 3 seconds to teleport to the furthest point, which would be right here. And then this is at least a 5-second walk. So I have 8 seconds right now to just mess with Wraith King and not be worried about Viper wrapping around. And the further beyond that I go, the more chances that maybe Viper did a far back TP and is wrapping around. And now I'm like, oh, I went too far. So this is where you develop an internal clock. I don't think about it at all in the game of like 8 seconds. Oh, I'm counting down. It's just roughly like a feel of how long it would take for someone to TP in and move. But let's play slow motion. So right now, I'm just going to attack Wraith King and then go for denies. Catapults actually take a long time to die, so I don't even need to think about lowering this catapult's health. I'm just going to start attacking him. If you had Shadow Poison, if you had the 1-1-2 build right here, you could potentially start applying Shadow Poison on Wraith King to threaten the kill and make him back away. But considering how much mana we have, and maybe you don't want to do that, you want to save up mana so that it's easier, because it takes a lot to use 5 Shadow Poisons, right? So we actually don't have enough for 5 Shadow Poisons, Disruption, and Disseminate. So this is a good time to just right-click Harass and let the mana build up in this time so that eventually we do have the mana to do the full combo. So I am going to walk up right now, Yeah, right click them. But we use Disseminate. So let's take Disseminate out and just auto attack here. The creeps would aggro to us. You could probably get about 2 auto attacks and then back off without taking too much aggro damage from the creeps. If you want to do the little aggro tricks where you stand back, attack, move in, attack, we're going to get less auto attacks in, but not draw aggro. That's fine too. Because any number of auto attacks here will build up in damage, right? So let's say we just did 2 auto attacks here rather than Disruption. Disruption does not actually do damage on its own, really. Let's pretend it's another spell. Let's say you're playing a Witch Doctor. So a Witch Doctor player might throw out a Paralyzing Cask. A Zeus player might use Lightning Bolt. We were talking about the Zeus support earlier, potentially. 220 damage for 125 mana. This is actually one of the best conversions of mana to damage. That's why the Zeus support kind of does work. Most other heroes, let's actually go back. Let's just look at some popular support heroes. Actually, that's another really high damage. Let's use like Disruptor, right? 130 mana, you get 55 per strike. So it's about like 200 magic damage, and then you magic resistance. 200 for 130. Pugna, Q, that's 170 magic damage for 115. Crystal Maiden's a popular support, like 160 for about 135 mana. The point is, what I'm trying to lead here is that about 3 to 4 auto attacks will give you an equivalent amount of physical damage compared to using mana to do the magic damage. So anytime I can get 2 auto attacks in, it's like I got half a spell for free. If I do 4 auto attacks, it's like a full free spell. So that's why I don't have to use Disruption here, and I can save up my mana to build up to use the full combo later, and I just do a little bit of damage, especially because this guy's full health. So I don't actually think I can finish the kill here with this spell. I'm just looking to get him low. And if he's at like half health, then I might start committing the mana trying to kill him, because now it's not just my slow auto attacks, it's also the burst from the spells. This is the mistake that you'll see in a lot of these types of games. People will use spells to harass. That's not bad, but there's a limit to it. You don't want to use spells to harass and then auto attacks to finish the job in most cases. You want to swap it. You want auto attacks to lower someone down and then spells to finish the job. That's the ideal situation most of the time. Does it flip? Yes. There are cases for it. Dota's complicated. But as a general practice, if you auto attack first and then use spells, that's much better and will lead to more success. And that's kind of what we're highlighting here. Cases for Shadow Demon to just be auto attacking rather than try to feel like you've got to start with Disruption. And then it has gotten us a couple kills, but you could save some mana swapping it up. I'm worried about mana cost for Shadow Poison in the laning stage, so that's exactly it, right? If we use too many spells, we'll have too much mana cost. So that's why Shadow Demon is a great hero to start Magic Stick on, because we can build up the burst of mana required through the laning stage. Buying a mango or 2, also very common on Shadow Demon. Securing the Lotus, very important. And then we only use Disruption level 1 a little bit. We don't spam it out. We use it here and there sparingly so that we don't use too much mana. We just get like a deny here and there, whatever. When we hit level 2 to level 3, that's where we have access to Shadow Poison, and you should have mostly a full health, a full mana pool. And that way, we use the auto attacks, which are free. We get someone down to like 300, 400 health. And then we throw 1 Shadow Poison, and we see what they do. If they stick around, and we're auto-attacking a little bit, throw the second Shadow Poison. Now they're about, like, let's say 300 health with 200 Shadow Poison stacks. 2 Shadow Poison, did I say 200? 2 Shadow Poison stacks. If they don't back right now, I'm committing. I'm moving in aggressively. I'm using the 3rd Shadow Poison, and then I'm throwing Disruption. In Disruption, I'm throwing the 4th Shadow Poison. I'm continuing to move aggressively. So, like, If I disrupt it here, I'm like moving in like this if I don't think I'm going to die to like the other hero. So that when they run, I can do the 5th Shadow Poison and keep attacking and then pop the poison. And it takes a lot of mana, like you said, to do that, which is why I have to do as much free harass as possible the rest of the time. So I have a high mana pool and I only commit when absolutely necessary. It's tricky to find the balance. I'm not going to lie. And I struggle with Shadow Demon in the laning stage as well. I think I'm like good later on because I know when to use Disruption. But balancing the early Shadow Poison early is very tricky. But it will lead to a lot of kills if you learn how to do it. And in fact, to wrap the point home on that, I think what could be good to do... Let me see if I can find an obvious example. Doesn't really matter if it's position 5 or 4, but let's do position 4 to make it easier. I don't think I want to use a pro match because they'll be too smart about their positioning. I want to find a pub game in Dota 2 Pro Tracker because even the games that show up there, people make mistakes. And we can try to find an example of someone using an example of someone auto-attacking more often, but also using the Shadow Poison combo I'm talking about. So I'm going to try this one. I have no idea what's going to happen here, but they have a lot of kills. They have a high kill score in the summary, 4, 2, and 10. I'm going to assume things went well. Let's see if we can get an example here. I think this should go on YouTube. We could. Let's see if we can find a good Shadow Demon laning example from a high rank player. So then we can do like a compare contrast type video about how often you can auto attack, stuff like that. Oh, I didn't look at the actual matchup. This guy's got boots. Huh. This is a little strange. Did he mess up? Did he like mean to sell these boots and then buy? A good example to use. It's strange. I'm just gonna speed forward to get to the Shadow Poison, and let's see if we can. Let's just see if he gets a kill in the lane. You know what? Actually, I can just. It's kind of high level though. I was hoping to find an earlier kill in the lane. I got a kill with a gank. Okay, that's not quite what I was hoping to find. Let's pull up a different one. I want to try to find like a level 2 or 3 kill in the laning stage itself. And then we can see the build up to it at that point. Let's try this one. What? Too old? All right, rather than try to pick and choose, I'm just going to go down the list. Oh, Shadow Demon gets killed. Does Shadow Demon get kills? I don't know. People are dying in the laning stage, though, so let's hope. Oops. Let's hope he's involved in any of that. Why is it so slow? Okay, let's try to find an example of this. And then I see Esteban also donated to get a Weaver carry replay. So we'll do that one next. Top net worth for a long time, but could not win the game. Okay, okay. I would look for one that started with a blood grenade. I didn't check that the first one we looked at started with boots. But literally everyone else on the Dota 2 Pro Tracker has the more standard, like, Tango, Blood Grenade, Branches, Wand type start. So almost everyone usually starts with the Blood Grenade. Okay, he died, and then got a kill. This looks like it's maybe not the best laning example, but maybe we can still see the kill happen. Is this a good example? It's not the clean example I want. Alright, funny enough, he made the mistake I was pointing out. Right? As someone respawns, there's like a certain timer you've got. That's why they look to go aggressive, because they know Disruptor is still not back yet, so you can start a little bit more aggressively. And then they were trying to get the stun because they have the sentry down, so he can't disjoint it like he's maybe expecting. And then up to here is actually pretty good, where they got, look at Weaver, they got like 200 of his health. For the amount of spells, maybe it's not ideal, but I mean, that's Shikuchi, like what can you do? So they actually should have just backed out here. He's going too far as Disruptor respawns, which is why he then runs into Disruptor, who TP's in, and then you're playing into Glimpse, you already used Disruption, and then he dies. So you see this mistake still happen even in higher ranks, like I was mentioning. That might explain why he's 1 and 3 this game. And there's like this gank here. All right, I don't think we're finding the clean example I was hoping to here. Let's move to another one who's got like a positive KDA. I guess we could try one with Sweden Strong. I'm worried in a pro match this won't. They'll be too good with their positionings. Maybe I should eat my lunch. I had a late breakfast. But I have my same leftover soup from earlier, from yesterday. You could eat that while we try to find this example. If not, if I don't find it on stream, I do think the breakdown of when you can right-click harass was useful. And we might... Maybe I'll do it off stream, where I'll... Actually, Olivia's here. If you don't mind, if you don't want your game in a YouTube video, then I won't do it. But if you don't care, then maybe I'll try to do that. Of showing when you can improve on the right-click harass, and then compare and contrast that with a higher ranked player. And actually, do we have a medium? So that was a Herald Shadow Demon. Do we have a Shadow Demon player in the like Crusader to Legend range? If it's higher, like Ancient Divine, I guess that's fine too. Maybe we can do like 3 checkpoints, you know, like Herald, whatever mid-range if we got someone, and then like, you know, high Immortal game. And I'll see if I can compare and contrast like the amount of auto attack harass in the video. I don't know if I'll actually do it, but maybe we can do it.
Su lechita y a dormir.
He's mostly playing for equilibrium more than harassing. He actually stepped up too far. That's funny. We're finding the opposite of what we're hoping to. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be quite what I'm hoping for. Because the way you play with a Timber Saw is not the, like, Shadow Poison harass. Alright, I'll see if I can find an example later. If I can't, then maybe I won't do it.
Stupendous.
Anyways, even without the perfect example, I hope when we were trying to break down like the opportunities you can right click harass, did that make sense? Because even if you just incorporate that and you don't worry about the rest, just learning to auto attack a little bit more in the lane will go a really long way. I mentioned, like 2 to 4 auto attacks is like 1 free spell. So when you boost up the amount of times you auto attack in the lane, it's like free value that your peers are not getting. And it will help you find the kills in the laning stage to get you off to a good start. Hopefully at least that makes sense. Wait, was that the right one? I've already... Okay. Wait, what's the date? Esteban. I may need a sooner... I do need one. The window for downloading a game is 1 week. Sometimes there's like a little give and take, depending on like, I don't know, like time zones and all that. I think it's like a hard 1 week. I don't know if there's like some room on it, but this one's a little too far back, so I can't download it. Do you have one that's more recent that we can download? If you don't, either A, I will look into how to refund on YouTube. I'm actually not sure how to do that, but I'm sure there's a way. Or B, if you don't have a recent one, we can wait till you do, and you can just let me know. I'll write your name down so I know we owe you one. By the way, Snowflake by the Lake and Tyler, if you guys are here, I have you on my list as well. Okay, let's give Esteban a second to go check for a more recent game. I will use this time to go get my lunch, I guess. I'll be right back. I have some leftover soup. You can download games from Open Dota. I'll have to take a look at that. I've not done that. Now that you mention, I think someone may have told me about that before. I think it depends if it's been parsed or not. Well, I guess I don't know where it's at. I'll look into that. What time are we at? Timestamp this. Okay, we won. Is this still the Weaver? I can't see the names because we have it on anonymous mode. Still the Weaver, right? One game but lost lane. How to fix? Still Weaver. Okay, cool. Take a couple more bites of my food while it finishes loading. So what are we? We're Weaver Lion versus Invoker Wind Ranger. Okay. All right. How can we have a better lane? I guess that'll be our focus to start.
This was in the bag the day
Oh, let me change this. Carry. Ancient. You went for Maelstrom this game to recover. I think that's probably okay in general. I kind of like it in this case because it'll give you some pseudo True Strike versus Wind Ranger when Maelstrom procs. Downside is Jug in Blade Fury is a bit immune to Maelstrom damage. Not immune, reduces. Where the Deso could help you out. But I think the idea is fine. Like, Maelstrom might be a smoother farming item. So I'm not going to worry about that. Let's focus more on why did our lane go badly. So we might even get a kill. Okay, so Lion even killed Invoker. Not that Lion's the greatest first blood hero, but we had a good start in terms of getting some extra gold down here.
This is a good opportunity.
A little bit of trading, but we're back. I think you probably could have gone for a deny and then used Shikuchi to secure the last hit there. And then to make this easier, her animation's a little better than yours. Your damage is similar, right? Yeah, so she just used Power Shot. I'm not worried about you being Power Shot here. Like, if she has Power Shot, I would stand back like you are so she doesn't get double value. But she already used it. So right here, you should actually get closer to the range creep so your auto attack connects first and there's not the travel time, especially because yours is slower. And then you'd have a better chance, like right now you would start your auto attack as this animation's going, and then you're hoping to time it as, like, you know, the ranged hits and then you hit. And then she, even if she starts at the same time you do, there's just more travel time, so it's harder to get. And you went for it, right? But her auto attack connected first. So if you actually stood closer, you would have that. And then she's gonna deny this too at this rate. You can Shikuchi this. You can, so in this case, Shikuchi 2 last hits coming up here, might as well get the value. So right now you're walking up and you're kind of like waiting. You should just harass her at this time. Because if she harasses back, she can't go for the denies because her auto attacks are coming to you. Then you can triple value. You can Shikuchi, hit both creeps if the timing's right, dodge her attack, and yours would have landed. So you actually go for the auto attack and Shikuchi. I think it was healthy. It was at the health where probably Shikuchi could have just finished the job. I'm kind of nitpicking a little bit just because I do think you have to... It's always good to, like, min-max some last hitting. I feel we're losing some range creeps. There's, like, better prioritization of lane creeps possible through your positioning. It might help us get, like, 1 or 2 extra CS. I won't worry too much about the timing. I know you know to work on that. Got my eye on the range creep. If we're picking between these two, you should be prioritizing the range creep, especially with the Shikuchi.
Someone took out the Radiant's courier.
Yeah, make sure you come back. I was worried you were going to break your Shikuchi in the middle. Okay, this is another case of why am I chasing? Let's go back. I know it's tempting. Oh, she's so low. She pops the Fairy Fire. If I can get this kill, right, I kill Wind Ranger. But let's do a little bit of compare, contrast, and what's our goal in the laning stage. Our goal is always to get CS so we can farm up to whatever, you know, item or level power spike we want. We're level 2. We aren't killing machines right now. You can get kills. But at this point, I've used both these abilities. Shikuchi, 7 more seconds. Geminate, 6 more seconds. I did get both of her Fairy Fire and her wand. I know she has nothing else. But I don't really have anything else either. And I am a very squishy hero on Weaver. I'm also slow without Shikuchi. So if I chase too far, I might kill Wind Ranger, which will be tricky if she runs through these trees. I might kill her, but Invoker is full health and will just be auto-attacking me. And look at this massive creep wave. So when I do some cost analysis, right, this is worth more money than this Wind Ranger kill. This amount of creeps is worth more. If we also think long-term, this amount of creeps, it's very hard to fix equilibrium-wise. To pull it back here is very tough. They're going to have to force in this whole wave. They may or may not do that. So we can maintain equilibrium here for a long time and get a good amount of CS. If you chase and this backfires, you will lose everything. If you just sit and farm, what is she going to do? She has no regen, which means if she wants any of these last hits, she's going to have to walk in. And at that point, you're going to have Shikuchi again, and maybe you can kill her. Maybe you can launch a Geminate attack and then like Shikuchi in, right? So we don't need to kill her now because there's a huge risk. She is low enough that when she comes back to the lane, I can kill her later, and that's fine. So because we chase a little too hard here, we even end up dying. So this is our worst case scenario. We're missing a lot of farm. And then Lion also dies, so we also miss this. And then so I see it. You're really tempted to get Wind Ranger. This amount of creeps, it's not quite worth as much. But this is about like 200 gold, a little less. That's a lot to miss. And you do come back, so at least we don't miss it. If heroes are low, they can't stop us from farming in most cases. So don't feel like you have to get kills if it costs you too much CS. Like, we're gonna maybe kill Wind Ranger here. We kill Wind Ranger, we get 250, but we don't get it. Lion gets it, right? This is always a risk when we go for kills, that we don't actually get the kill. So we get some assist gold. The amount of assist gold we got, less than these creeps that we ignored to go chase her. And what did it cost us? We could be full health getting those 2 creeps. Instead, we're going to be laning with 164 health, which, when she comes back, she might just power shot me to death. Like, 1 power shot will kill me. So, currently what I'm seeing is too much emphasis on going for kills rather than just taking the CS in front of you. And there are times to push it and to learn. And if that's this, then that's okay. But eventually, gotta find that balance of when, like, I just CS here. I felt pushed. I don't mean to, like, blame my team, but I felt pushed by Lycan initiating. So, totally understand that. 2 things you can try here. 1, let's say it's like that big creep wave coming in. So you can say ahead of time, I just want to farm this, like, let's just chill, right? You can try to communicate it. Ahead of time is the big thing. If it's like, as he throws the stun, it's really hard to get him to pull back. Like, the shot's already fired. So that's where it's tough. If you're willing to communicate and say, like, hey, I want to look to be aggressive, versus like, hey, I'm very happy just farming, let the support kind of know, that could help solve this. Secondly, if he initiates, it is tempting to want to go in. You're still going to have to do your own look. You know, look at your creeps and be like, I'm going to ignore him. And that is okay. He might get angry. I'm not going to lie. That's where games get difficult, where they're like, why aren't you helping me? But again, that's kind of where you might have to say ahead of time, like, sorry, I just want to farm this. And at the end of the day, it will then be up to you. If you think this guy's going to stop playing and then we're going to lose the game if I don't do it, so I'm going to go be more aggressive. If you want to do that, that's okay. As long as you recognize, ideally, I would just be farming. And if you also want to say, I want to work on the right habits here, and I think I should just be farming, and if this guy stops playing, then he stops playing, but I am building good habits for myself, that's also reasonable. So it's up to you at that point. I know it is a tough call to make when your support is being more aggressive than what you would like. Same deal the other way. As a support player, oh, I just want to like farm and I want to stack and I want to do pulls and I want to like maintain equilibrium, but the carry's looking to be really aggressive. It is the tricky part of laning with like a random player, but that's why I'm mentioning like ahead of time, if you can kind of set what you're looking for, it does help a lot. Not always, but a lot of cases it's just misunderstandings. Like one guy thinks aggressive, one guy thinks defensive, and if you clear that up ahead of time, you know, it might just boost your win rate enough. A couple percentage points is all you really need.
Radiant's gone and fortified their structures.
You could probably try for your own small pull there if you want, but it's also not that big of a deal. It's like an okay spot. Where are we net worth wise here? Yeah, we are a little bit behind, but it's not too bad yet. They just did a pull. I think I saw a sentry in that tree line. So we need to start standing around here. Yeah, okay, you noticed. So here's another case. This is where maybe you feel pressured by the Lycan maybe starting stuff, but right now, I just care about you farming this range creep, and get sight of these creeps. I don't know, how close we are to last inning. So standing somewhere like around here. Because he's over here fighting for the Lotus. Let's imagine what might happen. Let's say he dies. They get a couple hundred gold. This range creep and the melee creeps that are over here, every creep wave is worth about 150. Hard camps are worth about 100. So as 2 of them kill your Lycan and get 200 to 300 gold, you also farm 200 to 300 gold if you're getting all these last hits. Maybe Lycan gets out of here alive. I farm 200 to 300 gold. They farm nothing. Well, maybe they make it back and they farm this creep wave, which is like 150. But you came out ahead because you got the hard camp while they were over here. This is the cases where it's like, I'm going to make my own call. Lycan may want to play aggressive, but I'm going to say I'm going to ignore him, And I know that's tough, and sometimes you do just have to do it to learn the difference. But from my perspective, this is one case where I would ignore that particular play at least. because we try to help them and then we see what happens, right? I didn't farm anything. Nothing happened, right? Maybe they didn't get extra farm. And you actually made it back in time for the hard camp, so that's actually not too bad. Though there's no guarantee. Sometimes we make it back and it's too late. I don't mind you killing this creep, but you can also actually drag it over here or just keep running it in circles if you want to help maintain good equilibrium right here. Just like run it in circles and wait. Okay. We're doing it, right? What if a play breaks out? I see this lion looking around. No, I don't want to do it. I got 2 range creeps, a banner creep, 2 melee creeps. I am just farming this. This is worth a kill right here. This creep wave is 1 kill. Lion is looking for a kill. If we got a kill on this Wind Ranger, it would not be worth the same. We're going to run it and try. This is Lion's mistake. I can see the pressure you're feeling to come contribute, and that's okay. But now with the power of hindsight, we know next time, bye, Lion. You know, like, you can die over there. Wind Ranger will get 200 to 300 gold. We will, where was it? Yeah. You know, like 200 to 300 gold for the Lion, and then you will also get the 200 to 300 gold for the creep wave. We will then mute the Lion if he starts flaming us. Because that was purely his mistake that pulls us into a mistake. Well, at least we get a return kill. Courier 2. Maybe it's close. One more. While we're chasing this, though, let's see if you get this kill. Close. Okay, let's go back. How much CS did we miss for chasing this Invoker? 150 versus the... We should probably bump it. At this point, it's probably like 300 to 400 gold for kills. Now that the net worths and the levels have gone up a little. So sometimes we chase. Maybe you get the kill. Maybe you don't. It's always a risk anytime you go for kills. Is that you might not get it. And in fact, you might also be the one to die instead. And that's why we've always got to do that rough mental calculation of very safe guaranteed farm versus the wide range of potential risk reward going for kills. And I know it's hard. I'm making it sound like, oh, you should know this, but it's the hardest part about playing the lane, you know, when you do one or the other. Okay, from here, I would change your mindset now. Now that, you know, the lane's not gone great, I think you feel, okay, I'm a bit behind. So now we're definitely just, okay, how do I farm as quickly as possible? How do I get this Maelstrom? Maybe you can make a play somewhere else. You know, maybe you twin gate. Okay, we get kills top. That helps me recover. If you see something like that, you can. Otherwise, at this point, Lion should give you a defensive observer somewhere. Anywhere in here or anywhere on the bottom half. One or the other side. You can't really cover both. In most pub games, the top side's probably better. Usually pubs are bad about capitalizing on the outskirts. If he does not do it, feel free to buy your own. Buy your own observer sentry. You know, sentry somewhere to make sure they don't see you placing an observer. Put an observer to protect yourself. And you're just going to let the creep wave push into you. You're going to farm it. And if you don't see enough heroes, you're going to just jungle this stuff. You're going to jungle this stuff, whichever side you feel safest on. You're just going to repeat. Push this out, jungle. Push it out, jungle. If you see them move anywhere else on the minimap, you are going to push the lane. Leave whatever you're doing. Push the lane as hard as you possibly can for as long as you possibly can. As long as you see heroes, as long as you feel safe, especially once you get time lapse, shove this all the way in. As you get to around here, you don't actually need to take this tower. I don't care if you take this tower or not. The point of pushing up here is the farm, and the fact that as we start jungling and the creep wave keeps moving up to this tower, it is unlikely that they will ignore that and just go to kill you. They will almost for sure show themselves farming in the tower and the wave before looking for you. So this, pushing this up, this is just to give us a warning system of knowing, oh, Legion cleared this out. Time for me to get, I was farming this. No way, I'm done. You know, I'm leaving early. I'm going to come back to like this camp. I'm going to come back to this camp, somewhere further away and safer. If I'm in here with the creeps hitting this tower, then I'm going to get jumped at the same time. And then I have no warning system. So let's see what happens after this little fight breaks out. Maybe a killer. Okay, not bad. You get the Wind Ranger. Okay, recovery mode. I just gotta get to my Maelstrom. I'm actually okay being left alone. Again, helpful communication if you want. In a way that's non-toxic, you know, like I'm just gonna recover down here. You can actually play somewhere else if you want to like share that with your support. Good map awareness. I see them top. Let's keep shoving it in. If you want to jungle, I know I said shove this in as hard as you can, depending on how safe you feel. If you want to jungle in between and then go straight back to the wave, it can be okay. Especially as the wave pushes, you don't want to like stand in the wave for the same reason. Like I usually say this, let the wave push in first for safety. That's true. But if you do know it's safe and you're trying to push as hard as possible, that can be where you like go with the wave and start farming ahead of time. Because right now I do feel relatively safe. Especially like Wind Ranger here, you know. So I'm glad we're straight back to pushing this. And now here's where it's good, yeah. We can leave that, go back to jungling, but not all the way back right away. This stuff first is good in case I continue to see people somewhere else, then I can shove the lane again right away. So right now I'm really happy with where you're at. Let's check again. Okay. If you need to rotate defensively because you think you can get kills, that's okay. Otherwise, we'll be happy with this. Careful of that. I do know that, you know, right-clicking this right away is your best bet. As Weaver, always be a little careful about breaking Shikuchi in the wave. Try to break Shikuchi in the most safe location possible, like further back. Of course, depending on what's happening, you're probably fine. In this case, I do see them somewhere else. Just kind of like... It's a good habit to keep in general, though, of like, okay, where am I going to safely break Shikuchi? I'm nitpicking, though. It's like, it's not that bad of a case here. And I'm glad you're jungling here. I don't want you to actually take the tower. Let's see if you do it after you finish this, though. Ooh, okay, you do play your own observer. You might have stepped up a little far. The tower may have seen you. I also think... Well, this one's kind of okay. I worry about this jungle area, though, of like people coming through here. I think you might have a little bit more safety with the observer in here, but I don't mind too much. And yeah, it looks like you did step up a little far to place that. Just to show you that, by the way. Let me go back. From their perspective. Oh, actually, maybe they just already had a sentry down. But I think you stepped up to like... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you did already. You placed it safely. Wait, one more time. No, here you are. Right, you walked in just a little too far. The tower sees up to like about here in the daytime. So if you want to ward in the daytime, I would recommend, notice this side is dark. So you can Shikuchi over here, place it. You can also place this. That works. This spot also pretty good to protect you. Also be careful. Not that I knew that there was a bunch of sentries here, but it is also 11:26. And sentries survive for 7 minutes. So if we think back to the laning stage where people fight over camps, if your supports were fighting over the hard camp with sentries around the 5-minute mark, then a lot of times you'll have a sentry still alive like this one, which, you know, they placed way earlier ago just thinking about this camp. And then we got to be careful about putting observers here. So usually actually something on the right side might live longer, or... Another reason why to like keep it a little further out, like in this actual jungle. This is why even as core players, it's good to know about warding. Not only for when you place it yourself, but for how you can path to like place stuff unnoticed when you do end up doing it. extremely suspicious. There's no way she should have known you did a stack, right? Like, the creeps, if you didn't pull, the creeps would be here. Their creeps would be somewhere here. She shouldn't know to already have shot something here without seeing something. There is a chance she just did it. That is true. If she was looking for the camp, though, it probably would have been a little lower. Like, the power shot would have gone through here rather than, like, here, which is, like, perfectly through your creeps. So, seeing this power shot, I am very suspicious that there is an observer somewhere seeing me do this. And I'm also worried that means I'm at risk. So I might leave right now. Even though we're going to give up some farm, I'm just very nervous of the fact that she felt she could power shot like this. Maybe she did know you were pulling, actually. That creep wave was a little closer than I thought. My timing was a little bit off. But I'd be very careful. Support players, by the way, this is the case. I don't really want... Let's see how this plays out first. Okay. You did that pretty well. Your own executions are fine there. What I would be careful of, support players. I didn't know Invoker was here. Maybe guys, maybe you saw him earlier. But like around here, to my perspective, Weaver is fine. Like this wave is going to shove up to the tier 2. Weaver, farm it further back for safety. I know it's hard to last hit versus a tier 2 tower like this early in the game, but better than being killed like at the edge of your tower. So from me as a Lion, and I'm looking at this, I want to keep pushing top. I want to draw attention here. This tower's almost dead. I want to finish the job. Sniper's doing all right. I want to play around Sniper. I want Weaver to be left alone because I know we had a tough lane and Weaver should recover. You do kind of need to punish the enemy. Like, you can't let them push too far, but you need to know that it's very likely to succeed, and Lion does not have a Blink Dagger. So actually catching a Wind Ranger is quite difficult unless someone else can start it. Like, let's say Axe had his Blink already. It's a little early to have that, so I'm not that surprised he doesn't. But because of that, it's going to be hard to get to this Wind Ranger, so I don't really want to be TPing here until I absolutely have to. Which is when, like, he starts, and it's like, I didn't really need to do this. Weaver just wants to farm this creep wave and then go jungle. Funny enough, it does work out, because, like, at this exact moment, Invoker shows himself with the Invis aura, but we had no way of knowing that. Like, from the outside perspective, we didn't know this, that this was going to happen. This just, like, very fortuitous. And then this ends up drawing a bunch of attention down here. Which it worked out, but we've talked about how there are cases it doesn't work out, and then Weaver is, you know, playing with a bunch of people when he really just wants to be left alone.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's top tower's hurting. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
What if creeps did run from you?
Radiant got one less top tower.
You'd think they'd learn.
Radiant's top tower.
I guess the issue is no creep ever reports back, right? Like, every new creep that spawns moves out, and they all die before they can report back and be like, guys, they're killing us out there. Avoid all heroes. They never report back. That'd be kind of funny, though, if the creeps just avoid you. They see you coming, they're like, get away! He's gonna kill us! Get away from me, Lion. I don't want to farm. I just want to farm. One more. Ah, damn. Oh no, the defusal. Yeah. Oh damn, that's a good Sunstrike. Unfortunate. You thought you could push that and then time lapse out. I don't blame you for that. Was it correct to join my team there? I think so. So first, we focus on our own recovery, and we try to push out lanes as much as we can. You pushed out bottom here, but we're a little scared. I don't know where the enemy heroes are, so you backed off to your jungle. This is all really good. At this point, as you see them pushing up mid, you kind of have a choice. If you want to say like, if they're pushing mid, they're probably not looking for me, so I'm going to go back to the lane and shove this out. Depending on the draft and how safe you feel, I think that would be okay to say like, I don't want to join anything. I just want to split push and farm. I have an item timing in mind that I'm going for. That could be one thing you do. In this case, though, I still don't see Legion who scares me. And she could be down here. So I agree with you. Like, I'm going to fall back to the jungle. And I like that you go here versus here. In case I want to come up here, you could teleport. But as you end up doing, you just ran up here because it was close enough. So I actually think this was quite good. When you start farming this, you're like keeping your eye, and then you go like, okay, yeah, it's working out, so I'm gonna come join. I might opt for this shadow. You probably just thought your team was gonna finish the job. I think instead of like bugging this way, if you go a little further and then bug this way, you guarantee the shaman kill. We're not really gonna kill Wind Ranger. We're just going for the invoker. But you probably thought like they'll finish the job, so I'm gonna try to go for the other two. No, it's fine. Almost did finish the job. Unfortunate here. Needed one more Maelstrom proc. At this point, because you thought you'd be able to go and get the kill, I think it's fine. If you also just fell back here, I think that would be fine. Like, we came, we tried to get involved, we did a little bit of damage, but I'm not that interested in getting that involved, then you could just leave here. I think I'd be okay with that too. But I totally understand why you went for it. You were so close too. You were like in the middle of the animation when you lost the mana. I think it might be marginally more correct to go bottom when you spawn. By the way, this is very minor. So here, you could have gone to this camp and then farmed this way, and then connect back into the wave. You'll get the same, roughly, amount of farm going top like you do, and farming this way, and then connect into the wave. So what is the difference? It's our teammates. Where are they? They're in the mid lane. If they want to keep pushing, sure, they might do that. They're not going to interact with me. If they decide to fall back and they go top, up here, great, we're not interacting. For whatever reason, if they decide to go in this way, now we're going to overlap. So, depending on your goals, as the carry, if you are in, I just want to farm up mode, typically try to pick paths that are the least likely to interact with your teammates. So, like, you come here, rather than here, where they might also come into, which is kind of what happens here. Sniper TP's in, and then he's like, oh, you know, they already did this. I'm gonna look for a D-ward, I guess. Get the rune. And then I want farm, so now he comes in here. Now you guys are actually gonna compete for this jungle of farm for the next minute. And then you're gonna have to, like, walk bottom. It's kind of a minor detail, and it's actually Sniper's mistake more than yours. You were the one who was here for first. Sniper could have gone somewhere else. Slight min-maxing here. So you drag it out, then you use the bugs. This is like 80% correct in terms of farming one camp. But, as you mentioned, oh, I'm behind, I'm trying to recover. We need to be as efficient as possible. So try to bug this way to hit 2 camps at once. Or if you're scared, bug a path you think they're coming in. They could be coming this way. They could be coming this way. So send the bugs rather than like down into this corner. What are the odds we catch a hero here? Maybe this like little strip right here. But if you actually send the bugs this way, maybe as they were running through, you happen to catch them. Maybe as they're coming through here, because Wind Ranger's here, but if she's baiting and they're smoked behind her, The others are either going this way or like going this way. So you could potentially, if they're smoked, maybe, I mean, it's not going to work, but maybe they're just staying in Fog of War, let's say. So you can just get a little bit more value out of your bug angle. And you can also use Shikuchi to finish a camp. Like, get the camp low, Shikuchi to finish it, and then run to the next camp in that same Shikuchi. If you think you'll be able to kill Invoker, it's probably worth swapping out that Iron Branch for a Dust. This bug... Oh, I thought you were going to do it. All right, we could... Again, hit 2 camps at once with the same bugs. And then, in this case, I think you're scared, so you're falling back defensively. That's okay. If you're not scared, pull the camps together as much as possible, so your Maelstrom, it's only hitting the 3 things here. If you pull the camps closer together and a Maelstrom procs, you're going to hit all the creeps. So just a little bit more efficiency each time. You do this trick enough times, you'll save yourself... Like 2 seconds here, 3 seconds here, 5 seconds here. It builds up. I don't see the others. I'm scared. So in hindsight, how do we know this is a bad fight? Let's go back.
Have fun trying to bust down radiant structures now. Got one last stop. Radiant's mid-tower's coming apart.
I see these guys here. And I see him move this way. I see Wind Ranger move this way. So right now, I actually know there's quite a few heroes on the bottom half of the map. If you want to fight bottom, we could TP here. And that would be... You know, if it's a good fight, it's fine. But it means we have to teleport, and they don't. Which, it's always nicer if the enemy is the one teleporting back to their own half of the map. So here, as we see these 3 heroes finish the job and start to move this way... Now, I don't know that 100%. Now I see Jug. I don't know where the others went. They might have gone top. But still... They're not gonna, like, I'm not gonna, like, walk through this part of the river in case a couple went through. I'm gonna move this way. Up the top. Towards Axe. I know we're gonna overlap a little bit. But if they're playing in this chunk of the map, why can't I play in this chunk of the map? And try to force them back to this tier 2 tower. And when they come back, then I'll go, okay, bye. I'll leave. I'll Shikuchi out of here. I'll TP down here, whatever. We can do that because we TP'd out. And then they won't be able to chase us because they TP'd home. Whereas, you know, if you come up here and you decide, okay, I do want to take a defensive fight, then I'll TP down here and we'll take it. If you walk down here, which is what you end up doing, and then they stay here and they fight, I can't TP up here, right? Because this isn't my half of the map. So the best I could do is like teleport somewhere here and then have to run up here. And we're going to lose out on a little bit of time. And in that time, they're going to be taking our tier 2. So then by the time I do get up here, they finish the job, and then they could teleport up here. So ideally right now, not only because you're Weaver, you're fast, you have time lapse, so you're hard to kill, typically. You're also the carry who wants to be doing the most efficient farming possible. Ideally, you would be going top here rather than bottom. So that's, one, your own positioning. Indian Drummer 17? What are you doing here? You're not a Dota player. That's why when this happens, I suddenly feel awkward as a carry player, right? It's like, wait, I want to be farming, but maybe I need to be here for this fight, maybe not. That's what the teleport's for. That's why, like, I'm somewhere else, and I'm choosing to come back if I think it's good or not. But then, after Lion dies, I notice Axe has not done anything. He has not responded. Looks like he started it and then canceled it, maybe. Eh, where is it? He started and canceled. Now, actually, that was so quick, I didn't even notice. What I noticed was, like, he's still not on the way, and he is the initiator. If he was someone else, it might be fine. but one initiator died in the Lion, and the second initiator is not here, which means as you guys chase for kills, it's going to be really hard to actually finish the job. And then I haven't seen Legion yet, and Legion's one of the biggest things that scares me as a Weaver because of how good Duel is. You can maybe consider Lycan's as your next item, but regardless, I haven't seen her yet, so now I'm chasing far because I don't have my initiator with me, and Duel might come in. There it is. Fortunately, she chose Lich instead of the Weaver. Why not? We'll take it. Maybe we still get killed. Oh, Croaker, my best friend. Now, I don't know how these fights will break out, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know if talking through it helps to show why, ideally, if we go top, we're more likely to be in a good situation. Either we never come home and my team loses the fight, but I'm free farming the whole time, or maybe you do teleport into a good fight and it works out. Maybe you force someone back, so then you teleport and it's a good fight because of that. Right? It's easier to get a good situation as the carry if you came top in that case, rather than down here, which is like, okay, now I'm farming, I'm kind of scared. Oh, they go mid. Okay, so now I can shove out bottom. I would love to see you, because they're all here and because Duel is down, I would love to see you push this as fast as possible and then twin gate, depending if you see them, like what direction they move. But if they are winning, it's very likely they'll see you and they'll be like, let's go get the Weaver. They'll run this way and you'll be already up here cutting top. And then like in their jungle, out of sight, maybe you've TP back, maybe you haven't. Okay, I think we can probably keep moving on. I think we covered a lot about like Weaver rotations there. In the lane and like now post-recovery movements and farming efficiency. And I actually see boot camp. Let's Mirana 5, also ancient. All right, let's take a look at this one. No problem, Esteban. Did you have any other questions there that we didn't quite touch on? I think what we gave you is probably already a great place to start, but if there's some kind of like theory question, we can try to answer that as we load the next one here. Thank you for donating. Boot camp as well, everyone. Anyone who like gift sub, supports the channel, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you're watching and hanging out, that's also plenty. Thank you so much. Look, Indian drummer here, that's my friend. He doesn't even play Dota. He's here. Maybe he's left. Who knows? But it's plenty. I appreciate it. Okay, Mirana.
A gift from the night.
See if I can bite my food a little bit more as this loads in. Boot camp, I didn't see if you had specific questions. Let me know if you do. Otherwise, we'll kind of do the same. We'll just like start in the lane and see what we see. Hey, Lax, what's up? Missed a bunch of your streams. I got you, man. I took a break for a month and then I just like boom, boom, boom. I did it. I made you miss. My bad. I've been streaming a lot more since coming back. We've been streaming almost every day just because I haven't really felt like doing the YouTube videos.
30 seconds to showtime.
I'm going to try to like pull some stuff together, do at least some videos here and there, but it's been fun just doing the streams. Okay, I kind of got... Wait, I got a little distracted there. Okay, we invaded. Let's do this again. So, Silencer ran up here with a boot. Downside is the rest of the team did not come here. They're a little slow. They're on their way.
Seconds to go.
They're almost here. And then they ran into Lich. Okay. As a positioning thing, your camp is likely blocked. I guess this isn't your camp. You're actually Mirana 5. You're going to be coming over here. But for Lich to be in this area, it's very likely he blocked this camp. Yeah, there. Otherwise, you usually go position somewhere else. It's not your lane, but you can call it out. You're like, I bet he blocked. Or you can read that stuff for if it does happen to be in your own lane. All right, we started bottom. You're gonna run top. I think you guys are gonna be late to lane, so I might recommend TPing. Except you're gonna check this. So I think Sven should have teleported, and you can do the walk ideally. I won't worry about it too much, but as you can see, the lane has met, and Dragonite is not doing anything to his own advantage, but he could have. Sven just got here, so Dragonite had a lot of time there to manipulate equilibrium to already win the lane before you guys were here. That's why it's usually better for one person to be here right off the bat. And as a support, I don't trust my core, so I like to do it as much as possible, which is why you usually see me when we actually do play Dota. You usually see me block and unblock camps, like in the middle of the night to do it as fast as possible so I can just be in the lane right away. Because especially if you're just trying to get like equilibrium going one way or the other. The first wave when people are late because they're like, it'll just be a few seconds. Boom, it's already under tower, you're done. Like the next 3 minutes are already in the off lane's favor. Let's pretend, just to talk through this. If Dragonite had done some creep equilibrium pulling, this lane is already pushing. All the support has to do is body block this small camp, and it will stay here. Then at 2 minutes, they do it again. It stays here, right? How do you fix that? You have to shove it in really hard, which is a little difficult at level 1 when you're this low. And maybe he also sees you pushing it in, so he like pushes back, but keeps it enough up here. And until you can guarantee this spawns, or maybe you then have to kill your own sentry to like do a pull, right? It becomes really difficult, and it could have been done. He had enough time to do it. What's the max MMR you would review? You cast, so I hope your answer's 15K. I mean, I'd review anything with just the understanding that if someone is higher MMR than me, they will have to take it with a grain of salt. It becomes more of a... Not that it can't be a discussion, by the way, but if I'm higher MMR, then it's more like, here's what I think is right, and you probably came to me for help because like you want to know what I think is right. If someone is my MMR or higher, it's more a discussion of, okay, we both know a lot about the game, but we probably know slightly different things and have different perspectives, so I'm going to share my perspective, you can share yours, and it can be a discussion of like, okay, here's what we then conclude we think is best. Of course, a higher MMR player might just generally be, better than me and know more. So that's why you don't usually seek advice of those lower MMR than you by a significant degree for that reason. But because I'm casting, I do think my theoretical knowledge of Dota is higher than my actual MMR. So maybe I could still help, with some MMR gap. I got a little distracted there. We had some rare creep dragging. It was more by accident because he aggroed through that, and then you just like went to town. This is what I mean. He body blocked there, you see? So he, if this lane had pushed up, we'd have nothing. Okay, I like that you harass him because he brought the creeps. The goal here is to do a ton of damage or to force him under tower. He's actually doing something pretty smart, which is moving into here at level 1, because if Dragonite circles around behind you, you'd have no way to get out, and we're pretty scared. I think you could push this a little bit because we see Dragonite here. You could probably chase a little and then have to back out. But if you also decide to like, okay, I'm going to go mess with Dragonite instead, I think that's okay. Because you pressured him, it did go under tower a little bit. I see we've already leveled Cleave. Carry players may not like this, but you should just kill this creep. What's going to happen here? Sven, going to kill this, pull this way. Dragonite, going to wait, kill this, and then keep it out here. So the sooner you kill this, the sooner these melee creeps will go on him, and you can pressure him a little bit to maybe bring it under tower early. I also don't want to just lose this creep. So Sven could finish this and then walk up and do this. He didn't, so I don't know, can't control that. From you, oh, it's getting close to doing pulls and stacks and stuff like that, and like block and unblock. I want to go there. Also don't want to lose this range creep though. So if you start attacking this and then just use Starstorm to secure it, we can get that done in the next couple seconds and then feel comfortable running over here to do a pull if this camp was open, to do a stack if it was up. If we have a sentry and we need to unblock it, we'll have time to do that. We kind of just give up this range creep for free here, but you got Starstorm, so you should secure that. And then Sven will just run this around like he is. So if you're not going to do this stuff, by the way, you should just stand here and harass Dragonite while Sven is doing the same thing up here. Because I don't know where ET went. It looks like he was stacking.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
Not worth our time chasing beyond this point. Right around... I can tell you you're not going to kill him from here. Because you're level 2, we're going to have to do the uphill miss chance. ET is faster than me because he has a Windlace and also Astral Spirit. You don't have level 2. So the more you play heroes, the sooner you'll be able to like get this feel. But once you know you can't kill him, it's not worth chasing. The point of killing a hero, yeah, there's the gold and XP, which is great. The other point in the lane, though, is to get the 2v1 matchup. If this guy shows up in the lane again, he will die. He is so low, he has no regen. He cannot do anything. He must walk home, which is good enough, right? Even though we don't get the golden XP, we get the 2v1 lane. So we should now heavily punish Dragonite, either by fighting him in the lane, if it's a weaker offlaner. If it's someone you can't really mess with, then try to get a stack going. Stack a camp so you can deny entire creep waves to them while it's 2v1. Depending on the timing, maybe you're free to go to another lane, mid lane, power runes, water runes, whatever. Maybe you stack, various options, but especially because you're still level 1, you should pick something that stays in a lane to get level 2, because then you're stronger. You are missing an ability right now. So this is a lot of extra chase time that goes to waste. You're never going to get closer to him. Even if he hadn't TP'd out in Roche, he could have just kept walking in a straight line.
Oh no, Sven, come back. I need you.
Is Mirana carry doable? It might be. It's like you could play it. I don't think it's the greatest right now. I don't think Mirana is the greatest right now, because TI winner Snaking won his last TI with Mirana. Support made it super popular. Everyone started playing it, and it got nerfed. And since then, it has not seen the light of day. It had the Solar Guardian, or whatever it was called, Solar Day Shadow extra damage for everybody thing. There was a carry Mirana build at that time. Since then, though, I don't think it's that great. You should try to buy that earlier. Especially as position 5, I would recommend buying Sentry sooner. And in fact, as a Mirana 5, if you're willing to get an early point in Sacred Arrow, you're less incentivized to block this camp because you can actually farm it. That's not to say you can't still block it. That's okay. But I would still definitely try to get this open. If you know, by the way, it's like, oh, it's time to pull 423. We are so gone past the pull timing. We'll never pull it at this point. So now we just keep playing the lane. Attack these creeps, attack him. Just stay here because there is no pulling. So this will all be wasted time, right? Where we come over. You confirm the camp is up, but we can't do anything with the camp, so it doesn't matter that it's up or not. It can remain Pandora's camp because I can't use it for what time I started walking over. So in that case, we are now back to the lane after checking the camp was up, or maybe you just thought you could pull and didn't notice the time yet. So that was essentially 10 seconds of lost laning. So the more we can quickly identify whether can I actually pull, is it worth my time walking over? No, then let me just keep staying in the lane and doing stuff. Then 10 seconds could be 10 auto attacks. 5 million damage with those 10 auto attacks. Even though it's a Dragonite who is like very high armor, high regen, even he cannot tank your auto attacks forever. And then you tried to stack, missed the timing a little bit, but that's the right idea. I'm not worried about that. This right here, by the way, guys, this is why you don't always need to go pull. So sometimes around this window, you'd head over, do a small camp pull, and then this big wave will push in. And that's a perfectly fine choice. It's viable. You can also play aggressive. 2v1, creep wave pushing in so that Dragonite can't just run it in circles, can't tank 2 heroes and 4 creeps hitting him, so he goes, oh shit, okay, I gotta get under the tower. Because it comes under the tower will now help clear this out. It won't be perfect. Also, there was a Nature's Ult that helped us a little bit, but now the lane meets a little further up. Kind of have to repeat it again because it wasn't perfect. But Sven was safe. You got farm. This is, it's not the clearest example because equilibrium is still a little high, but I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to make it clear that you don't always have to go pull for supports. Especially if there's a high risk of your Sven dying when you leave. If you sit in the lane and just help him farm, Sven just like farmed in this area, even though it was a little scarier than usual, but it was doable. And depending how hard we shove it into the tower, it might actually reset equilibrium a little better. Thanks, Wind Ranger. All right, maybe that focus fire is unnecessary, but it doesn't matter. Pause, take a look around, take a look at the time. Minimap time, anytime you get a kill. Can I rotate? Is it time for power runes? Is it time for stacking? Wisdom shrines, all that. You're gonna get the Lotus and then go for the Wisdom shrine, I imagine. Is not a bad choice. I'm very up for it. If it's not time for this, you can go stack or whatever. All that's also good. Hey, ET, what's up? Yeah, fight me. Except Nature's came in. Damn. No honor. Once you see him, because you had a 2-level difference, I was actually open for you trying. But many times if you see the enemy hero there, you can just leave. It's like, okay, I tried, but they're on point. No big deal. At this point, you can leave the lane. Not just because you killed ET, but I'm looking for you to find any excuse to leave at this point. Because Sven has enough to jungle without you, and he's sturdy. So you need to get an Observer and a Sentry. Multiple if they're available. You need to make it safe for Sven through vision. And then as soon as you get a chance to leave, we'll go. Because look what we're doing. Earlier, I mentioned like, oh, we come here, we go there. What a waste of time. We could attack 10 times, 50 million damage. That's because we're like level 1, 2, 3 is doable. The further you go in the game, the enemy heroes, they pick up items. In this case, he's got less than I thought. Brown Boot, Soul Ring. You know, other times, Double Bracer. They got their Blade Mail Phase Boot components, right? It's also a Dragonite. Now our auto attacks are tickling him. He's tanking it all and still doing more damage to Sven than he is taking from the two of you. So that's why at this point, most supports should just be thinking about like, how do I draw attention away from Sven so Sven can just You know, the Morbid Mask will be on the way. He'll shove this out. He'll jungle, shove it out, jungle, shove it out, jungle. It doesn't need us to do anything. Got him with the win. Okay, we got him. I'll take it. Leave. I don't need to do anything up here. Let's Sentry, Observer. I see he was on the way. Great.
You have learned
Maybe Earn and Tango this Sven. So, like, you're here. What does this do? Got the Lotus, sure. But it's not as valuable now. Gonna walk back through the creeps. In case they were thinking, oh, Mirana left, she's twin getting. Gonna show myself again in the creep wave. No good, right? Especially if you want to place your Observer and they keep seeing you, it's limiting how often you can place it without being noticed and them being able to triangulate. Like, I saw her here and then I saw her here. The Observer disappeared, so it's somewhere over here. So as soon as we want to leave the lane, we want to stay out of sight as much as possible, play stuff, and leave. Maybe they kill Sven if we're not here. It is possible. Maybe they go somewhere else because I left the lane and I caused some attention and Nature's felt he had to come in. So that's why anytime we can, like once your carry gets to a point you can leave him alone, we want to leave. If I see you teleport up here, we are in the wrong spot 100%. There's no reason to come back top anymore unless your team is saying, like, we want to fight Dragonite one more time. And it's like, okay, I guess. It'll be our third time doing so and continuing to leave Medusa alone down here. But, like, okay, you know, we can try. But most of the time, I just want to go somewhere else. So we're here. That means we're not going to be anywhere else. I think earlier, around 7 minutes, you guys got a kill. And we pointed out, like, we can probably leave here. So it's now 10 minutes. As we respawn, once again, we just gotta walk somewhere else. We can't go top again. Stop looking top. You're looking top. Look away. Look away. Oh, yeah, it's Mirana 5. Sorry. I forgot to change this. Okay, we did walk bottom, so this is good. Now that with our Wraith King, we can try to go for our stun arrow. Get the creeps, let it away! Nice. Excellent. We killed Medusa. Perfect, fantastic. Sven still free farming, so this is really good. Maybe we don't kill Medusa because they bring a bunch of heroes to save her. Medusa, splitting farm with 3-4 heroes. Sven, free farming. Good. That's why we want to leave the lane as soon as possible as position 5. As soon as our carry is in a good place, unless it's our job to hold a tower. But if you won the lane, there's very few reasons to ever do that. If you lost the lane, maybe. Stacking into the power rune's pretty good here. I would do a hard camp stack into the bottom power rune. We're going to do one of those. Sentry first for that exact reason. They now know you have an observer there. But if you sentry first, you'll be able to remove it. This is also, it's actually not that useful for you, this observer. How do they make plays? Someone will do something, and then Natures will teleport over. So who can catch a Wind Ranger in the middle lane on their team? Lich walking up really slowly is going to be very difficult. ET with the Spirit and a Stomp should be very obvious for her to dodge. He's going Blade Mail, so he has no blink. So there's actually 0% chance they ever surprise a Wind Ranger in mid without a smoke, and she messes up. Because, like, by the time smoke breaks, he still can't quite use this. So it's very hard to actually get her. Plus, Natures would be TPing from here to, like, here. So it's not very effective. The side lanes are where there's more likely to be risk. The other thing is to know where Natures is. So it's more likely that Nature's pushes in the lane and then jungles and watches for teleports. So rather than this observer, actually an observer in this area, for example, would be more likely here, anywhere in here, on this little cliff, all of those spots. You're more likely to see the Nature's push, walk towards jungling, so you know where he is to maybe gank him, but you might also see him farming, and then to see him turn on the minimap suddenly to go farm something else, which is why, by the way, I play with the little arrow pointers, so you can see which way a hero is facing. If you see Nature's icon suddenly just like, and like face a direction and sit still, it's because he's teleporting top or bottom, and it lets your teammates have a few seconds of reaction time before the TP completes, even if it's in Fog of War, to get out. You're very unlikely to see that from this observer. It's also us who need to be a little bit more aggressive. Like, we don't need to be the ones like camping mid defensively. We want to be looking for kills with Wind Ranger. ET, massive stacks here, losing them. If you ever get to this amount of stacks, by the way, guys, it is so worth it to put an observer down.
Do something about that bottom
A gift from the night.
Once you get to like 3 stacks in a camp, you should observer it in the early game. Now, let's go back one more time. How much gold was that? How did you guys not gain more gold? Oh, it's because you guys lost the tower. Okay, let's see. 4,700, 4,700, 2,700. Sven gained a full 1,000 gold. 100, 100. That was 1,200 gold they just lost. So in the same way you would like observer to defend towers and like heroes, this amount of stacks is absolutely worth protecting with an observer. Granted, there was a smoke in here, so maybe you wouldn't have noticed it till it's too late. But you could maybe start TPing in right away and scare them out. From here, just keep stacking when nothing's happening, and then playing with Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger and Wraith King, although Wraith King's probably going Radiance, isn't he? Yeah, so it is the Wind Ranger. But I don't know where to go, because all our observers right now are a bit defensive. You have 2 now, so next time we make a play, let's try to get some deep down. I don't even care where exactly they go. We just gotta stick them somewhere. Classic smoke to go straight to the mid lane. That's okay, I don't mind. Got a Nature's kill. GGN, please, I'm AFK. This is why ganking the mid lane always pays off. Mid is the most fragile. It's probably better for you to arrow the catapult there. As you can see, there's no way we kill DK, but the catapult, not only good money, but also does a lot of tower damage. What are you looking for here? Considering we have this observer and this observer, topside's relatively protected. Let's say they smoke up for a play. You will not see them. They're probably going to smoke in here. So anything along the river will not help, and anything here will be too late to help because the smoke will already kill your target by the time it sees them. If they don't smoke and they run in here, same deal. You're only getting the warning system. When Sven is here and they reach this point, then they will get him. If Sven is farming any of this stuff, which is very likely, he's not going to just sit here. This observer might not even see them. If they're sieging these buildings, then that's where this is a little more useful. However, I would then also say this is going to be the first spot they check. So actually, this type of observer defensively is unlikely to help, but very likely to die. Something further out in here is more likely to see things that are useful for Sven, but also not be killed, so that you see them entering this area to siege here, and you know ahead of time. If you want to protect Sven rather than this, something in here doubles in terms of giving you targets to go to, as a heavy ganking lineup with Moonlight Shadow and this Wind Ranger that I want to play with, and I want her to get kills. She can solo kill people if she knows where they are. We need a deep ward to see that. And if they smoke, bypassing all our defensive observers, this is where they're going to do it. They're going to do it here, they're going to do it here, or they're going to do it like here. So a deep ward is actually quite defensive in that nature. Thought they were going to push mid harder. I guess that's fair if you thought they were on the way. That is a target choice. I think if they are pushing it harder, though, you're going to lose that observer. I think it still then makes sense to place it a little further out. Kind of same deal on this one. I get it, they're pushing in, so it might help us defensively. So I kind of like don't mind, but it also follows up off of this one, which means now it's like all our wards are defensive. After this fight, we've got to find a deep one. Solid. Deep ward, go, go, go. You can check this area for observers. I'd check here and like here. One. Okay, we'll check the other one later maybe. Actually, it's unlikely they made it that far, so it's fine. If you see nature's trees, you can pop your ult a little early and you might live. What I want to highlight there, though, is that we had a chance to try to play something a little deeper. We didn't quite get to it. It's not that we always have to be, like, perfect on that, but I don't think we've had a deep ward this game. We're 20 minutes in. I'm trying to remember the deepest ward you've got. And I don't think there's anything across this, like, river line. Even when you're playing defensive, if you think you are. Not that this game, I think, is strictly that case, but there should almost always be one deep ward regardless. It's more like, are there two deep wards and one defensive ward on our half? Or is it two defensive wards and one deep ward? That's usually the spread you should go for. Are we giving up? Look at all our defensive vision. All right, let's get out. Sneaking over. Just kidding, we're back. You can leave this for Sven. I thought when you were leaving was fine. You can like go through the twin gate bottom. One option there, twin gate, pop out here, run down here, place a deep ward somewhere over here, wrap back around. It's daytime, so it's like a little iffy, but it could work. Okay, here's another one. We lost the last one. Gonna lose this one. This is why this is usually never worth it. If the fight is actively breaking out, it's worth it. But like placing it ahead of time, your team better be already in that spot. It's not quite. And out. Gotta stay mentally strong. I don't know. At this point, there's too much jungling. Frankly, even if you wanted to jungle, you should do it over here. Not that I think you should mentally AFK at this point, but Although there's a nature, so there's more risk this game than otherwise, like, that would still be okay. You would leave this farm safely for your team, and you would try to steal their farm aggressively. And then you would put observers down deep vision to make it safe. Now, like, Wraith King's over here, and there's no farm. So this is actually just, like, hurting your team. Alright, Wraith King's going in. We're in. We have to go deep ward. This is not good. We don't have an observer on us. We should. You don't need to show yourself here, though. You don't need to... It's just free information to the enemy if you show up. Like, that fight happened without you, which is fine. But if you then go show in the mid wave for, like, half a second time save, which the other core was then about to get there, then it's just giving them more information that you're not about to arrow someone up here for 5 seconds, and then everyone's going to TP and kill them.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Alright. Any deep warding? Any warding? Gonna do Roche. That's pretty good. You guys should just do Roche. What a disaster! Oh my god. That is funny. Even if you cleanly killed those two supports, then got out, they're worth less than Roche. That is too funny. Absolute disaster. Alright, I think that's probably enough. We talked a little bit about laning. There seems to be some tilt in this game. Prior to the tilt, there's not enough deep vision. There's like far too much defensive. So then you can't do anything. Like, you and your team can't do anything without the proper aggressive vision. And then we entered this, like, everyone seems to be like AFK split farming. And then if you're gonna do that, not that I recommend you do that at a tilt, but like genuinely, if you're trying to farm, that's fine, but it should be on the enemy's half of the map, not your own. Okay. This game, I don't even know if you need the Yules. I think Sven has some pretty good matchups here. You should actually be building auras for your team. Since there's an ET in this game, you should be building armor and magic resistance. Armor mostly, because it's a more physical damage lineup. Guardian Greaves would be good. Vlad's is good this game. AC later on. If someone else is covering some of those, you can get the Solar Crest. I think the Yules is unnecessary. To be reviewed, yeah, put it in. Put the match ID, who you're playing, any questions, all that. Skip to late, I think we've untilted.
should end reviewing after someone types AFK in all chat. I do agree, actually. You know, maybe we should comment on that more. You definitely shouldn't give up. That would be my #1 advice. You'll actually just lose more games talking like that. Maybe you're talking with your team in team chat and we can't see that, like, guys, let's pretend to be tilted. I mean, sure. But actually tilting out, yourself included, will never help. I know Dota's a stressful game, and I am here to try to be a bit more positive and tell you we are going to wag our finger at that behavior. But if you're interested in winning, it literally won't help you. It'll only bring down your team's atmosphere. No one plays better in those types of situations. Get building, supports. Okay, see, like, why are we jungling? They're all dead. They're all dead. We are part of the problem here. We need to be warding and dewarding as supports. The cores can push out the lanes. This is like, or it's such a wasted opportunity. This can be done as you're retreating as they respawn. Where we should be is, like, we should all be on their half of the map right now. As they're respawning, we can choose to start retreating and farm backwards to everything that we farmed instead just now. And there should be deep wards to see, okay, they grouped up here and they're now coming this way. So the people here leave, the people here actually go back. I can't do any of that as they respawn because we didn't come here first. So, like, they'll come in a little too soon, so we'll get an extra kill. But yeah, notice, like, despite having a full team wipe, the deepest thing we got is 1 sentry. Support perspective, we got 1 sentry down and not like a single deep ward. And then our team as a whole took a tier 1. They gave us some kills, but that's very shallow level. Even if the rest of our team jungles, like, we alone as a support could have pushed the lane to get this tower and then go deep ward. We could have deep warded and then, you know, like, oh, no one's pushing, like, let me go deal with other stuff. Instead, even with more heroes kills, there's like another ward on our own half of the map. So I think that's probably like the key point. Don't tilt, and then there needs to be more thought in, like, what are we trying to get from this ward? And can I get more wards on their half of the map? I'm gonna see where this observer goes, and then we're gonna move on. This one should probably just be held. Actually, if you think you need to defend this, like, final one, you can commit an observer, like, in this area. It's too late now. It needed to be done like 20 seconds ago. You can put an observer like that. Otherwise, I'm just, like, holding this one till after this fight. And we should probably buy a gem at this point as well. Guys, if you want your match reviewed, match ID, all that junk. Match ID, who you're playing, all that jazz in there. Go, go, go. Deep ward. Deep ward. You can do the dewarding on your way back. It's not that it's bad to deward, but you can actually do it. You can go aggressive, ward, and then return back. D-ward. Here's a 15th example. I don't know how many we're at, but this time our team took a tier 2, and then again, there's like nothing on their half of the map. Okay, let me know. Submit your games. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna put this away. that's interesting. Okay, real quick. So I won't go too far into this replay, but you got a question about a captain's mode one. Should I even timestamp this? Maybe. We'll put this as like a draft analysis question. Okay. Was this draft cooked? Oh, we have a PL. It's cooked. So is this Lena mid or Shaker off? Kind of picked by Viper. Hold on, I gotta see like how did this develop. Let's look at this draft real quick. I do think this looks better for this draft, but that's not 100% true. Let's go through this real quick, and then we'll go to one of the other replays that just got put in.
Dyer's pick.
Okay, what do we open with? We opened up with Earthshaker, super meta pick, response to the silencer, pretty strong, protects the Dawnbreaker that then came out, the Lich. I don't mind Lich as a way to counter the Dawnbreaker in lane because you can like instantly interrupt it. You're a pretty strong burst hero, so that works. I know there's like comfort picks in this level of game as well, so I'm not too worried about like, oh, we're not super meta, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I will say, long-term, Lich Sinister Gaze being canceled by Silence, or Global, is a problem. So it's actually a little easier if you pick a different hero who has like a, you know, press and throw it spell that gets full value, and you don't have to worry about having to channel an ability. So for example, Lion, ignoring mana drain, but like who cares, right? You press Hex or you throw out your stun and the job is done. That could work. Just as like crowd control. He's not the best matchup in the Dawnbreaker, I know, but like just throwing that idea out there. I like the Snapfire pick. Who ended up winning again? I think it was the Radiant side. Yeah. Snapfire, same issue with Snapfire into Silencer. You've got two channeled big. This one's the bigger one. It's going to be extremely difficult to get value from this until Silencer's killed. So your upcoming mid pick or whoever, if this is mid Earthshaker, you're picking offlaner, you need someone to find the Silencer. You're kind of like drafting yourself into a problem here by taking the Snapfire. She is considered such a good hero that people would pick Snapfire and then get countered by Silencer. Maybe even pick Snapfire into the Silencer. So I don't think it's the worst pick, but I'm just going to highlight that issue. Like, you got to have to find the Silencer. Jakiro then comes out, pretty strong laner. They grab the Viper, so probably the mid Viper here. So this is where you run into an issue. Intentional or not, I don't know. But Viper mid will shut down most of the playmaking heroes that can go and find Silencer. So that's kind of annoying for us. At this point, I would probably pick a Sniper if on the Dire. Sniper cooks this draft because you'll outrange the Viper. These two supports don't gap close onto Sniper. He doesn't care about the Silencer. And the last hero to pick is a carry. So it's going to need to be a carry that initiates, has a good matchup, and gets to the Sniper. These two heroes can now just sit behind Sniper, and when they all start committing on Sniper, you can get the Echo. So I actually really like a Sniper pick here. I think it was Lena, if I remember, in the end. No, you guys go PL here. I admit that I'm a little outdated with my PL matchup knowledge because this hero is so out of the meta. I don't think this is particularly good versus Dawnbreaker in the lane because she has like the AoE damage. In fact, they have a lot of AoE. You will get to the Viper, and he doesn't like dealing with it, so like that's kind of cool. Lich can't use Frost Shield, though, on your carry without ever revealing the real one. So I don't know if I think this is the greatest time for PL, especially because I feel that PL is a slow hero, And this is a pretty fast lineup, however this ends up finishing out. So I would actually prefer a different carry. And I also think it's probably a good time to pick into your Viper.
5 seconds.
Because, like, you know that mid matchup. Maybe you don't. Maybe these guys are willing to run carry Dawnbreaker, carry Viper. That happens in these kind of leagues. So maybe you thought that might be the case. Banning Sven's pretty good. Banning any fast tempo hero, essentially, who might end the game before Lycan is ready. Oops, you guys really like
Who's radiant?
snap through that last pit. Snowroom Natures and OD, you guys took Lena. So I'm going to guess you guys had problems ever getting to Silencer with this draft. And because of that, if Silencer was careful with his globals, then you probably had a lot of value getting out of your Snapfire. I also think Snapfire and Lich are both follow-up type supports. And the only one who really initiates is the Earthshaker, which playing from the off lane will be a bit slower and you'll need to get to the blink. A mid playmaker rather than a Lena in the backside would be better. Because Lena, she does have a stun, but she also does not usually initiate. And if you knew you were going to go for mid Lena, then you probably want a different carry rather than the PL. Someone who like might go in like the Sven or CK, you know, if we're not worried about the meta. Specifically just like styles of heroes. Someone who can go in so that the supports can just like back them up, press buttons on them. Carry Dragonite, for example, that could work too. What scares his face so much?
Pick.
And then the final pick was Muerta.
Time to pick something.
I think she naturally builds Mjolnir. Ags is kind of good versus PL late game. Q is good versus Snapfire, even if you don't have global. I don't mind. I wonder if there's probably a more direct pick, but I think you just need to lane well versus like Earthshaker, Snapfire, and play fast. Which Muerta's not the fastest scaling hero, so maybe there probably is a better pick. But in the end, I think this first pick Silencer does so much work this game that it's fine. I think for the Dire, I think the Sniper would have been really good, or a mid hero who picks up an early Yules and can initiate. Ember Spirit could have worked. You'd have a horrible time versus Viper, don't get me wrong, but you're playing for the mid to late game at that point. Or do it from your carry. Like have do your Lena mid instead of Sniper, but then you have to pick like more initiating type carry than PL. You were the Lena of this game. Would mid DK have been any good? Just survive the lane and recover. Yeah, if you feel... Here's the thing. I recognize for these kind of amateur leagues, play whatever... Play within your hero pool. Even though I'm like, oh, pick Sniper. And you're like, I'm not a Sniper player. Totally get that. So conceptually, I think what you should look for, whatever fits your hero pool, is I need to get through the lane versus Viper, either through creep dragging, because I'm just outranging him, I shove lanes, whatever, out sustain. I need to deal with the lane, and then I need to be catch for my supports, the Snapfire, the Lich, and I need to help find this Silencer. So whatever hero you feel fits that bill. I do think Dragonite can work. You get the blink, push out the mid lane as best you can, since Viper doesn't have the best wave clear. Trust your innate to kind of like survive through that. Stack what camps you can, farm up. Dragonite could work. I think Sniper is still my favorite, and then we ignore Silencer and we all just protect Sniper and let Sniper be the focal point. I think Void Spirit or Ember Spirit could work, but you're really going to have to creep drag in the mid lane. You're gonna need a lot of help to get through the Viper matchup, and then you would be really good after that, which for a lot of us is very hard to, like, the pros are practiced at that, but we are not. So I understand if that's pretty tough. I think Queen of Pain could maybe work, although she doesn't really like building Yules, but she could get through that Viper matchup. If you want to play Lina, then maybe a carry like Sven, Dragon Knight carry could have worked. I'm trying to think who else. Maybe Ursa. Maybe Monkey King or Wraith King. I'm really just like thinking any of these heroes with stuns and who are survivable enough to deal with Dawnbreaker. Ursa was our second option. I think I would have been okay with that. Ursa also does not like playing into Viper, though, so it's just kind of a bit of a pain. It's just how it goes, though. Yeah, I would say earlier when you see the silencer come out, try to... Like, let me think of a different support who could have worked. Someone who either doesn't channel or is low cooldown, so that, okay, they use global, we died, we lost the team fight, okay, now go, right? Now they're stuck waiting for global and we're really strong. Someone like Pugna could kind of work, very low cooldowns, whether you live or die, you're then like going a second time. Chen. I don't know if any of you play Chen or Enchantress, but the Zoo type heroes just run at Silencer. If you have a Lycan player, Lycan is very good versus Silencer. You just like run creeps at Silencer and he can't do anything. I realize these are not the most popular heroes that a casual group of friends might play, but... What do I do with my water? Oh, over here. Timbersaw? It could kind of work, but he really doesn't enjoy... You'd be good in the lane, and you kind of go up front, but you don't actually lock people down for the supports you had. And then, again, the Viper and the Silencer are really not fun for Timber. The thing is, if we go back to this draft, I know there's a bunch of heroes who are like, man, this lane is ass, but... If you think about those high mobility heroes, how do they catch you? Once you have a Dispel to deal with silence, it is Ice Path, which is pretty slow. It is Starbreaker, which is not the easiest to land, and it's like a Dead Shot, which is hard. So that's why, if you're comfortable with it, which you probably don't have that much practice with doing this kind of style, but that's why you pick to lose the lane with like those Ember Spirits, Ember Spirit type heroes. You group up early to make some kind of like early rotation, smoke mid, get power rune, smoke bottom, stack a bunch for him, like whatever recovery mechanic you want to do. You get past that lane, you get your Dispel, and then I don't know how they kill an Ember Spirit. It's going to be so hard for them. They're going to get like Atos on Viper maybe. Same Dispel that deals with the silence, deals with the Atos. Also, you have to land the Atos. Dawnbreaker gets Orchid. Same Dispel works on the Orchid. You know, it's like they have to get to Hex or Basher or something like that. So it's an awkward style for most pub players, like those of us who usually play pubs and not the professional scene. But I mean, if you want to give it a go, it's the GTI, you know, highest skill out there, you know, give it a shot. See how it is. Let's see. TA was... Oh, you have a game with someone in the guild? That's funny. Okay, let's start with this. Let's start with...
Disruptor. Timer we're at 0-4. Okay. Disruptor 5 in Immortal. And you are coming back into Dota. Are you on the EU servers? Is that why no one has numbers? Well, no problem, guys. Thank you all for dropping by. I'm sorry we didn't really analyze the game. It was mostly about the draft. That seemed like NPR's main question. We didn't actually look at the game. NA about 6K ELO. Okay. We can go back to one of your team games, I guess. There's so many of you that 5 of you could benefit from a team analysis. Could be fun. We did a team analysis last game too, or last stream. Someone from the Australia leagues. The draft tilted us. I mean, they got like Silencer Viper. Those are tilter heroes. Don't worry, I didn't watch either. Lol.
This one is in the bag.
Who are we looking at? Disruptor. All right, let's check it out. What was your question again? Getting back into Dota, trying to play position 5 a little bit better. Okay. Probably for Disruptor and NA Immortal. Probably about the first 15 minutes can be our focus. Getting through the lane as Disruptor and then the early movements. But I see this game does go quite late, so perhaps we'll take a look at a couple late game fights too. Maybe we speed up to that point. With that in mind, Disruptor, Thunderstrike is good, but not that good. So I wouldn't really rush the Sage's Mask. I would recommend just like the usual right-click items like the Iron Branch. You're actually going to do a lot of work with your auto attacks is how you have to play as Disruptor. And Thunderstrike is actually just to help you get more auto attacks and be a good enough trading tool. Because the actual damage to mana from Thunderstrike is not that great. Tanker. Alright. Because we're a little late to lane, you see what I mean here when you start trading with this Tinker. Thunderstrike tickles him at the end. Like, really doesn't do much damage. And then when it comes to a right-click battle, you have a Sage's Mask, whereas he has, like, 2 more Iron Branches and a Fairy Fire. So, kind of need as much as you can get in terms of right-click power. We started top, we're a little late to lane. That's why you're trying to like do this shenanigans with like the late last minute body block, which works out, but then alternate, run straight to lane, hit Legion for 15 seconds, and then run back out and body block. That also would have worked. Instead, we like sat here till 1 minute. I haven't even seen the lane yet. It's been a one-on-one between Jug Legion and I mean, she doesn't like destroy Jug right now, but over time, I would actually say that's probably going to favor Legion as the bulkier hero with more natural lifesteal that doesn't require mana. So, like, okay, we body block the lane. They can't get equilibrium back through that. But then we look at the lane, and it's like, do they need to pull equilibrium back? Like, Juggernaut is dying to the Legion. So this is why if you're in the lane to help him a bit more, it'd be better. Shove it. Okay, we're going to have to consider the pull. I don't think I've seen you hit the Legion. It's all been on the Disruptor. Or sorry, the Tinker.
And it paid off. It was so worth it. Let's go. You could do a lot of the same stuff with the Iron Branches and then like one Mango, by the way. Bassy with Jug is kind of nice because he'll get a little bit more mana for his tiny mana pool to use his spells, but yeah, I think rushing the Bassy this quickly is not usually necessary, and a couple of the Iron Branches will go a long way. It would have killed the Tinker there. You know what I mean. That was a choice to be up that far. Do they have a Warden lane? Yeah, okay. I was about to say, I was like, should they have seen him behind that tree? It was still kind of risky, because if Tinker had just walked up and stumbled him there, like, the same thing could have happened, but... Okay, well, sure. Keep in mind that did just stack the camp. Iron Branches would have done it! Is another reason Thunderstrike's not that good. Legion Commander just dispelling it, so you're paying 130 gold to do nothing. Okay, you're doing 55 damage per strike, you know, but it's really not a lot. Level 1 strike is also really bad. Damage to mana. Level 2, it becomes okay. This game, I might actually just leave it at level 1 because of the Legion. Like, if you don't get value out of the 2 points in Thunderstrike in the lane, I would say it's probably not worth it for later on. Because 1 point has the same utility as 2 points. It's strictly for the laning damage, because you're usually such a weak laning hero. That was a choice. I can't believe she just ran up that far to snipe the courier. That's kind of funny. Yeah, you may lose your observer for that, but I'd say securing the Wisdom Shrine and sending Legion like that back, kind of worth. Funny as shit. Do it again. Get the Tinker next. No, get the Tinker. Stay there. Get him. All right. Because you have the second point in Thunderstrike, we can't go 1-3-1. And now you have Static Storm, but boy, does it feel awkward to use without Kinetic Field, doesn't it? If you do go 2 points in Thunderstrike, which I think is perfectly fine, and then most lanes, it's just this one is like a little weird. I would say 2-2-1 is better. You may have meant to do that and just misclicked, but I'll just throw it out there. I think it's really hard to get Static Storm value without 1 point in Kinetic Field. Aw, that sucks, Bayo. I did not know. Would that count as an abandon? Like a full abandon? Where were you in the loading that happened? You have the 3-minute ready yet penalty. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't think that doesn't count as like an abandon. I thought you were like, I lost MMR for this. That is just like the ready up, which does suck, and if you have too many, then you will have issues, but just the one-off should be okay. Should be fine. It's just like a little warning.
Top tower's hurting. Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower?
Okay, why are we walking bottom?
Dyer's structure's looking fortified.
Is this Dragonites here? I guess. All right, now we're leaving bottom. All right, what are we over here for? Let's get out. Okay, we get the Weaver kill. I'm down for that. I don't want to be near that Juggernaut, though. I want to move on. This feels a bit defensive for the state of the game. So, like, I think your bottom lane, in the end, went pretty well. And then we took this tower with the Dragonite rotation.
To me, bottom is good to leave Juggernaut alone. I'm now looking to play with Dragonite, and I notice there's a Tinker in the game, right? So I want to be fairly aggressive. I think this is a support Tinker from your lane, so it's not the same as like a mid Tinker. I don't know why I said I think. Literally, we saw it. But even like as long as there's a Tinker in the game, I don't want him to have that much space, whether it's core or support. It's a bigger issue if it's core. So I do want to play more aggressively as much as possible, like around here. So then it's like, how does this help me? You know, like where am I? What plays am I making around this cliff ward that is on our chunk of the map? Not a lot. So this is useful if they're literally in the middle of a push and you're losing and you think they're going to like invade this area a lot, especially on Wisdom Shrine times, which you might have a slight feeling of like, oh, they're pushing up, you know, I'm going to place this to help me out, which I kind of get. But then it's going to be stuck here for the rest of its life since we can't move observers. And I do think, you know, after this one defense, we're going to want to push up here, at which point this doesn't help us. So I'd probably just try to take this hold without it, you know? Yeah, our team moved out. We used the Static Storm on the Weaver, so you guys should not have been... Also notice none of this didn't help with any of this. Part of the reason why we didn't quite need it. But it's also your team's mistake. You guys are like thinking about this guy, but I think you guys saw this Magnus with the blink in the area, didn't you? Your team should mostly just be holding here until they back off, or your abilities are up, or Dragonite runs over. So they just got insane blink value, but it was more because we gave it to them rather than, you know, surprised them. What was that? How come Omni Slash did so little damage? What Kez thing is this? Oh, Sister Shroud. Classic Sister Shroud.
One last top tower for the Radiant. Radiant's mid towers get banged up. Trouble. Radiant bottom towers see better days. Dire might want to mind.
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
That Observer Ward is fine in general. It may actually be found because the tier 1's already down. So something in the floor might have been better. I'm trying to decide how I feel about you smoking for it. I think at the point you're at, you don't even need to. Like, at that point, you just do it. My Wisdom Shrine! At least we stole it. Almost worked out. Yeah, this is where I think either a 2-3-1 build or a 1-4-1 build would be preferable. I think that's the second or third case where Static Storm trapping them has been a little bit iffy. Some of the others worked out though. That was the first like real shame, but although it may not be this game, compared to like when you hit level 8 and we'll have this, is almost 7-8 minutes of difference from having it ready at level 6? You do have that observer at that cliff. I see the Kez. I feel like you're ready to go. It's maybe the team that didn't want to go with you, but you guys had some clear targets there. I think we could have gone with the ultimates available. We'll blame your team for that. Now now our observer's gone. So that particular case, or the last couple of minutes, I do think your team not grouping and making plays was a problem. But I feel that your vision actually enabled it. So I don't know where to point my fingers at that besides to say that that was the issue there. Because this game is long, let's actually jump ahead. Let's see some like late game fights. Start at like 50 minutes maybe. We're here at a tense moment. Pretty even game. You guys are both down 1 barracks. You got the Ags. No blink though. I would recommend the blink before Aether Lens. I'm not. What's the order you got this in? You went Ghost Scepter, Aether Lens, and then Glimmer. I would say do after your Ghost Scepter, which I think it makes sense, you know, with this lineup. I actually don't even know if you need the Glimmer, but if you want to get the Glimmer, I would do it next. I think Aether Lens is pretty luxury on Disruptor. I don't think you typically need more cast range. In fact, I would actually say Blink as your next item. Ghost Scepter Blink would be really good because Tinker and Magnus are both 2 really important heroes to catch off guard with the Static Storm, especially Tinker support who doesn't usually get BKB. So if you can Blink Static Storm him, that's really powerful. And then you can go Ags right after, and then you'll have the Blink Ags ready. You eventually reach that point, but it's just a little bit later. I think we could bump it up to where Blink Ags is ready like here, actually. You didn't want to get Glimmer, but you were pressured to by Mars. I do think there's a room for listening to teammates and like, okay, I'll try it out. It can be a learning. Sometimes I do it where I don't believe in it, but I'm like, if this guy sees value in it, I'll try it. See, maybe he sees something I don't. In the end, though, in this case, you know, I'd rather have that blink. I think you guys left something in the banner. Oh, someone got it. Okay. You place the observer, but what I'm actually scared of seeing... Okay, let's think about these team fights and how we can win them. Straight up sieging high ground, very scary versus Magnus and Legion. We should probably get this for free, considering no Magnus. You guys are up way too far, as Juggernaut just showed back here. So actually, if they started a fight here on this, like, under the tower Mars, they know Juggernaut's here. And if they happen to have an observer in this area, they would actually also know Dragonite's not there. So this is really risky from Mars in particular, but even you two, like, let's pretend we see someone here. What can you actually do about that? Nothing. So this is all risk, no reward, instead of just, like, going with these guys. Because any 5-on-4 will go your way because Magnus is dead. Like, any proper fight is good. Any improper fight is just a chance to throw away our advantage. So I think you guys being up here is actually unnecessary. Some observers being placed. So it's like, okay, cool, we're setting up vision. But again, if they know that Juggernaut and Dragonite are here, what is stopping them from moving in here right now, de-warding this cliff, and then backing out? There's no way these two heroes can get close enough in that time. Like this. This is like the classic, like, I'm an invis hero. I'm going to go stand really aggressively because I'm invis. But what's the purpose? What advantage is there of being up this far when nothing can happen? Like, even if you find the perfect catch, you can't do anything. Just a whole bunch of risk to get dueled right here, killed, and then they all run back. In the end, you get a Tinker, though. I don't know what he was doing there. All right, with that, this should be pretty free. We should just sit behind Dragonite and Juggernaut hitting this building, and we just wait with our Blink Static Storm. If we had it, we're still working on it, so we don't quite have that. But we still have the Static Storm behind them. I just got to watch them. Like, Bounty doesn't need to be up here. It's kind of whack. Now that the tower's dead, if Bounty actually did walk up a little bit further to break smokes, that would be okay. But he should probably also do it from, like, over here. This is unnecessary. This is unnecessary. I was also even thinking if it should just be Dragonite hitting this, let alone, like, oh, maybe Juggernaut Dragonite's okay. And then these guys are like, let's all get in there and party. I don't know. Maybe we jumped ahead. Maybe you guys know Tinker doesn't have buyback, but pretty risky if he does. Or even drop the statics. What was that? Is this just like they seem to be done? Did you guys think there was something there? Just wanted to secure megas in case they jumped there. I see. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I appreciate the mentality in a super defensive way, especially because you have the refresher shard. It's like, okay, we can kind of waste it this way, which this is, you know, it's kind of a waste. That's what this is. That's why I'm like, do we really need to do it? But because of the refresher, I kind of get it. I think you wouldn't feel you need to do this if you had a blink. You also wouldn't feel you need to do it if Bounty would stand up here to break the smokes of the people coming in rather than like be back here. Or if you all sat behind a Dragonite, you'd also feel better about Dragon skewer back, but then you can like blink Static Storm everyone focused in on him, stuff like that. Instead we're like pretty scattered. I wouldn't even hit this if I was you. I would just like stand in the back. Is us throwing a bit here. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Yeah, with getting back into Dota, the current Disruptor build is usually, if you don't need anything, honestly, straight Arcane Blink Ags is the dream if you can do it. Arcane Ags, if you're losing and you really need it desperately into the Blink. If you're doing well and you don't need to rush it, you can do one item, one support item, maybe two, and then you go Blink Ags. But ultimately, the combo is the Blink Aghanim's. from here, we should just close it out with a pickoff. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna stand. I'm getting tired. Just sitting there. All right, super risk from your team. What's happening here? Is that a misclick? All right, I was about to say. All right, for your team, this is really dangerous. It looks so bad for an Immortal game. Honestly, for 6K NA, this is what I'd expect. This is the MMR inflation. I feel like I saw some ridiculous mistakes in this bracket again. When I feel like I've been climbing by accident recently, but I think it's just me catching up to MMR inflation. This sort of stuff is happening all the time, and it's really unnecessary, and I think it's just like NA stuff. But like, what's Dragonite doing up here? If you guys are back here, if you guys all want to go, I'll go. If you guys want to like push in lanes, I'll push in lanes. But like, this is some wild shit versus a Magnus and Legion. That's crazy behavior. And with no buyback. And that was his Divine Rapier. Fortunately, your team then found an equivalent fight while you had left. Good old NA Dota. If I was you, I'd probably buy a gem. Anytime you're in these kind of like situations where vision wins the game, all you need is a pickoff. You don't even need double static storm. Obviously, it's nice to have, but if you just find a good pickoff, you win the game. This is where gem's really strong. All right, looks like you guys should be done here. So yeah, we saw some typical high ground mistakes there. There's a whole video on finishing the late game with the flow chart on the channel, so I won't go as far into that, but that's what I would recommend. Not doing a lot of what we just we just saw with the Dragonite there. Okay, what time is it? So blink before Aether Lens. Yeah, I would honestly just skip Aether Lens unless you're getting E-Blade, which is probably not that bad that game, but it may, I guess it's worse now that like the whole BKB change just happened. Yeah, pretty much you want Blink Aghanims and you have to come up with like, okay, I can't go straight Blink Aghanims because I really need a Solar Crest, or like, okay, we really need this 4-staff, so I got to do that first, and then I can go Blink Aghanims. Like, do whatever you need to and then get the Blink Ags. Oh, and try to have the Iron Branches in the laning stage, and trying to focus too much on the enemy support. There's times you can do that, but essentially you need to be able to say my carry will win the 1v1. So now I just have to mess with the enemy support, which is rarely, should I say rarely? It's often not the case, especially with how carry players play. And with the room for mistakes in, any given game. It's usually better to help them out a little bit. Even if they could win the 1v1, give them a hand, make it a 2v1, 2v2 for a bit, and then give them like an advantaged 1v1. Yeah, that's kind of what you're asking right now, isn't it? There are times, depending on the matchups, to do one or the other. For the safe lane, you are starting with good equilibrium. The off lane is bad equilibrium. So ignoring the matchups, just in terms of equilibrium, because no matter the matchup, it's good to have the equilibrium in front of your tower. The off lane is the one that is at more pressure to make that happen, which typically requires the 4 support to go do something, either a pull or creep drag, or they're doing something in the lane like creep manipulation, and shoving things in and stuff like that. So if you sit in the lane as your default as a hard support, like you start there. This is all generally speaking, okay? I know there are matchups you're not going to do this. If you start in the lane, two in our lane, if they try to do something to the creeps, shove it in really quickly, try to do like creep aggro, you can punish that because you're in the lane. You know, you can match the creep, equilibrium, aggro drawing, stuff like that. You can harass them to make them low even as they get good creep equilibrium. You're prepared for that if you're in the lane. If the 4 support goes to do a pull or to do a creep drag, something like that, and we are not there, what you can at least get is a 2v1 versus the offlaner. At a pro level, they're going to be coordinating. They're going to be like, hey, I'm going to go do this. You be careful, blah, blah, blah. This is pub games, right? So there's going to be way more mistakes that happen, especially because we're just assuming like, oh, the 4 support's doing the right thing. There's a lot of times they also spend too much time in the jungle. Like, I give this feedback all the time in these replay streams. Like, why are you in the jungle? You should have done this earlier, and now you should just be in the lane. People do it all the time. So whether it's good or not, you're very frequently going to get a 2v1 in the lane if you just start in the lane, especially because you don't actually need to be near the jungle camps till around the 50-second mark, right? That's where it's like, okay, put my sentry down, look around the camp to unblock, or okay, I gotta go body block, so let me walk in at the last second, walk back out. I don't actually need to be there until around that time. So a lot of games, I recommend you start in the lane for at least that like 30 to 50 second window, because in that time, there is a chance that they mess up and they give you a 2v1 fight early and you just take off 300 health from the offlaner, and then you're good to go. You know, then you can go to the 1v1 that you actually thought, like, I actually think I'm supposed to 1v1 this game, like 1v1 here, 1v1 there, but now it's just better for me because we got the offlaner early. That will happen in so many games if you start in the lane. And as long as you have a good sense of timing, it doesn't have to be like an internal sense, like just look at the clock a lot, you know, like you can be in the lane and then head over to the camps as necessary if you feel you need to. Does that answer everything? I'm trying to think. That's for like if you're supposed to 1v1, like why not start 2v2? If you're supposed to babysit, then you would have been in the lane anyways, and you only go to the jungle as necessary. You don't need to be in the jungle up until 50 actually helps a lot. Okay, cool. And yeah, I mean, like, you can change your positioning, because, you know, if you're, like, standing on the far side of the lane, then you need more time to get to your jungle's side. So, like, you know, adjust on the fly. If you do think it's important for you to be over there, then maybe don't go too far to the right, or, like, start on the right and then, like, shift your way over. Like, do whatever you feel you need, but a lot of times people spend way too much time in the jungle early on, and it actually is not really necessary. But in cases where you do think it's a good 1v1, let's say like Monkey King, Templar Assassin, those types of carries that are quite strong in the one-on-ones, you usually can focus a bit more on the enemy support to keep it to a one-on-one. Though again, if you help them out a little bit to start, then an advantaged 1v1 is always like even better. So why not? Okay, we got a couple on a roll. Let's see. Does it have to be a ranked game? No, I don't care. Unranked or ranked is fine. If you happen to do a captain's mode due to like amateur league or battle cup, anything like that, it's all good. I just have to be able to download it. Turbo is still fine because I know there are turbo players. Ability draft, I think, is probably less. I'm kind of willing to do it, but like I don't really know what kind of feedback we could actually do. What's up? Nice.
Show the people how good I am at rock, paper, scissors.
Let's see.
What would be the most useful here? How can we help the most people? I guess we could just try to go through all of them as quickly as possible, though we tend to go long rather than short. We used to go short. We used to have like that 10-minute timer that we tried to stick to, which maybe one of these days we should do again. See if we can give like the real fast, rapid fire feedback. What did we cover today? Let me see. Let me look at my timestamps. See, we did some off lane, a carry, 5s. We didn't. Oh, we had one position 4 game. Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't we start with this Storm mid replay? We'll have done one of every role then at this point. And then we'll see where we go from here. Although, actually, this might be too late. I think we can't download this one. So maybe we're not doing Storm mid. Because I see, actually, several of you have questions about playmaking. So as long as we can connect it into that, no matter what the role, I think that'll be useful. Okay, so in that case, why don't we start here? Maybe if you have a more recent game, we can do that next. Oh, no worries. It's fine. Sorry to you. We're not going to be able to review it. Why don't we start with this one then? This is a... wait, let me do the timestamp. This is a Dark Willow position 4. There's a bunch of questions on playmaking. So even if it's not your role, not your hero, everything we're about to talk about will revolve around this early game playmaking. I assume that's what I'm going to aim for. And actually, all the roles need to know it anyways, you know? Like, the support players need to know what the mid's thinking. The mids need to know what, like, the carry wants to do, offlane wants to do, whatever in this early game. So hopefully, even if it's not, like I said, your role or your heroes, the thoughts and the feedback here will still be something you all can apply into your games. What if people post their game with questions specific to a certain time in their game? Would that help cut down your replay analysis time per person? I do think it would be nice in terms of... it does help to kind of direct, like, hey, I have this question at 7 minutes. Great, we jump straight to 7 minutes. When people do have questions like that, I do think it's nice and helpful. With that said, sometimes people don't know where that is. You know, like, sometimes you have specific questions, but other times it's like, man, I'm lost. I don't know what went wrong, and they're not able to give a time frame. I don't want to just ignore those people. Like, I still think that's a very valid reason to have. So that's why I don't usually require it. Maybe one of these days we could require it just to see what that's like. And it definitely would speed it up, I guess. You know, if everyone had like one question to be answered, then it would be easier to hop from like question to question to question and get to more people, which maybe that'd be preferred by you guys. I'm not sure. At the same time, like, let's say we did this Dark Willow game for an hour. The downside is it's one person's game rather than getting to, let's say, like 6 people's games in 10 minutes. At the same time, it would then cover kind of the flow of the game. And personally, I think that is useful. Again, if you're not Dark Willow, if you're not a support player, the information is hopefully still useful. But yeah, I've kind of like bounced back and forth on that a bit in the past. I'm going to jump ahead because, like I said, the question is about post-lane playmaking, even if this is Crusader. I happen to jump here at 5.5 minutes, and I want to say this is where, as a support player, you want to start... I just mentioned... I think I did... I was talking to someone on a coaching for this. I don't think it was a replay analysis. Maybe it was. Maybe it was on stream. But at the pro level... The earliest just about laning stage starts to break down is around the 5-minute mark. The latest down in like Herald will be 20 minutes, something like that. So even if you don't, right, it's okay to play to your rank and like, okay, everyone's going to sit in lane. So like, what's the point of moving? You know, Zach says to, but my guy doesn't know how to do it. It's fine to me, right? Like adjust to your rank. But I do think it would be a really good habit, even if you're in Herald, as you hit that 5-minute mark, start thinking,
Could I move around? Is there something else for me to do? Could I find some excuse to get out of the lane one way or the other? A little bit more on position 5 to like, can I leave this lane, go play with like the off lane? For position 4s, you're probably still going to play this lane, but like, can I pop in the mid lane and help for a little bit? Can I stack and then come back to my own lane? But at least as you see the 5-minute mark, I want you guys to start getting that, hear my voice in your head, be like, leave the lane, you know, like at least think about it, even if you then decide, okay, I'm going to stay in this lane this game. As long as you think about it, then I'm happy. So Dark Willow here, we're seeing what she's doing in the lane, which, you know, okay, kind of like throwing some spells, doing a little bit of harass. In the end, not really much changed. What if she found an amplify damage here, or a haste rune, something like that? It's sniper versus Tidehunter mid. Okay, you know, not the most power rune matchup, power rune dependent matchup. So if you didn't come here, that'd be okay. But you guys see the Storm Spirits, the Ember Spirits, Queen of Pains, all those guys. They love the power runes, and getting them a big one to then show up to the side lane or to help kill mid, or okay, nothing's happening, let me go double stack. This is like guaranteed 200 plus gold versus kind of watch Wind Ranger farm like right here, right? These are kind of like those early map movements, playmaking that I do want it to start coming to mind. For example, Dark Willow does this pull, Equilibrium's gonna come back, Wind Ranger should be okay for the next 30 seconds to a minute. She might get denied without her Dark Willow, but she'll be in general XP range with some last hits. So if Dark Willow needed to move around now, this would be a good time. For example, the Wisdom Shrine is probably the most common thing at 7 minutes. Come early, stack, Wisdom Shrine. Another time frame could be the double stack, could be the Power Rune, maybe a Twin Gate if you think, you know, something's going on over here. Though Medusa Ogre does not sound great to gank for. You do know to go for the Wisdom Shrine. I too am late sometimes, so I'm not going to be too harsh on it. Of course, the sooner we identify, the better. See, okay, pull into this, you know, could be great, but we're going to be late because we stayed and did the pull. So let's actually go back. Offlane players, this is the same deal. That's why I said it doesn't really matter what role you play. Supports, this is when you would have to leave to come to the Power Rune. And you could stack and then walk over. And it's like guaranteed, you know, gold for your team into a potentially useful rune for your mid or for yourself. And then down here, it's like, oh, well, what will Wind Ranger do? She's going to feed while I'm gone. That's bad offlane players. Good offlane players watching recognize the same timing potentials and say, okay, my support wants to leave right now. How can I enable that? I need to be safe while they're gone. So this Equilibrium, right? I'm clearing the wave right now, so I'm not denied and tempted to be up here. That's actually quite good. And then what am I going to do? You could always come jungle yourself while the support's gone. You could also do your own pull, right? It's 41 seconds. So as Wind Ranger gets this last hit, Wind Ranger could walk over here, pull the camp herself, and then she'll be playing here till like 8 minutes and 30 seconds when Dark Willow's back. And she's not really going to die in front of her tower. She might miss some CS, but that is good offlane play that will allow the support to do other things on the map. If the offlaner just keeps playing up here all the time aggressively, that's where the Dark Willow is going to feel like, you know, I try to leave, and then this Wind Ranger gets hexed and shackled, and then like the pounced, and she just dies, and I get pinged, right? That's not that support, like that prevents the support players from feeling they can do stuff. But as we can see, like, okay, we did a hard stack, Dark Willow farmed a bit. It's like, yeah, I did something, but wouldn't this have been more impactful? Wouldn't that have been better? So that's where, even if your offlaner is not playing the best, I would still try to do. I would recommend you give it a go. Tell your teammate, I'm leaving, please be careful. Yeah, you guys actually killed Slark, that's actually pretty good. I did not think you guys would be able to.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
Okay, so you are coming over. I'm really happy with that. Let me get you some extra time. Anytime you kill a hero, look at the time, look at the mini-map. I don't care about the order. If a fight's going on, you can finish the fight. That's okay. But you can check out like, oh, is something else happening that I should come to? Wisdom fight, but I can't really get here, so I'm not worried about that. Oh, Sniper seems to be jungling. Do I need to cover his mid lane? Looks like it's fine, right? It's like, it's maybe pushing a little, but it'll sit here for a while. So if I don't need to rush over there. It's not like a whole wave is crashing into the tower. Is it power rune time? 9 minutes. No. I could stack. Well, I'm not really. Stack the enemy's ancients, maybe. Not really the most options on the Dark Willow right now. So if you just fall back, no big deal. Maybe Dark Willow has an observer ward right now. And hey, Slark is dead. Alka's dead. I see Lina over here. So this could be a great time for me to step over here and put a deep ward, put it over here, put some kind of like deep ward, because I'm not needed here with the Wind Ranger right now. People are dead. I'm good to go. If you think you can take the tower, you could help like drag the next wave into a camp. And then besides all of that, how do we play fast, right? Let's now look into the future, guys. Behold, I am an oracle. In 21 seconds, Slark will teleport somewhere instantly if he has it available. It's the core player's mentality. I must be farming. I must be near farm right away. So you can look at the lanes and predict where he's going to go. It's pretty early. I would actually expect him to come back to his own lane. Let's use a different hero as an example. Let's use like the mid hero. Let's pretend the mid hero was dead. Sniper got a solo kill or something. There's a very high chance the mid player will TP straight back here in 21 seconds. So that would be a great time to kill them again. I could wait. I could see them TP here and then go, okay, I want to go kill them. I'm going to then be another 30 seconds to get over there. Or right now, when it's fine to leave Wind Ranger alone, and I can predict I want to gank mid with the sniper because I think someone's going to go there soon, now is the time to be walking over. So as soon as they show, you're ready to go. That's the tempo of the game speeding up because you are moving ahead of time in this downtime rather than we kind of wait. Then I see the guy. Okay, now I'm going to go to that guy, right? That's literally 30 seconds later. And that's why the higher up in MMR you go, things will feel faster. It's not like the play is completely different. It's like, I've never seen a mid gank. It's like, no, that mid gank is the same mid gank. It's just faster than what we would have done. And that's what catches people off guard. They're like, oh, no one's usually this fast. That's why sometimes when I say like, oh man, we're in this like Immortal draft game and now it's like real sweaty and try hard and the game's fast, it's because like the carry nature is just teleporting at level 2. The mid is showing up at like early levels because they saw something. All the supports are going mid. It's like everyone's doing the same stuff, but like faster and ahead of time. And like whatever the relative scale from my own games going up higher or for you guys going into your different ranks, it's all just whatever extra time you can save will be good. I will say this game, Sniper is an awkward hero to make plays with. It's not the easiest. Wind Ranger is probably your best friend. Dark Willow and Wind Ranger go together with the Ogre. So like you guys are sieging this top tower, but it's a Medusa. She doesn't need to take this tower. What's likely to happen is you just bait multiple heroes to come up here, and then maybe you get into a fight and it's good, maybe you get into a fight and it's bad. There's like some risk reward. But Slark will be in a one-on-one. Or a 1-on-0 if Wind Ranger gets off, like distracted, and Medusa might be left fighting multiple heroes. Maybe you get kills like this, then it works, but maybe it doesn't. Earlier we saw some replays where the carries take risks. Sometimes it works, sometimes it really backfires. That's why it's usually better to just leave them alone.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
All right, we're back with the hero I want to be. Great. Observer Sentry. Now could be the time we head left, but I look at the minimap and I go, don't see anyone. Kind of scared. What if they're on the way? So I might start moving to the left. But maybe I'm, you know, maybe I'm willing to use the scan if we have it. Like, am I about to walk into the mid hero on the way here? Depends what you've seen up to this point. I forgot to show if Slark did end up TPing instantly. I'm sure he did. I don't need to double check. I know it for a fact in my heart. Truly, I'm an American. There's no need to check for evidence. Got him. Okay, kills. Time. Minimap. 1357. We'll be a little late to Wisdom Shrine. Could head over. Power Rune, a little late. Could head over. Stacking. I mean, if I'm right next to a camp, maybe, you know, maybe you get the hard camp. Otherwise, deep warding and rotating. Do I need to rotate top? Nope. Medusa also is handling mid, so maybe she'll get this and check this. So depending where I'm standing, I could attempt this, or just stick with these guys, try to take this tower. Could also be a viable option. Observers down. Any of these. Okay, I see 2 heroes top, 1 mid. I'm feeling pretty good to just walk straight into the jungle. Notice how I'm not really helping Wind Ranger push right now. I'm staying in the trees. Staying out of sight's good, because they don't know if I'm here helping Wind Ranger. I could also have been deep warding, and they just won't know. The urn and shadow. You know what? I like it. I like it. Nice try with the Orchid reveal. She needed to wait a little longer before placing that. Oh, maybe you're still going to get her, actually. Great time to deep ward, deep ward, deep ward. Yeah. Yeah. The only annoying thing is it's Slark, so you might lose that. Every early kill should be considered as a time that I should make a decision. Yeah, honestly, that's throughout the game in general, because a kill should represent an opportunity that the enemy is missing a hero and you can do something. But specifically for the lane, since I notice a lot of people tend to just get stuck in the lane and not know when to do stuff, getting kills should be your big hint of at least thinking about it. And you can choose not to for whatever reason, but it should come to mind. It should be, I'm trying to think of like what's a good example. It's just like, I know there's a lot going on in Dota. I myself forget and get overwhelmed. So it's nice if you just give yourself these reminders where, oh, every time this happens, it's gonna make me think of this. And that way I don't forget to do it. Sometimes it's easy to get caught up in the lane and like, oh, creep equilibrium, harass this guy, whatever. And you just keep getting so focused on that. So I'm trying to knock home this idea. Like every time you get a kill, every time you get someone low, even if you don't kill them, you just get them low. Just think about it. Just time, minimap. Can I do something? No. Okay, I'll stay here. As long as you're thinking about it, though, you'll catch the times when you should go, and you can get more done than just sitting in the lane. Be careful of using the urn on yourself. If you have a lot of charges, it's worth it. If you got a spirit vessel, though, the whole point of the spirit vessel is the anti-heal on the enemy. In this case, you're getting it for the alchemist. Now I got no charges, so this whole item is worthless. So I would rather be low health with 1 spirit vessel charge rather than be full health and no spirit vessel charges.
Top tower. Dire's top tower.
Good terrorize. Maybe. Too bad. Kept your sniper alive, though. All right, this is where things are a little funny. I actually want Medusa to be solo farming, but notice how we are near her with the sniper. So it's a bit strange. She should probably have just stayed top. I think that's what you would see in most pro matches. She's just top farming, and you guys play this area. If you want to move away, it's like, okay, sure. You know, like, forward you can play top, and she can farm bottom. That's what would have been the meta like 3 years ago.
Empire's top tower.
Okay, I know other people had playmaking questions. I think we've seen at least some happen this game. We can try going to another one. Yeah, like this is good. It's a little funny because like I said, we kind of swap sides. I think you should have been in, but as long as you two supports are with whoever you think will do something, like Sniper's doing stuff. Okay, I'll play with him. Oh, Wind Ranger wants to do stuff. Okay, I'll play with her. You know, I don't care that much. We just want to try to do something. You can always check like item timings too if you think like, oh, this guy's almost done with this. He'll be strong. Wind Ranger, for example, Wind Ranger getting close to the Aghanims. I don't know if I actually think, you know, second item Ags is necessary, but whatever. She's close. Let's leave her alone for a bit. Let's play with Sniper. And that's mostly what you guys are doing. Here, I think we stuck around a little too long as you were together, and now Sniper's kind of over here, and you guys are over here. So I think this is a little bit too aggressive without the Sniper. We got a little distracted there. But in general, you're kind of near the right heroes. Okay, I see. Let's try this. I see a couple off-lane questions with the similar playmaking questions. So let's look at that. This one's Axe off-lane in Archon. Any tips for the early mid-game if I could have helped my team win? Okay, so supports, we just kind of emphasized in the laning stage, you know, 5 minutes, let that be your window.
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to ZQuixotix.
We go hard.
Who's that? Thank
Going
you.
so hard.
We go hard
over
on Earth
here.
gifted a tier 1 sub to S3BBI.
This will give me a second to.
Who's that?
Off
Thank you.
laner. Archon, there we go.
We go
Thank
hard
you
on Earth gifted a tier 1
so
sub to
much.
Nenechurisu.
We go hard.
Who's that?
That's
Thank you.
that's everyone on the
We
Twitch
go
stream.
hard on Earth gifted a tier
Everyone
1
now
sub
has
to Snaker
A sub. Hold on
1323.
here. We'll. Wait, no, that'll stop playing them. It needs to play. I just
Who's
need
that?
to mute it so it doesn't speak every single time.
To
Wait, one more.
Maximanova.
One more.
Who's
One
that? Thank you. What?
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Turtle 3 Twins.
more. All right. I'm going to let it play, but I'll mute it at least so it doesn't go the whole time. Thank you so much. Now, thank you for coming out and gifting so many subs. I appreciate it. And yeah, everyone now no longer has to... All the Twitch people won't have the ads. YouTube, I think you guys don't have much ads anyways. Thank you for your insane amount of support, as always. We go hard. Do you have any games to review? I'm pretty sure that qualifies for a guaranteed replay review if you ever want one. I know a lot of the time you're just here to chill and hang out. But if you ever do. What's I just saying? I had a thought. Those are rare for me. Hold on, let me pull it back in. Oh, yeah, I remember what I wanted to say. Support players, I just mentioned around the 5.5 minute mark. That's kind of your reminder. 5 minutes, or anytime a kill happens in your lane, that is your time to think, who can I go somewhere else? Should I do something? I'm looking at the time. I'm looking at the minimap. Like, I want to do something. Is this my chance to do it? For core players, for you guys, the rotations that early are not as big. For you guys, for each individual hero you play, there's something you probably want. that will be the one that more likely determines when it is time for you to move around. And until that time, you should mostly focus on farming as efficiently as you can. And then if there's a very convenient play you can teleport to, if you can be the one forcing it, then that's fine. But otherwise, you don't need to be like, I'm the axe, I got to think about how to help mid. You know, like, yeah, if you see it happen, you can go. But you don't have to make it happen if you haven't hit whatever items you think you need. Which for axe, I would say like Blade Mail Blink is extremely common. If you can just sit down here and do as much efficient, active farming as you can until you hit that window and then start doing stuff, that's fine. I don't expect you to move around too much. But then once you have it, I hope you will think about moving around. So for axe, let's jump ahead and see when they maybe start doing that. Looks like, okay, we have jumped in and you are winning this lane. So where are we? We have the phase boots working on the blade mail. I actually see you have some like bracers and soul rings queued up. I don't think you need that. Usually you get them in the lane if you're gonna do it. At this point, I'm pretty sure you're just skipping it. Okay, let's be a little bit more efficient here. Okay, this small camp was actually dead, so it didn't really work. If you just farm here, that's fine. I would actually say this is a little scary. I was just mentioning core heroes don't have to move around as much. Necro players, I don't know. You got your ultimate ready, and you're like, it's pretty low. I don't know, just TP in these trees and ult this guy, and then walk back. You know, be a little careful of this if you're this low. Creep cutting right by the tower. If you were healthier, I would say this is fine. In terms of efficient farming, if you can drag it to a camp and farm, that would be better. I see this one was already farmed, so not available to you yet. Potentially, you could drag it up to here. You could also drag it to other camps, like here and farm. You want to do that quickly. You want to catch it. It's late enough now that you can aggro them sooner. Drag them over, farm it, and then Spectre. Let's pretend you had done this, you know, we mentioned like you did a little faster in the wave. Maybe you just did it here. Spectre, lower level, gonna tank 4 creeps, and then 2 healthy. We would usually only do it when we're healthy. Healthy heroes dive her. That is how you then get the carry players. They just take a bunch of damage over time in a way that Axe doesn't. You do need to be careful when you're this low as Axe, though. Right, this is where we try to tower dive, and I'm pretty low, and then I get killed real easy. So here you tried to push it a little too far without respecting the potential rotations. I would say buy a salve for yourself a little bit sooner. And then rather than go for the kill, you can give Spectre some space. Look at where she's at. You are 3,870, Spectre's 2,000. So of course I want to pressure Spectre as much as I can, and the more I can limit her to level 6, that's great. But if I'm this low and giving her a kill would recover her game, I gotta be a little bit more careful. I'm willing to give her like 30 seconds to a minute alone. What's the most she's gonna farm? 500 gold? So she's gonna be 2,500, 2,600. In that time, I bring a salve over. I aggro the creeps from here into my own jungle camp, you know, somewhere back here or somewhere over here. So I heal up over time because I'm not tanking the tower and I'm very safe versus creeps. I bring a salve over, I heal up. Then I'm healthy enough to come back here. And sure, she'll have gotten some space, but I'll still be higher level, more money. And hopefully Mirana does it for me while I'm gone. You know, Mirana keeps messing with Spectre while I'm healing and creep dragging and all that. Yeah, here we just went a little too far.
Double kill.
You can use the enemy creeps for a good call. The thing is, eventually the enemy should see you coming because you're in the creep wave. They shouldn't give you a good call with the creep wave. So usually forcing, like if you compare Axe versus most carries, very few carries could tank a full creep wave the way Axe can. Even if they farm everything, they would take damage from that creep wave. Axe can farm that same creep wave without losing, look at him, without losing any health. And if Axe brings it to a jungle camp, Axe is farming twice as efficiently as the enemy carry. And then you will have, because you're so efficient, you will have time to then run the carry down under tower after they have tanked some creep damage as well. So Axe, once you win the lane, is not strictly about, I got a 100-0, kill this carry right now. You're okay taking some time on it as long as you're farming twice as fast as they are, and then occasionally killing them. Or at least, you know, messing with them so they have to run and back out. Which, going back to it, I actually don't think you need these items. I think you could just be done with your blade mail right now. Or your blink, though. Well, with an ancient apparition, I'm kind of open to you having the blink first, but I also think just going blade mail is fine this game.
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Got him. Okay, so then here. This is where, okay, tower's down. This is where the offlaners often make a mistake. Feeling that pressure is like, oh, I got to make plays. I won my lane. Let me go camp mid. Let me go camp top. Spectre's going to be given a whole bunch of space in that time, and we are twice her net worth. You know, we're super strong. Plus, let's imagine Axe wants to go mid. Can Axe actually start a play? You see a Zeus lightning bolt back here. What do? We sprint through the tower to go get that Zeus, who just like sees it happening, raises his eyebrows in confusion, and just backs away, you know? We can't actually make the play till we have the blink dagger, and then I can be standing around here, and as my team pushes and I see that Zeus, then I can blink call him and drag him out if we want to do that. So this is to say, oh, also, it's like what we did down here, which is the creep cutting and all that. If we try to do that mid, super dangerous because it's way shorter and like the choke points and all that. Same thing top, way harder to drag it to stuff and get out safely. It's much easier down here. So I want to continue being down here as Axe until I finish this blade mail and blink, which is why if you don't have to get these small items, it's good to skip them because it just adds more time, right? Rather than finishing a blade mail blink at 15, 16 minutes because I got this extra 1,000 plus gold of items, it's now, 18 minutes, which is still pretty good being top net worth and all that, but it does mean it slows down our ability to do other stuff. And then we may have to sell things pretty quickly anyhow. So here, I see you're just jungling. First, to capitalize on... Okay, so I just said we can't move to other lanes very efficiently. So what's the next best thing I can do? Force them to come to me to free up the rest of my team. And I might get kills if I run into them further out here where it's easy for me to like wrap around and surprise them with stuff. It's very hard over here. So to get them to come down here, I have to shove this wave in under the tower. This is what puts the looming pressure of them saying like, Axe is free farming and taking our tier 2. We have to stop this. And if they don't, you're taking the tier 2 tower. And if they do come down here, you're maybe finding the fight, or maybe you're getting out and you've created space in the other lanes and you're just gonna like jungle your way back, still working towards your items. So right now you're just jungling. We should have shoved this lane in first and then jungled. This is for a couple reasons. One, when the creep wave is under the tower, I promise you 95% of the time, even if they're coming to kill you, someone will stop to farm the creep wave first. That's your warning system. I think we mentioned this earlier today. That is your warning system. And then you go, I don't want to die, and then you walk away. If it's out here, someone might teleport in and you won't know. And as you happen to run by, you'll run into each other. Might work out for you, might work out for them if they're planning to kill you, especially with like a Spirit Breaker in the game and then multiple global rotation heroes. or like one global rotation, one global ultimate, right? It's very important to know when they're coming down here, which is what this creep wave will tell us when it pushes into here. The other thing is that rather than first farm the creep wave, then farm the jungle, then farm the creep wave, then farm the jungle, we should do both. We should grab the creep wave, drag it away over here. Like dragging the wave here, if you're super safe, super winning. If you're worried about dying, drag it further away from the towers to where it's safer, farm both. And then as part of being already in the jungle, you can then just quickly move to the next one. In this case, because the creeps would have blocked, it's like fine. There's my warning system. 2 heroes here. I better be a little careful because Spearbreaker could come in, Thunder Strike, or Thunder God's Wrath, Necro ult. I'm a little scared, so now I activate Retreat Pattern. I have time to do this. I'm gonna go here, go here. I'm gonna keep my eye on the minimap. Maybe, especially if you have a deep ward, I see Necro head back mid. Then when I get here, I go, okay, I'm good to go. Back into the lane, I run into Spectre, I kick her out. If she's gone, that's okay. I push the lane in again, and then I go jungle down here. If Necro is still here pushing up, okay, I'm still a little worried. I'm just going to keep falling back, fall back to this stuff, keep an eye on stuff, wait for my team to come in, something like that. But that way we are farming efficiently, we're not dying, and we have forced the rotation, right? Necro has come down here. He's overlapping with Spectre, so they're not farming efficiently. Both of them would like to be alone farming. Instead, they're both in the lane because they're scared of Axe. Cutting the wave is a little scary, but we do see 3 heroes. Kind of works. Again, with the global heroes, a little scared. If you don't want to engage with this, by the way, you can just grab the next creep wave, which should be like somewhere around here right now. Grab them, bring them to a camp.
Radiant's mid tower's getting bagged up.
Stray Ice Blast. I guess you guys were hoping for the Necro.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Uh-oh. But you know, why did that work for them? Because when he saw you Blade Mail and start the call, he had time to Ghost Shroud. If we have the Blade Mail blink, maybe we surprise him. We also didn't have teammates here, so I think you just overestimated how strong you were into Necro and then underestimated the global potential as well. So mistakes do happen. That's okay, but obviously it will be bad in this case. Going forward, lesson learned. Be a little bit more careful there. But as part of playmaking, I don't think it's bad that you weren't with your team. I think it's good that you're still down here. That was just one where we needed to respect the heroes a little bit more. Now we're all down here. This is a different example of why grouping up too early can be bad. Okay, we're up together, we're strong. Oh, here's a guy we can kill. They're walking away from us. You know, like, what do you, right? We need the Axe blink. And that's why Axe doesn't want to go to his team. His team doesn't really want to go to him too soon till he has the playmaking tools, whatever it is for your hero. I want to get damn, she's gone. Damn. Now, partly because something else was happening at the same time, but... do take the tower pretty early. Just for a frame of reference, without these 2 items right now, could have the blink. This would be a really good timing. Even though we got killed a couple times, it'd be a 15-minute Blade Mail blink. It is okay, sorry, excuse me, straight into the mic. It is okay if you end up getting some of these because you think you need them, especially in harder lane matchups. But why, if you can get away without it, it's pretty nice. Your team's making a smoke play. You have the Mirana ult, so it kind of works. But notice we're trying to do this without the blink, so we're just having to run in. And that's why it's a little awkward. We get 1 kill. Literally have to just run down the Necro. D gets away, right? We have to bring so much to make these things happen, and it requires a Spirit Breaker over commitment. I think Lone Druid probably pushed a little too hard there. And with that, now we have the Blink Dagger. Now we are ready to make plays. Buy a smoke with your Blink if your supports aren't doing it. We are rushing straight up here, but the Blink is not here yet. All right, it's fine. We got it. Now go again. Why not? Now we are a very low cooldown playmaker. Just keep going. Boom. Easy peasy. No Blink. We walk at him and he gets away. All right, so now let's see what plays you do make with the Blink. We'll go a little bit into this game. So a bunch of them are coming top. You don't have to force the fight. That's fine. You made them all come up here. You guys can start farming. You have the Nature's TP. Now, I don't think you should all leave. Because actually, I think something will happen top. Okay, that worked out. We saw several of them TP top. If they were going to make a smoke, that's a good time to do it. So I was a little worried about you guys scattering. In the end, it looks like they just scattered as well and farmed, so it didn't get to us. But that is something to be careful of in the future. If they might be making a smoke play. Now, I mentioned we need Blade Mail Blink. Now we have that. You were part of a play down here, and now a bunch of stuff's happening top, so you're trying to farm. Now it doesn't feel as good, though, right? Yeah, you did get the shard, so we got that. Now any farming we do is towards a BKB. That's real far away. We're gonna TP up now that it's available, but don't forget about the Twin Gates. Like, as soon as we show up, the fight works out, right? Let's go back a little bit. Okay, you guys made that play on Spectre. Where was that? Killed Spectre. Nature's TP'd in. Nature's is my carry. Why not let Nature have this? If they think about killing Nature's and you can see them moving over, then sure, let's stay in this area. But we killed Spectre, and maybe we think they're going to move somewhere else, especially depending how much deep wards you have. You may or may not know this. The reality, though, is that you guys aren't going to farm. Like, do you want to split this farm? Not really. You both want to farm on your own, but who should be making plays? It should be you now. We got the items we need to make the plays. I don't think they're going to be bottom anymore because we just killed them and showed here. Probably true. Zach, I don't have TP because I just TP'd here. True. The TP, that is the Twin Gate. That is always up. You can head through and now be on another side of the world. Looking for more heroes up here. Top still has a tower. This is an objective I'm interested in pushing. Bottom has already been cleared up. I can still farm. There's still farm for me. But here is a point of action that might force people to come by. No one has to stop me from farming this, right? They're not losing a tower. They've already lost it. They're not losing this tower. No one will have to come to Axe if you're down here. But someone will have to come up here. Otherwise, you're going to take this tower. And we like to be in the action now. We're ready to go. We got Blink Blade Mail. I am relatively very strong compared to these heroes. If we all just start farming at the same pace, ignoring how items may counter certain heroes and blah, 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 right now, there's about a 3,000 gold difference on average between Axe and the other heroes. That is a bunch. That is 33% of the net worth for Axe, like 50%, you know, whatever, however you want to compare it to like different heroes. He is so strong relatively to them. If we extend this game 5-10 minutes and Axe is still 3,000 gold ahead, but at that point, Axe has 15,000 gold compared to someone's 12,000 gold, that's not as big of a difference. So now is the part where I am so strong compared to them. I want to be doing a lot rather than being down here farming alone. So now I want to let Nature's do that, especially because he's our global rotation hero. So he shouldn't have to spend time walking around to new parts of the map. That should be me doing that, looking for fights. So I think now is a really good time to Twin Gate if you think they're not here. And especially as I see this Zeus, yeah, I'll kill that guy. Why not? Oh, Necro's here? We could walk mid. That's also an option for you. Now, partly your team maybe should have come to you. Like, that's another way to think about it. The team should have gone to Axe. Nature should leave right after teleporting in. That would be fair. But that's not what happened in this game, right? We see the other teammates somewhere else, and we see nature's down here. So we just have to adapt to that. And that's why every time you're in the fight, it feels pretty good. Right? We're just showing up. We're killing people. Okay, I'm a little scared as you do this, but like, look at this, right? That's a great call. You pull in the Legion. We finally die. But it's no coincidence. Like, when you're in the fight, it feels awesome for your team. And when you're not in the fight, it's like, some are working out, some are not. I agree with We Go Hard. Shadow Demon is a tricky hero. I think he has the tools to have impact every game, but it's easier said than done, and also requires a little bit of, a team being good around him. What I would say is that a lot of people underestimate, and sorry, I know we're in like an Axe replay, but to answer the question in chat, I do think a lot of people in pubs don't see Shadow Demon that often, right? You see him in like pro matches, but he's not that popular of a pub hero. So you can surprise a lot of people with Disseminate and Poison Touch. Combo that. Your innate from auto attacks, but then also your Shadow Poison stacking, multiplying damage. A combination of those is very surprising. So I think you can get a lot of kills. I think you function similar to a save hero like Dazzle Oracle with the Disruption, but it's harder to use and easier to grief your team with. So I think it requires more from the Shadow Demon player to learn the intricacies of the hero, but once you do, you're more likely to catch opponents off guard with it. I think it does take time to get there. Need to use the Twin Gates more. I seem to forget about them during the game. Yeah, definitely. It was, I don't blame you. Dota for so long did not have the Twin Gates, right? So I know it is kind of hard to work in the habit, but it does. It's like the little Pac-Man, you like waka your way through here, and then you show up over here. And it's like once you start adding it into your mentality, it really does make the map more connected. Like that was the point of it. So it's really good to use. That's why you see the pros do it all the time. But for pub games, it's actually criminally underutilized. It's not just you. So many people, my bracket included, are so bad about using the Twin Gate and definitely the Tormentor. So as soon as you do build the habit, you are going to be catching people off guard, right? Like, oh, they killed Spectre down here. We're totally safe to push top. Axe TP'd there for that. But you're already like on the Twin Gate rotation, showing up here. You're going to catch people off guard and Axe. Hey, he's everywhere. He's in like every lane. How's he doing this? That's the power of Twin Gates. I would challenge you to... One, we can do the same thing where we say support players. I said every time we get a kill, look at the time, look at the minimap. That's actually a great habit for every player. For you, maybe, if you're struggling with remembering to use the Twin Gates, anytime you get a kill, it's kind of the same deal, time minimap, and I really recommend you look at the other half of the map. So we just got a kill here, for example. Take a look down here. This could be a good follow-up where... How much do we truly need to invade this area and take all the tier 2s and all that right now? Let's ignore Tormentor because most pubs are going to ignore Tormentor, and let's ignore Roche because most pubs are going to ignore Roche. Those would actually be great objectives if you could get your team to do them right now. Lone Druid could probably just finish this tower, and you, off of this play, maybe you help kill this creep wave. You don't need to hit this tower. Lone Druid will do it. You should stay out of sight because, one, if they come defend, you could then pop in, get a big call. Great. If you're in the wave, then they're going to initiate on you or they're just not going to fight, right? It has to be like, oh, I think Lone Druid's alone. Let's get him. So you being out of sight is already good for your team pushing this. But then by being out of sight, we could also not be here. Pretend to like stand behind here, then blink over here, like run around to the Twin Gate. and they're going to think you're up here, and by the time they realize, like, okay, it's been a while since we've seen Axe, boom, surprise, we're blinking and killing the Necro, who I see in this bottom lane, and I am connected to him, not through having to run all the way, not through having to teleport here, but because of this twin gate, right? So anytime I build this habit of thinking about what's on the other half of the map, we can show up. A support could go with you if they're doing the same thing you are. Natures will have the teleport, right? So off of this top play, boom, we could have 3 heroes on the Necropho's bottom in a way he's not expecting. And that's fast gameplay. That is catching people off guard. Spiritbreaker wants to come into 4 heroes. Why not? We'll get him too. And then boom, time, minimap. Power runes, stacking. If you're farming, trying to be efficient, you know, stack it as you farm. Again, Tormentor, Roche, if you can, shout it out. You guys are certainly strong enough to do both. But then, otherwise, minimap. Necrophos down here could consider. All his teammates are mostly dead. I am a little low, though, so maybe I wouldn't do it in your particular case. Maybe we need to heal a little bit.
Radiant's top tower in bad shape. Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
I've mostly been using Q on enemies to take them out of the fights. The Shadow Demon's Disruption, that's not... it kind of depends what you need to do in the game. It's hard to answer from here. Disruption on an enemy is viable, especially if they are a counter initiator, like, say, Axe. Axe is a great example. He's going to blink, Blade Mail Call. If you take him out of the fight because you disrupt him and then the illusions cancel his blink, that's good. In the same way, you could maybe use Shadow Poison if you hit him from afar to cancel the blink. And you could also wait for him to blink call someone and then disrupt him if he doesn't have BKB, or disrupt save your teammate if he does have BKB. Those could be great uses of disruption. Disruption scouting could also be good. This will add some micro. This is a little bit advanced, but you could disrupt early, send out the illusions to scout, to bait. Wasting people's BKB time is also a really good use. Not your own teammates, preferably. But say the enemy carry BKBs and jumps on you, disrupt yourself, waste like about 3 seconds of their BKB, you know, use it on a teammate, save them. Your ultimate can also be used that way to make them super slow. There's just a lot of utility uses for Shadow Demon. He is the utility hero between disruption and his ultimate, and then disseminate. Shadow Demon guide incoming. I need to play a little bit more in the lane with him. I do kind of feel like I should make one, because I think he's like evergreen type hero good. I don't actually feel like I understand his lane that well. I understand his post lane game more. This is the funny thing about casting. I feel you pick up a great sense of what the pro meta is and how heroes interact with each other across the board. But because there's 3 lanes and you're usually trying to like fill and talk about different things, you actually rarely look at an individual hero and how they lane and their exact build and how they use stuff up to a point. I mean, you could outside of the, you know, outside of casting, you just do it in your own time. But from casting, I noticed that gap in my knowledge, which is like, oh, this hero's meta. This is their build at like 7 minutes. It's like, oh, what's the order? It's like, I'm actually not sure. I actually don't like always keep the closest idea on all that stuff, because I'm like clicking between every lane as things go. I feel my Shadow Demon knowledge is in that realm where I know what he does later well, but the lane itself I need more studying and practice. Oh, our blink got canceled by something. I kind of missed what that was. This game I see you're doing the Kaya. Looks like you've changed your mind a little bit between Kaya and Pipe. Little bit more of a meme with the Kaya. I think this game is a great BKB game. You could Pipe for your team as well. I actually think Mirana could do it, because Mirana's actually a support that can build anything. If you want to go Pipe, I also think that's fine. But you getting the BKB and her getting the Pipe would be what you see at a pro level. Disseminate can also be used on allies, by the way. Don't forget. You can give them a little boost of health, but also essentially a blade mail effect. They'll return damage. Axe with Shadow Demon can actually be pretty good. Disseminate Axe as he jumps into call, and then you'll reflect even more damage. Pudge, also a good combo. That's a real pub one. Okay, I think we covered a lot of good Axe examples and like offlane playmaking here. What time are we? Getting a little tired. Let's sit again. Well, I had that break through September where I was casting and then I was sick. We usually play badminton every week with some friends. I missed it for like a month. We finally went to go play again yesterday. And we played for a while. My arm is so sore. I am so tired today. That is proof of my poor health. Trying to be better, trying to be more active and stuff. Certainly playing badminton once a week is much better than I was in the past. Definitely need to still do more. Yeah, crit. Let's do yours. I saw you comment this earlier. Hit the gym? Definitely need to. I know. I am trying to... I recognize my human flaws. I'm well aware. I don't really like going out to the gym for that kind of stuff. It's just not like... It's not me. And I'm aware of that. As much as I know I should do it. So I do at least try to have some things in my house. Like I have a pull-up bar in here that I like hang on the door frame. We have a couple like little weights. And I know it's not as good as like a set routine, but at least I try to be like, I try to do some stuff here. And I know I'm more likely to do that than to consistently go to a gym. Little things, little steps. All right, so this is an ET game that I think you said you played this during the stream. Yeah, it was just like 2 hours ago. The freshest of replays here on ZQuixotix coaching stream. Tell your friends, tell your family, everyone get in here. Hard support. What am I typing? Hard support. Crusader. How to fix my timestamp actually. I hope the plugin gets fixed, or OBS. I don't know if it will or not. But I did like having my plugin that's now broken after a recent update. I might have to look for alternate options. But I did a quick look and I didn't really see something easy and convenient. Alas. Changed lane, played 4 actually. Good. Oh, we're gonna type it again. I think you did say that. I think earlier I saw you say 4
We
support.
Go Hard on
ET.
Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Griffiths Awen 96. They have given 405 gift subs in the channel.
I didn't realize it added up so high. We Go Hard MVP. Thank you so much.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
We Go Hard on Earth gifted a tier 1
He's not
sub to
stopping. He's still
Garth
going.
Gunn. They have given 406 gift subs in the channel.
Still going. Thank you so much. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
We Go Hard on Earth gifted a tier 1
Still
sub
going.
to Marco Mavelli. They have given 407 gift subs in the channel.
He's cleaning up everyone he missed earlier. He's grabbing them all. Honestly, I don't even know what I could say to like be grateful enough for that kind of support. Not just from you, but from everyone. You know, like I do want to be clear. I am very grateful to you all. I don't feel like I express it enough. I don't know how to express it better because it's like I don't know what level to go to. But thank you guys. Genuinely, no, I am thankful. Where is this? Okay, here. ET, position 4. Could we have kept up the tempo mid-game? What could I have done late game better? Albeit late game was a throw because team packed up for Echo Slam, lose. This reminds me, I think I was playing in a... This was either a Battle Cup or I did RD2L for a couple seasons long ago. I distinctly and I don't think it was a pub game. Maybe it was. Everyone goes through an Echo Slam loss. I distinctly remember we felt we won the game. There was a huge fight, a long game. We felt we won. We were all pushing the throne, relaxed, and then Echo Slam insta-wiped the full team, and we lost. We lost immediately off of that because, no buybacks, all that stuff. You must lose once to Echo Slam that way, and then you remember. You need the trauma. And then you know to be super careful of that stuff. Okay, so let's look for
30 seconds to go.
if we're looking for early tempo. Where are you? Looks like we maybe picked up a small lead, lost it, built a bigger lead, lost that, then eventually lost the game. So maybe let's start post lane around here, and then maybe see what we could have done to keep things going here. Then let's watch them Echo Slam lose just for all of us. We can secondhand trauma off the Echo Slam loss, guys. Let's jump ahead. Let's jump here. You have Pudge, Ricky, Slardar. Okay, so Ricky usually we want to leave our carries alone. Ricky is one potential exception because Ricky's natural farming speed is pretty garbage. So the more kills you get for Ricky in the lane, the better. So when you have a Ricky carry, if you guys end up playing with him a little bit more, I'm okay with that. I think he's one good example for it. Pudge, really good with ET, actually, because you can just throw out Astral Spirits and Stomps, and eventually one connects, and then you just Pudge hook him and you kill him. You can even drop your ultimate on top of Dismember if you need to. So that combo between the support duo is unconventional, but pretty good. Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, no, it is a Core Venge. I was like, oh, maybe it's Support Venge. No, Core Venge. She can also fight pretty early. At some point, she wants to farm up an Ags, and when she starts doing that, let her, do it. Especially when she gets close, over halfway, kind of give her some solo time. Early game, though, also pretty good at fighting if you want to play around her. Slardar, really good in the lane, depending on the matchup. You can play together. At some point, he needs to farm up to the Blink in the same way Axe does, but you can kind of play around him a little bit more, especially to, win the lane, kill Ursa, take the tower. So that's kind of what I'm looking at now, just jumping ahead. I mean, okay, maybe we're going for the power rune because it's 8 minutes. But then, let's keep playing here with Slardar, kill Ursa. Maybe we rotate over here, do stuff with these guys. Maybe he rotates over here, leaves Ricky to solo farm. That could be fine. Got any number of things here.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Going for drums. I do like drums, actually. Not bad this game. If you also want to do solar, I think that's pretty good.
We go hard
Four
on
Staff's
Earth
actually
gifted a
really
tier 1
good this
sub
game
to
as
Enigma
well.
Galaxy GH. They have given 408 gift subs in the channel.
We go hard. You're going crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you for all these gifted subs. Drums is pretty good for Slardar and, eventually Venge and Ricky. Solar's pretty good for the same deal. Buff his attack speed, essentially. And then Four Staff is good to get away from the 2 support ults, get over Fissure, things like that. Get away from the bears. I guess. The 2 bears. 3 bears if Lone Druid uses his ult. I forgot.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We Go Hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Sapphire.
We Go
They
Hard
have
just wants
given
a super
409
Duolingo
gift subs
subscription.
in the
Yeah, that's still
channel.
going. I think you have lifetime Duolingo at this rate. I don't know how much they'll give you. I don't know if it's like one for one or if it's like a one time. Whack. Yeah, gotta be careful of that. Level 6 Lich, need those creeps nearby. All right, I think you guys got a little too excited there. Ooh, swap? Dang. Oh, Pudge hook, let's go. Pudge is our guy. Oh, we get into a wacky fight. Everybody get in here. Let's go. Supports live. Victory. Okay. I don't expect you to take the tower here. Though if you wanted to try to tank for that, you know, maybe you could, but really we're just going to go back to farming. We'll take the, Ricky got a lot of solo space. And mostly traded, run! Mostly traded kills there.
In bad shape. Dyer's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
Slardar's gonna work on the blink, but you guys can just force people to come to Slardar by pushing this tower, so he doesn't have to have the blink, so you can keep playing here. Pudge is actually pretty close to his blink, even as a support, but I would probably just ask to keep playing down here together. So then even when stuff like this happens, of course, if we could not let that happen, that'd be great. But look at where everybody is. They're all coming. Actually, Ricky, where is he? Oh, he's probably like in. Oh yeah, here he is. Trick of the trade. All of this is solo time for Ricky, so he's going to be still pretty high level despite the kills going on in this game. He's up there. Granted, Lone Druid also very high, but strong. You know, strong hero here. I'm not that surprised to see him up here. What are these numbers? This can't be the Curios. There's no way you can go this high. What is this? So all this is like, ignoring the fact that it's Ricky, just like any carry being left alone, it's okay. It is Quattro. Can you get that high? Maybe if you mostly play turbo games. How can you be this high level? This guy's got to play a lot of Dota. There's got to be a lot of Dota to be this high. Guys, I am not even 30. I am a full-time content. I am a Dota content creator. I am level 28 Quadros Curios. This guy has 184. This is insane. Insane. I've seen level 500 on rank spammers. That's crazy. That is nuts. Yo, wait, we're not here to look at Ricky. Let's go back over here. Get him, Pudge. Oh my god. Guys. Muskill Cat, they made the bar, you know, and people are like, oh, it's gonna make it way too easy. Look, we need it to be easier. Use the bar, use the tools given to us by Gabe. Don't overlap. The entire Venge stun is wasted. This entire stun duration will be over by the time Dismember's done. Granted, in this case, it actually worked out because Hypnotize canceled it. Maybe that was the big brain play. I think you got a little excited there. You're like, it landed, let's go. Right here's when we started to lose grip of the game. Okay, so up to here is still pretty good. I would say. Ricky has the Battle Fury on the way. I don't know why they saved half the Battle Fury on the Courier, but from here, I would actually say you guys are slighted to win. Because Lone Druid is an early game hero, and he is behind the Ricky. Not that you guys fully know that right now, but 14-minute Battle Fury on a Ricky is really good, considering Ricky has no natural farming speed. This hero is garbage at farming quickly. So 14-minute Battle Fury with treads and a Wraithband is actually really good. And Lone Druid is meant to be an early tempo hero, and he's behind that. You don't know the exact net worth, but when I look at the levels and I see, you know, we are ahead in kills. This guy is not completely popped off. He's kind of high level, but I mean, our support Pudge is level 9, you know? So he's not out of control. This is quite doable. Let's see what happens to you guys. If I had to guess, you just don't connect the strengths. Right now, Pudge is actually your playmaker. Not only does he inherently have Hook, but he also has a Blink Dagger at 14 minutes. So you just let this guy make the plays until Slardar also has his Blink, and Venge can be involved. Slardar can be there, but like if you land the hook, you do stuff. If you don't land the hook, you don't do stuff. And you don't force it too much beyond that. But we do need those tools together. Ricky needs to farm another item. Battle Fury is a farming item, not a fighting item. So we actually still want him to be alone till he gets there. Okay, I see a bunch of heroes going mid. I guess not a bunch of heroes. It's like the bear. So if you want to fight him, you need a lot of heroes. Otherwise, avoid the Lone Druid. So we could rotate in here, multiple heroes, get a hook, fight. Or, okay, they're going mid. Let's push bottom. Let's push top. Avoid it. I actually do think Ricky, how's his tower not like taking more damage? He could maybe do it a little bit better on that front. But yeah, I see Ursa alone. Let's try to chase this guy out. Slardar's going a bit too early. Like, Pudge was on the way. It's going to work out because Pudge has a 14-minute dagger. In other cases, that would be a bit too soon. Now I see Lone Druid on his way. Lone Druid wants to be strong. He wants to do things. All right, let's leave. Let's go. He is coming down here. He's not going to know we're already moving this way and avoiding him. Oh, we talked about Twin Gate. So we make this play, we push the lane, and then boop, we go through here. We see if we can get a surprise fight. Or if you want, like Ricky could come through. That'd be real high level, but I don't expect that. Lone Druid getting real close, and now going to kill Slardar. So this is a map. Oh, shit. Our Pudge carrying right now. That shouldn't have even been close. If we look at the map, we knew that was happening. This shouldn't happen now either. Pudge, one more time for me. Do it for me. Oh, that's fine. I just needed the save. She actually lived on her own. You guys should actually just avoid these guys and have, like, gone mid to push. Because we're just avoiding the strength of Lone Druid right now. And the longer we do so, Ricky he's getting big. And Smokescreen is actually really good this game. Smokescreen and then like crazy damage from Ricky. Would love to get my Guardian Ogre Magi gameplay roasted someday. I don't know if we'll have much more time today to do more. It's trying to reach the tail end of the stream, I think. But we do this most Wednesdays, and I've been thinking about sneaking in more throughout the week. I think it's fun to do the replays for everybody. And I've been streaming more lately since I haven't been feeling like making YouTube videos. So I feel like if we're at least doing this, we're still helping people. But definitely every Wednesday we'll do it if I'm streaming, which most Wednesdays we do. It's only if like Cast or Travel or something comes up. Nice. This is all fine. I know it seems like we're not doing a bunch, but like I mentioned, Ricky is farming. This guy should actually be... Okay, earlier we mentioned when offlaners need to know their timings. Slardar is looking to get involved. When pushing this lane, this was fine because he was in his off lane and it's like pressuring this tier 1. If action comes to him, that's fine. He is now looking for action. Oh, I can easily kill this Lich. But so what? So what? I don't have a blink. I can't do it. I can't get there. So then this is time where the offlaner is trying to do stuff too soon and should actually still be pushing things out, should be jungling, whatever, because they're waiting for their go switch, which is that blink. Over here, Venge ended up going Hurricane Pike first. It is now on the way. So Venge has finished a major item, ready to start getting involved with the Pudge, who has the blink, with the ET. So now it'd be you three doing stuff while Slardar finished the blink. Then he can get involved. And Ricky... Okay, Ag's almost done. He could potentially fight after that. He might still go for like one more like Diffusal Crystallis. It's okay. He's still getting huge. He'll be ready to join on a big power spike. Made a play happen around the Pudge, but it's a little bit deep. We are behind their tier 1 tower, which is why this fight is tough. If you guys had hooked someone out here, it would be much better. So this is... Now we have a separate mistake. As good of a game as Pudge has been having, this is where making plays for the sake of playmaking is sometimes too much. And it's like, okay, yeah, we can kill the Lich. We can kill the Earthshaker back here. Now the whole team is back here. Now we're really far back. And the lone druid who has not been able to find a clean fight up to this point, now he's like, finally, thank God. You know, like, TP in is like, finally I can hit heroes because they're way back here. But you can try to find plays out here where it's safer. And if you land the hook, great. If you don't, then no big deal. We're okay. We don't have to be doing this stuff. We are actually a pretty good scaling team. And as long as we're avoiding this lone druid's power spike, which is right now, we're pretty happy. And this is where I feel like I have to make plays, you know? And you end up playing into the enemy's strength. So there are times to know it's okay to be passive, and we take things that are good, and if we're not getting good things, we don't feel forced to take things that are just like okay or bad. And that's generally good. That's like, that sounds obvious, I suppose. There are times you're gonna lose. You know, like there are times you're the early game team and you have to force something, even if it's not good, but it's like the longer this goes on, we will just lose. So we have to try. This is not that case. Not yet, anyways. I want to see like what Ricky's next one is. Yeah, the Crystallis. Okay, with the Crystallis, Ricky will start doing a lot of damage, and I'd say you can expect him to be a bit more involved. We were looking at other heroes. You place this here. We say this like once a stream, sometimes more. Sentry first. We got to make that. Maybe that should be the new guild motto. Sentry first, and then you'll avoid stuff like this, where they see you place the observer because you put the sentry. You are ET, so a little bonus trick. You're actually already kind of doing it, but you are still moving in too soon. Stay on this cliff, stay back, stay behind these trees, somewhere safe, because observers in this area are common, observers in this area are common, observers here and here, and I don't know where. And I don't know where any of them are either. And I'm just a support, so it's very easy to die. So throw out your spirit, send it up, and let the spirit scout for you. Let the spirit guide you. Listen to the spirit. Let it go around. Wait. See what you see. You don't see anyone, then maybe we walk up. Scan rarely gets used in a lot of pub games. Throw it out. But you're kind of doing the same thing at the same time, so the spirit is going to find the Ursa who is going to kill you as you walk up the cliff, if that is where he is. You're like looking over here, but should be looking over here. and that would give you the confidence to walk up if you think it's safe, put your sentry, check for observers, and then rather than have to put the observer here, depending what you see, if you find something or not, you can place it even a little deeper where it's less likely to get found.
Radiant's top tower is in bad shape.
That was scary. You're lucky he didn't have Blink available. I was gonna say, you can't actually show in the wave like that. You can put the Spirit and Stomp, but you can't actually walk in there without risk. Okay, he has the Crystallis. Your team is now good to go if you want to smoke and make a team play. This is the window we've been waiting for to properly group. He has hit some critical mass. Now, could you keep farming? Yeah, you could. But at some point, you identify when a carry can be active and your team can start doing things as 5, and I would say we've hit that point. Tormentor and Roche are great objectives. This is why if you kept your deep ward alive, it would be a lot better, because we could see a target. I don't know where to go right now. So pushing out a side lane, pushing in creeps will give us some information. We actually never took very many towers. Playmaking for the sake of playmaking, we're looking at Ursa. Where's my Ricky? How are we killing this guy? Where are we? I can stun him, guys. I can hook him, guys. And now that Ricky is here, now we can kill him. Make sure we don't go too soon. That was actually just soon enough. I was harsh, but Ricky did make it in time. I didn't see where he was, actually. He was a little closer than I thought. Oh, he was under the Venge. I was wondering where he was. I do still think this started a little early, though. If the hook had missed, this was over. The enemy team had time to respond off the initial Slardar jump. Okay, go do Roche or take the tower. One or the other. What are you doing? Alright, let's leave these creeps. There are times to push the lane and times to play with the team. So I have identified that my team is ready to go. As much as possible, I want to be with them. This wave is pushing into my tower. This is not enough to threaten the tower, especially because the tower is mostly full health. Now, you do a chunk of damage here, you're good to go. Astral Spirit, Stomp will be enough, and you can do that from like over here. If they're not grouping quite yet, that's okay. Hit these creeps. Right now, okay. So I'm like scared to farm. Maybe I'm waiting back here. You weren't that scared to farm because you're already up here, so you should just be attacking. But right now, it's like, okay, Ursa and these guys. I need to get this lane going right now and then go with my team. It would be a little suspicious if you just walked away from this now because you're already showing in the lane. So now you kind of do have to kill this quickly. So I would probably walk in the middle, stomp, hit the range creep, farm these as quickly as possible, and leave the catapult. But potentially you could just leave the whole thing and hope the enemy doesn't notice. It's not the best. But don't worry about denies. Like, I see you getting denies. I'm not here to balance this wave. I just need it to push so I can get out. And you're actively, like, stopping that by denying. So throw the stomp, throw the spirit, use the drums. Do this as quickly as possible so you can get back to your team in a non-suspicious manner. At this point, it's revealed. We're doing stuff, you know? So now if you just walk away from this lane, it's not as telling. But now we do need to get back to the team quickly because they know that I'm not near my team. And so if they take a fight, it's 4v4, even though they lost the Ursa. This feels like another, maybe we force things too hard. These guys should be careful without ET. And Pudge is the guy who should start stuff. You have Hook. So, like, there's no reason for Venge to be under the tower. You just wait for Pudge to land a hook. If he doesn't land a hook, you don't go. same deal. Slardar can initiate, and in other games should be the initiator. But with an Invis, Ricky, and Pudge Hook, we are the ones who will eventually find a better fight than them. .5v3. Now if you do want to just like point blank force it, you could. This guy's, again, jumping way too far of like everyone else though. Like everyone's back here. That's why he can die before anyone else can get in range to help. Except they fissure blocked themselves. Oh! Pretty sick stomp. Keep your eye on your Ricky in these fights, though. You guys are kind of like bopping him, but Ricky is your strongest hero, so try to do things with him. All right, like as you see him over here, this is fine. This is just straight up good, right? But you're starting to move in, but Ricky's over here. So I'm actually not ready to commit until I see Ricky jump over here. He's currently getting echoed, and then we're chasing this stuff. As ET, it's sort of okay because you have the Astral Spirit, so you're actually quite strong. But in other situations, you would want to keep your eye on Ricky and make sure you're using your buff items on him because he's got the 14,000 gold. GG, we've broken their spirits. So what's the problem? Take the tier 2, go Roche. You two, aggressive positioning, no damage. Time to leave. Yeah, what if they did have an observer, right? What if they have an observer somewhere and they know you guys are alone? Isn't that gonna be real scary? It's time to leave. I would just abandon the Pudge. Bye, Pudge. Fortunately, it seems they don't have observer, so no one ever gets to us. Ricky's farming pattern could come back through the Twin Gate to get here. Since he's not, you can start doing what you're doing. You're gonna queue up the Lotus. That's not bad. I still think a 4-staff is pretty good, even though your team has 1. I still think it's very strong versus the enemy supports and to kite out all their cores. God, you guys are clumped. Don't bother walking over if your team's not going. As much as I tell you guys to do Tormentor, right? Okay. Listen, at the end of the day, we're supports. Gotta follow these guys. You can ping it, and then when you see this, you turn around and you go, okay, yes, sir. Yes, Ricky, sir. Would you like to run at more heroes, sir? Let's go. I'll Solar Crest you. Right here, only one hero should hit this. We have to respect the Echo. There is, you know, dead Ursa, so kinda, but there's no reason for Slardar to hit a tower. There's no reason for these two to be hitting the tower right on top of each other. I mean, I know Ricky's walking up, but super risky, unnecessary. And then you're channeling this, so now they know you're not here. And as you can tell, you cannot do this without your team, so there's no point in doing all this. You're going to split push another lane, which can be good to do, but ET, you actually are a hero who can solo carry games sometimes with like the Ags build and all that stuff. But really right now, Ricky is so strong, you should not be moving away from Ricky. You should only be with Ricky. If he's like doing stuff. If he's like solo farming your half of the map, I mean, that's fine. Like for your team, what is this doing? You know, they actually left this because they got scared. But if you're there, they'll have a bit more confidence. And maybe you guys finish that tier 2. For the record, I know if you watch a pro match, you probably would see a support back off like this. Or like, there would be times they would do it. And I'm not saying it's always bad to do what you're doing, but the realities of a pub game is that we play pubs. So Ricky and the gang have clearly taken some fights that are not great when you're not there, and that's just the reality. Even as you say, like, well, Snaking would be pushing this lane, that ain't Malrine on your team. You know, that's not the rest of Falcons respecting the fact that you're gone and playing smart. So you kind of gotta stick around with them for when they dive the tier 3, and you make the difference there. Ruh-roh, this is the throw. Right? What were we saying? You are dead and your team is like, yeah, let's go. Let's walk through, you know, Watcher. Let's go into the big team fight. Why not? You know, we're strong. But it's a 4K lead. You're dead. You guys are actually behind 4K right now in a 5v4. Here's that 4-staff value. How much is Ricky? 1,600 gold. So I kind of grieve the team by not sticking around with them. Yeah. Or like, to put it another way, in that particular case, I do think you should stick with them. There will be times that you legitimately should leave, but the issue will be that it will open up your team to griefing themselves. So it depends how good of a team you think you have and how much communication you have, where you say, for example, let's go back to this push. Let's say your cores had used the TPs, all that stuff. A really high level play would be, okay, 4 of you finish the tower and back it up. Someone teleports back and starts split pushing, and the others will twin gate, reconnect top, something like that, and immediately begin pushing from here rather than here. And we're going to save ourselves 20 seconds. The person who goes back is only going to show themselves once this tower is really close to being secure, so the enemy has no opening. The other heroes doing this are going to be like properly positioned, not give the echo, blah, 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 right? As soon as it's done, they're going to back off. They're not going to like push too far, get echoed, all this stuff without their 5th guy, right? There's going to be a whole bunch of moving parts that work together at a pro level. In a pub game, and it's like, oh, my job is to come up here and push as a support. You leave, and these guys, they go, holy shit, a lich back here, and they start diving, and this tier 2 is still up. So everyone starts rotating in, and they get echoed back here because they've all clumped onto a lich, and then they look at you, and they start pinging you up here. You're like, why'd you leave? You may have been correct to leave, but you know this is a pub game, and you know teams are going to do shit like that, and at least you also could be here to die with them, or to Astral Spear and all that stuff. That's my own personal take. That I believe doing stuff as a team inefficiently is better than doing the correct thing, but split up too much. There are times to split up, but in a lot of pub games, if you're strong enough to group, it's probably safer to just group. All right, I think that's the big moment, that like whole echo there. So probably a good time to stop or like wind down. Play together, slay together. Hell yeah, bring it back. Anatolius, thank you. I'm glad. It's always nice to for people to drop by like the live stream and be able to like chit chat a little bit. I'm glad you find them useful. I apologize for the lack of video content lately. A little bit of a break and now into streamer mode. I have various ideas for YouTube videos, but I don't know when I'm gonna get around to doing them. The whole thumbnail editing process and collecting video samples is a bit of a downer. I have thoughts to say, but I have been slow to act on it because of that. I've been a little burned on the editing portion of it. At some point, I will need to find a, we need a patch sacrifice. No, not me, do someone else. At some point, I will need to find a Dota editor. I'm sure it will be worth it to be more consistent and grow the channel. I'll probably start with like a thumbnail person. I hate doing thumbnails lately. I'm just gonna take like 50 cutout pictures of myself. Maybe that should be the next evolution of our thumbnails that even I can do myself. I'll spend a day. Maybe we could even do it on stream. Nah, it'd be really boring. I'll just take a bunch of goofy pictures in different shirts, cut them all out. Every thumbnail will just stick a different version of me. All right, where was your next big throw on this? We saw that part. Their big throw is the end. I said we would watch the second-hand echo throw. Is it here? Oh, it's gotta be. We're doing it, guys. We've won. Let's all hit the buildings. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh no! We're all on top of you. Get away! Okay, Earthshaker's up. Get away from each other. Real pro tip: this is where like spam the Yules button around here. It's coming. It's coming. Oh shit, guys, we may have problems. Rip. Gotta respect the echo. Any wish list ideas for 7 point? Actually, I did have a... Okay, you guys want to parse some of this? This will be the end of the... This will be a fun end of stream activity. I jotted down some ideas for a application to Valve's balance patch team. Just an ideas guy. No actual coding. Couldn't help at all with any of these ideas here. Obviously on the top of the list is fishing. Obviously. Got fishing. Next, trebuchets. Right? It's going to help with the high ground siege. There's been a lot of cases where pros have way too much money. They're like 50k ahead. They still can't end high ground, right? You need to be able to build collectible trebuchet building parts, either from Roche drops, from the amount of towers you've taken. Like you can only build it after you get all the outer towers, something like that. You know, you got to cut a bunch of trees, bring it all together, get the lumber. I don't know. You got to be able to build a trebuchet outside as the game gets late to break the high ground from a safe manner. And if you don't want that to happen, it's going to force the enemy team who's been turtling to exit their base to break the turtle, as they should be disadvantaged as a losing team to go deal with the trebuchet. Okay, next idea. Roche portal. You might be thinking Twin Gate. Kinda like that, okay? Deadlock now has the portal system, okay? As soon as you go through it, you instantly pop somewhere else. They have literally portal under Valve. They have the technology. I've seen what Gabe has done for other games, and I want it done for Dota as well. The Roche Pit is a portal. The Roche Pit is a separate location. Each side, both Radiant and Dire, are an instant teleport into the Roche Pit. Every time you exit the Roche Pit, you exit on the opposite side. So you may enter the Dire, exit on the Radiant side. Enter the Radiant side, exit on the Dire side. You can keep walking back and forth. Appear both. Roche exists in both pits at the same time because the actual pit is one location, and both pits on either end are the instant teleport in there. This could replace the Twin Gate. It could just be a separate thing. This would help remove the Dire Radiant advantage. It would also just be funny. It would make it really difficult to secure Roche. Some very exciting fights. Age of Empires type shit. Exactly. That's for the RTS building stuff. Okay, speaking of Roche, let's say we don't want to do the portal. No big deal. Roche, walking between, unexciting. He's very slow. It slows down the pace of the game. Roche is supposed to chuck people. It very rarely happens. It's really not interesting. But Roshan should be scary. We got to make Roche scary again. He mostly just sits in his pit and waits to die and respawn and die. That's very sad. Roche should be tough. It should be scary. When he goes between his home, it should be a full sprint every time. It should instant kill whoever he touches. If not instant kill, he should absolutely chuck him across the map. Not this tiny, like, oh, little blink dagger. Throw him to the top lane, like all the way into the Tormentor pit. Throw the other guy into the enemy tier 3s. Like, they should fly if they get caught by Roche sprinting across the river. I also think, rather than a straight line, because that's easy to avoid, he should move. He should go up the cliff. He should go down the cliff. He should jolt this way. He should jolt that way. He should get you. We should fear Roshan. What else do I got? We are a third of the way into the list, guys. Farming, you might think like farming as we use it terminology. No, actual farming. We need to bring in planting and growing and watering and harvesting into Dota. Passive GPM potential here. Okay, either a farming, either mining. We have workers doing things to generate the passive GPM. This is all to bring back roaming, okay? So the more farming that is going on, the more passive GPM that is happening. So now roaming as a support is worth it to go over and stop the passive GPM. Like the workers in the mine or the farming. The optics of this sound bad, guys. But I also think to increase your own GPM, you come in like a cowboy, you wrangle up the enemy workers, you bring them through your map to your own ranch. This sounds like kind of sounds bad in the current environment, but you know what I mean. We're playing a video game here. You bring the enemy workers to your own farms, your GPM goes up, there goes down. Now you've created a team objective. The team must group and smoke to go free their own workers, to steal the enemy workers, to kill them off, to cut the enemy passive GPM, to bring their own back. Is an interesting mechanic that could be one hero going back and forth, you know, killing enemy workers, stealing them away. It could be the whole team movement. Maybe there's a limit to how many workers you can bring, you know. This makes roaming interesting. It makes it worthwhile. Compared to just the 2-1-2 lanes we've been in for far too long. We got to mix it up. What else we got? New boots, okay? Here's my pitch for new boots, guys. They're clown shoes, and you only use them on teammates. They don't do anything. They're just giant clown boots on your teammates. I think you know exactly what they're for. I don't know if this item should be dirt cheap for a cosmetic haha laugh, or it should be really expensive to really let your teammates know what you think of them if you were going out of your way doing this. I think it's risky to put in, but I don't know. I think it's let's keep that one in mind. What else did I write down on my list? Maybe related to that, the behavior score system should be harsher. That's all I've got to say on that. Mega Prowler, guys. Mega Prowler. So stacking, super big right now. Passive AFK junglers, not interesting. Boring. We've been doing this forever. New neutral creep. I actually thought the Prowler could come back. The Ancient Prowler could come back this way, but they already introduced it, so we'll need a new neutral creep. Okay? He roams around the map. Maybe both sides of the map have their own. They just roam randomly. They're super scary. Very much like Roche insta-killing. Okay, that level of scary. Okay, we got to avoid them. You should fear your own jungle so you don't sit there too comfortably. If you start stacking a bunch and farming a bunch, the super roaming Slenderman creep is more likely to show up at that part of the jungle. So whichever camp has died the most. There's like a heat map of where people have been jungling. That's where the Slender Man will spend time. And when he sees you, he gets you. And now you don't want to be in the jungle anymore. You got to move around, or you got to go to the enemy's jungle, perhaps. How that would help, I don't know. I just think it should be in the game. I think it'd be cool to introduce a mechanic to redirect where lane creep goes. I don't know how good that would be. But for example, you just take all the creeps out of the bottom lane and send them all mid. I think there could be some interesting stuff around that. It'd probably mostly be griefing, but this is for the wild patch ideas, right? We gotta get out there with it. I think those are most of my good ones. Neutral creep should be a third team that will run down your base and win the game for themselves after X minute. I'm in. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. The neutrals win the day. Courier should drop items when they get killed, not just gem and divine rapier. Whatever you had on your courier when it died, it's gone. The enemy team has it now. Or they get a fee, a percentage of whatever was on the courier. 10% for killing it. When they kill like a 10,000 gold item, they get 1,000. Something like that. Make courier killing worth it. I got a cat in my closet. Tormentor damage aura increase in damage and range over time. At a certain point, it just covers the whole map. Yeah, this is good actually. This will encourage teams to do it. If the Tormentor is alive for over 20 minutes, it just kills everyone on the map. And then it resets. After 5 minutes, it will do it again. This will, if you forgot about Tormentor before, once you start insta-dying to it every 5 minutes, maybe now you'll think about it. I like it. I like it. A phase boot upgrade that ignores terrain. Okay, so we were just doing goofy ideas. I actually think something that ignores terrain is an interesting idea. That's essentially what Spider Legs was, though, as a neutral item. And it was insanely good, right? It's always the most picked item every time it is a thing. Now that it's locked behind like some super late tier, it's a little less. I think that's the danger of introducing a purchasable item that does that. The only thing is kind of like Force Staff Wind Waker. Force Staff limited in what it can do, like, you know, as a one-time. Wind Waker, very good, but extremely expensive. So I don't know, attaching some kind of upgrade to phase boots, no matter how expensive it is, I don't know, it's scary. It would be so hard to deal with. Tormentor moves closer to the center of the map each minute. You know what? That could also work. Finally remind teams of like, oh yeah, Tormentor. I forgot, it's right here. We gotta get it. Ooh, oh, wait, that's a good idea, Crit. Let's just look, I get it. There's not as many people working on Dota. We got to reuse assets. Let's bring in some of the bosses from the minigame, like Aghanim. I guess we kind of did with like Primal Beast and stuff, but like bring those bosses back. Have them be the ones roaming in the jungle, killing random heroes if you jungle too much. Yes, this is excellent. This is what we should do with them. That's good shit. Okay, guys. Thank you for hanging out. We were having some fun here. Let's I'm gonna stop doing the replays for today, just because I'm getting tired of talking and everything. So next Wednesday we will definitely do more replay analyses. We always do this on Wednesdays that I stream. If this is your first time dropping by, feel free to come next Wednesday or whenever. I'm still kind of open to doing this more throughout the week as well. Some extra streams on it. Haven't really decided if that'll be like a guaranteed thing or just spur of the moment. You know, don't feel like playing, let's do replays. But yeah, if you're in other streams, then I guess you'll know when you're there. Otherwise, I think tomorrow I will probably stream tomorrow. I don't think it'll be replays. I think we'll play some games. I do have a coaching in the evening. I forgot about that, but that's okay. I'll be done with streaming by then. So we will do, yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll probably play, oh, perfect. Coordinator's down. Perfect time to be stomping. We'll probably play some games tomorrow. I don't know what hero we'll be looking for, but we'll see. Oh, the Year Dragon. Yeah. Let's bring the Year Dragon back. We go hard. Thank you so much. I will hope to see you again later. Yeah, special shout out to We Go Hard. Insanely generous. But also thanks to everyone else, you know, I want you all to know, no matter big or small, some crazy donations like We Go Hard, but also just showing up to the streams is very helpful to me. Thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow. What was I about to do? I was about to do something, but I forget. So, oh well. I'll remember later, and then I'll be like, oops, I forgot to do it. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll play Dota, and then back on Friday as well. Bye, everybody. Have a good rest of your night.